Preface. This book breaks fresh ground in a field of romantic and widespread interest, one that should prove attractive, associated as it is with the ever-fascinating subject of Napoleon. Incidentally, indeed, it may also help to throw a new sidelight on certain characteristics of Napoleon as a soldier. I venture to hope at the same time that it will arouse interest further as offering independent testimony to the valor of our own soldiers. The old British Army which, under Wellington, defeated on the battlefield the veterans of the Eagles, whose feats of heroism and hardihood are described in the book. Magnificent as were the acts of fine daring and heroic endurance of the men whom Wellington led to victory, no less stirring and deserving of admiration were the deeds of chivalrous valor and stern fortitude, done for the honor of Napoleon's Eagles by the gallant soldiers who faced them, and proved indeed foemen worthy of their steel. All who hold in regard cool, self-sacrificing bravery and steadfast courage in adversity, and peril will find no lack of instances in the stories of what the warriors of the Eagles dared and underwent for the name and fame of the great captain. The record of Napoleon's Eagles in war has never before been set forth, and the centenary year of Badajoz and Salamanca and the Moscow campaign seems to offer a befitting occasion for its appearance. The world, indeed, is in the midst of a cycle of Napoleonic centenaries. Our own centenary memories of Talavera, the victory of which Wellington said, in later years, that if his allies had done their part, it would have been as great a battle as Waterloo, of Busaco Ridge and Torres Vedras, of heroic Barossa and desperate Albuera. These are only just behind us. Immediately ahead lie the centenaries of yet greater events. In less than a 12-month hence, England will mark the centenary of Vittoria, Wellington's decisive day in Spain, the crowning triumph of the Peninsular War, and yet more than that in its import and sequel for Europe. It was the news of Vittoria that, in July 1813, decided Napoleon's father-in-law to throw Austria's sword into the balance against the man of destiny, compelling Napoleon, with what remained of the Grand Army, to stand at bay for the Battle of the Nations on the Marchfeld before Leipzig. Within 6 months from then, the world, in like manner, will recall the farewell of Fontainebleau and Elba. And finally, in the year after that, the British Empire will commemorate the epic-making centenary of the greatest of all British triumphs in arms on land. Of that fierce field where last the eagles swooped, where our great master wielded Britain's sword, and the dark soul the world could not subdue, bowed to thy fortune, Prince of Waterloo. The triple event, indeed, of Waterloo, the Bellerophon, St. Helena. The stories told here exist indeed, even in France, only in more or less fragmentary form, scattered broadcast amongst the memoirs left by the men of the Napoleonic time. They have not before been brought together within the covers of a book. I have utilized, in addition to the personal memoirs of Napoleon's officers, French regimental records, bulletins, and dispatches, noted in my list of authorities, other official military documents, contemporary newspapers, both British and foreign, and information kindly placed at my disposal by the authorities of Chelsea Royal Hospital and the Royal United Service Institution, and by friends abroad. Edward Fraser. Chapter 1. Napoleon adopts the eagle of Caesar. Napoleon Bonaparte became emperor, by divine will and the constitution of the French Republic, imperator and hereditary Caesar of the Republic on Friday, May 18, 1804. 3 weeks later, it was publicly announced in the Moniteur that the eagle had been adopted as the heraldic cognizance of the new regime in France. Its selection for the state armorial bearing of the empire was one of Napoleon's first acts. That the Roman lictor's axe and fasces surmounted by the red Phrygian cap, with its traditions of revolution, which had supplanted the fleur-de-lis of the monarchy, and had served as the official badge on the standards of the Republic and the consulate, should continue under the imperial regime, was obviously impossible. But what distinctive emblem should be adopted in its stead? Napoleon had the question debated in his presence at the first séance of the Imperial Council of State. He had, it would seem, not made up his mind in regard to it. At any rate, a few days before the meeting of the council, he had directed a committee to draw up a statement and offer suggestions. The matter was brought forward at the first meeting of the Imperial Council, held at the Château of St. Cloud on Tuesday, June 12, 1804, after a preliminary discussion on the arrangements for the coronation, when and where it should be held, and what was to be the form of ceremonial. The coronation, all agreed at the outset, must take place in the current year. Reims, Aix-la-Chapelle, and Paris, in turn, were suggested as suitable places for the ceremony, Paris being finally decided on. The scene of the event to be the Champ de Mars. Napoleon himself proposed the Champs de Mars, with a threefold ceremony there: the taking of the constitutional oath, the actual coronation, the presentation of the emperor to the assembled people. A brief discussion followed on the form of the coronation ceremony, whether it should be accompanied by religious rites. It was put forward that, as Charlemagne had received his authority from the Pope, might not the Pope now be induced to visit Paris and personally crown the emperor? Napoleon, intervening in the discussion, made a strong point of the necessity of some kind of religious service on the occasion. He did not care much, he cynically remarked, what religion was selected. Only it must be in accordance with the views of the majority of the nation. It would be impossible to do without some sort of religious observance. In all nations, said he, ceremonies of state were accompanied by religious services. As to asking the Pope to take part, from his point of view, at the moment, the attendance of a papal legate would be preferable. If the Pope himself came to Paris, his presence would assuredly tend to relegate the emperor to a secondary position. Tout le monde me laisserait pour courir voir le pape. The matter, however, as the discussion proceeded, seemed to present so many difficulties that the council, after declaring themselves generally against having any religious ceremony at all, decided to leave the question for further consideration. On that, the council turned to deal with the selection of the heraldic insignia and official badge of the empire. Senator Cretet, on behalf of the special committee appointed by Napoleon to prepare a statement for the council, presented his report. The committee, he said, had decided unanimously to recommend the cock, the historic national emblem of ancient Gaul, as the most fitting cognizance for imperial France. Should that not find favor with the council, either the eagle, the lion, or the elephant, in the opinion of the committee, might well be adopted. Individual members of the committee, added Cretet, had further suggested the aegis of Minerva, or some flower like the fleur-de-lis, an oak tree, or an ear of corn. Miet, one of the members of the council, rose as Cretet sat down and protested against the reintroduction of the fleur-de-lis. That, he said, was imbecility. He proposed a figure of the emperor seated on his throne as the best possible badge for the French Empire. He was not seconded, however, and Napoleon interposed abruptly to set aside the committee's suggestion of reviving the Gallic cock. He dismissed that notion with a contemptuous sneer. "Bah," he exclaimed, "the cock belongs to the farmyard. It is far too feeble a creature. Le coq est de basse cour. C'est un animal trop faible." Napoleon spoke rapidly and vivaciously. He had not yet, in those early days, acquired the impressive imperial style that he afterwards affected. His language at these earlier council meetings was still impregnated with his original Jacobin style. He spoke frequently, spontaneously, familiarly, monologued at the top of his voice avec des éclats de voix, apostrophized frequently, appearing at times as though overcome with nervousness, now almost in tears, now breaking out in a frenzy of passion, unrestrainedly emphasizing his personal likes and dislikes. Count Segur, imperial grand master of the ceremonies, suggested the lion as the most suitable emblem. Parsequel vaincre le leopard, he explained. Councillor Lamond proposed the adoption of the elephant instead, with for a motto mole et ment. The elephant had a great vogue at that day among European heraldic authorities as being preeminently a royal beast. There was a widely prevalent belief, on the authority of old writers on natural history, that an elephant could not be made to bow its knees. Further, too, the elephant typified resistless strength as well as magnanimity. And had not Caesar himself once placed the effigy of the elephant on the Roman coinage? Nobody else at the council, however, seemed to care for the elephant. Councillor Simon objected to Segur's proposition, on the score that the lion was essentially an aggressive beast. Cambyses, ex-consul and arch-chancellor of the empire, suggested a swarm of bees as the most suitable national emblem. It would represent the actual situation of France. He explained a republic with a presiding chief. Councillor Lacuy supported Cambyses. The bee, he added, was the more suitable, in that it possessed a sting as well as being a maker of honey. Cambyses remarked that he favored the idea of the bee as typifying peaceful industry, rather than offensive power. The other members took no interest in the idea of the bee, and after some discursive talk, the council fell back on the committee's original suggestion of the historic Gallic cock. The general voice favored the adoption of the cock, and they unanimously voted for it. That, however, would not do for Napoleon. He sharply refused once more to hear of the cock in any circumstances. He had for some minutes sat silent, listening to the discussion until the vote was taken. On that he rose and banned the cock absolutely and finally. "The cock is quite too weak a creature," he exclaimed. "A thing like that cannot possibly be the cognizance of an empire such as France. You must make your choice between the eagle, the elephant, and the lion." The eagle, however, did not commend itself to the council. That emblem, it was pointed out by several members, had been already adopted by other European nations. For France, such being the case, the eagle would not be sufficiently distinctive. The German Empire had the eagle for its cognizance, so had Austria, so had Prussia, so had Poland, even the white eagle of the Jagiellons. The council was plainly not attracted by the eagle. Lebrun, the other ex-consul, arch-treasurer of the empire, now put in a word again for the fleur-de-lis. It had been, he said, the national emblem of France under all the previous dynasties. The fleur-de-lis, declared Lebrun, was the real historic emblem of France, and he proposed that it should be adopted for the empire. Nobody, though, supported him, one member, Councillor Rignaud, condemning the idea of the fleur-de-lis as utterly out of date. "The nation," added Rignaud with a sneer, "will neither go back to the cult of the lilies nor to the religion of Rome." At that point Napoleon lost patience. Interposing to close the discussion, he curtly bade the council to cease from wasting time. They must decide on the lion for the imperial emblem. His preference was for the figure of a lion, lying over the map of France, with one paw stretched out across the Rhine. "Il faut prendre un lion, et s'étendre sur la carte de France, la patte près de dépasser le Rhine." Napoleon proposed an addition, by way of motto, beneath the lion figure, these defiant words: "Malhorquimi Church." No more was said on the subject after that. The council submitted forthwith to Napoleon's dictation, and, as it would appear, without taking any formal vote, passed to the remaining business of the day, the inscription on the new coinage and certain amendments to the criminal code. But even then, as it befell, the decision as to the national emblem was not conclusive. Napoleon changed his mind about the lion shortly after the council had broken up. The lion, as the designated cognizance of the French Empire, did not last 24 hours. Napoleon himself, on the report of the council meeting being presented for his signature, definitely rejected the lion. He cancelled his own proposition with a stroke of his pen. With his own hand, the emperor struck out the words, "lion couchant," with the reference to the map of France and the Rhine writing over the erasure, "un aigle éploie," an eagle with extended wings. So Napoleon independently settled the matter. Napoleon, as it would appear, in making his ultimate choice of the eagle, had this in his mind. Charlemagne was ever in his thoughts at that time as his own destined exemplar. The eagle of Charlemagne, it was now borne in upon his mind irresistibly, had a preeminent claim to be recalled and become the national heraldic badge for the new Frankish Empire of the West, as having been the traditional emblem of imperial authority in the ancient Frankish Empire, the prototype and historic predecessor of the empire of which he was head. Said Napoleon, indeed, in justifying his final adoption of the eagle, Elle affirme la dignité impériale et rappelait Charlemagne. A commission to design the new imperial eagle, after that of Charlemagne, was forthwith given to Isaby, the elder Isaby Jean-Baptiste, painter et dessinateur du cabinet de l'Empereur, whose reputation was at that moment at its zenith. The artist, however, had no Carlovingian model to draw from, and nobody, it would appear, could give him any advice. He had to depict un aigle éploy, a spread eagle. Discarding heraldic conventionalism, he produced the Napoleonic eagle of history, an eagle au naturel, shown in the act of taking wing. The idea of it Isaby took from a sketch he himself had made 9 years before, in the monastery of the Certosa of Milan, of an eagle sculptured on one of the tombs of the Visconti. Following on his adoption of the eagle for the cognizance of the empire at large, Napoleon announced that the eagle would in future be the battle standard of the army. He had, though, as to that eagle, yet another thought in his mind. For his soldiers, he desired the French eagle to represent the military standard of ancient Rome, the historic emblem of Caesar's legionaries, with its resplendent traditions of worldwide victory. That intention, furthermore, Napoleon went out of his way to emphasize, significantly, through the place and moment that he chose for the promulgation of the army order appointing the eagle of the Caesars as the battle standard of the French Empire. The imperial rescript was dated from the camp of the Army of the Ocean, at Boulogne, from amidst the vast array of soldiers mustered there for the threatened invasion of England. At the same time, Isaby's design for one eagle would suffice as a model for the other. It sufficiently suggested the Roman type. Like Charlemagne, had not Napoleon led his army across the Alps? Like Caesar, was he not about to lead it across the straits? The eagle with wings outspread, as on the imperial seal, will be at the head of the standard staves, as was the practice in the Roman army, placi au sommet du baton, tel quel apportient les Romains. The flag will be attached at the same distance beneath the eagle, as was the labarum. So Napoleon wrote in his preliminary instructions from Boulogne to Marshal Berthier, head of the État Major of the Army of England, at that moment on duty at the War Office in Paris. The eagle, Napoleon directed, was of itself to constitute the standard. Essentiellement constituer l'étendard, were Napoleon's words. He set a secondary value on the flag which the eagle surmounted. The flag to Napoleon was a subsidiary adjunct. Flags, of course, would come and go. They could be renewed, he wrote, as might be necessary at any time, every 2 years or oftener. The eagle, on the other hand, was to be a permanency. It was to be for all time the standard of its corps. Also, to add still further to its sacrosanct nature and éclat, every eagle would be received only from the hands of the emperor. Every battalion of foot and squadron of horse was to have its eagle, which, on parade and before the enemy under fire, would be in the special charge of the battalion or squadron sergeant major, with an escort of picked veteran soldiers, men who had distinguished themselves on the battlefield in at least 2 combats. Exceptional care, Napoleon laid down, was to be taken by regimental commanders that no harm should befall the eagle. In the event of accident happening to it, a special report was to be made direct to the emperor. Should it unfortunately happen that the eagle was lost in battle, the regiment concerned would have to prove to the emperor's satisfaction that there had been no default. No new eagle would be granted in place of one lost, until the regiment in question had atoned for the slur on its character by either achieving éclatante distinction in the field, by some exceptionally brilliant feat of arms, or by presenting the emperor with an enemy's standard, taken by its own valor. The silken tricolor flag, as has been said, was in the eyes of Napoleon of subordinate account. It was to be considered merely as a set-off to the eagle, as merely l'ornement de l'aigle. The eagle, and the eagle only, must be the object of the soldier's devotion. Napoleon paid little regard to the flag, beyond as being of use for displaying the record of a regiment's war career. He would have liked indeed, as it would seem, to substitute another flag altogether, and went so far as to have designs for a green regimental flag submitted to him. Prudence, however, forbade its introduction, and directions were issued that the general pattern of tricolor, standard in use under the consulate, should be retained, with minor alterations of detail in the design rendered necessary in consequence of the new constitution of the state. The regimental flags would consist of a white diamond-shaped center, with the corners of the flag alternately red and blue, according to the pattern authorized 2 years previously by Napoleon as first consul. Thus the national colors would continue to be represented. For the infantry, in the center of each flag would be, on one side, the words Empire Francais, with the legend, inscribed in letters of gold, L'Empereur des Francais OE Regiment d'Infanterie de Ligne, which would take the place of the Republican inscription hitherto borne there, the number of each corps being inscribed in the blank space and in a laurel chaplet embroidered at each corner of the flag. For cavalry, the inscription ran, L'Empereur des Francais OE Cuirassiers, or OE Chasseurs, and so on for other corps, artillery, dragoons, and hussars. On the reverse, for corps of all arms, with the exception of the guard, was emblazoned the motto Valor et Discipline, and beneath it the number of the battalion or squadron in each regiment. Below the numbers was added any inscription of honor which had been granted to the corps, such as, in the case of one regiment, Le 15e Est Couvert de la Gloire. In the case of another, Le Terrible 57 Equirine en Errert. With others, Le Bonnet Brave 28e, Le 75e Arrive at Bat l'Ennemi, J. Edis Tranquil, Le Brave 32e et 8 la. Il n'est pas possible d'erreur plus Brave Quelle 63e, Brave 18e, G. Vous connais. L'ennemi ne tiendra pas devant vous, and so on. These were mostly quotations from mentions and dispatches made by Napoleon in regard to regiments in his famous Army of Italy, authorized by him, at first of his own initiative, and later as first consul, to be recorded as inscriptions of honor on the regimental colors. The flags of other corps bore names of victories of note in which the regiments had taken part, as, for instance, Rivoli, Lodi, Marengo. Napoleon overlooked nothing that might add to the prestige of his eagles. Not only would he himself personally present its eagle to each regiment, but, further, there would be at the outset a general presentation of eagles in Paris to the whole army, which would be made a state event of significance and form an integral part of the ceremony of his coronation. On that Napoleon had insisted, in reply to a technical legal objection raised at one of the meetings of the Council of State. It was not to be a Parisian popular show. He was ready, indeed, he said, to transfer the ceremony to Boulogne. G. rassemblerais du cent mille hommes au camp. La j'aurais une population couverte des blessures dont je serais sûr. He gave directions that the presentation of the eagles should take place on the field of Mars in front of the military school, on the same day as the coronation, and should follow immediately after the religious service and his actual crowning and consecration by the Pope in Notre Dame. Chapter 2. The day of the presentation, on the field of Mars. The coronation, Napoleon first proposed, should take place in the Chapel of the Invalids, on the historic day of the 18th Brumaire, November 9. Directly after it, he would proceed in imperial state, wearing his crown and robes, to the field of Mars-the-Champ-de-Mars. In front of the military school, a stone's throw away there to administer the military oath of allegiance to the army and distribute the eagles at a grand review to be attended by representative deputations from every regiment of the army from all over the empire, assembled in Paris for the occasion. It was found preferable, however, that the coronation service should take place in the Cathedral of Notre Dame instead of at the Invalides, and at a later date. Still, however, Napoleon held to his first idea of proceeding direct from the coronation ceremony to the Field of Mars. He insisted that the presentation of the eagles should follow as a joint ceremony immediately after his own consecration service. But there was Josephine to be considered. She was to accompany Napoleon throughout. The Empress, for her part, on hearing what was intended, declared herself physically incapable of bearing the strain of the double ceremony, and, in the result, Napoleon changed his original purpose at the 11th hour. He consented to put off the presentation of the eagles until the following morning. That plan, in turn, had to be altered. On the very afternoon of the coronation, on his return to the Tuileries from Notre Dame, Napoleon found himself compelled, in consequence of the Empress's state of nervous prostration after the fatiguing cathedral service, again to defer the ceremony of the presentation of the eagles. The Emperor now fixed the following Wednesday, December 5, for the Fête des Aigles, as the army spoke of it 3 days from then. There was no further putting off after that. The plans for the muster were drawn up on a grandiose and elaborate scale. They provided for an immense attendance under arms of, according to one account, 80,000 men, to comprise the Imperial Guard and the garrison of Paris, together with special detachments sent to Paris as representative deputations by every regiment and corps of the army, from all over the empire. Over 1,000 eagles altogether were to be presented, 280 to cavalry regiments, 600 odd to infantry, artillery, and special corps, between 40 and 50 to the navy, 1 for the crew of every ship of the line in commission, besides 108 to the departmental legions of the National Guard, the constitutional militia of revolutionary France, which Napoleon, for reasons of policy, could not pass over. Every infantry battalion and cavalry squadron, and brigade or battery of artillery was to have its eagle. Each infantry deputation, from both the Imperial Guard and the line, would comprise the colonel or regimental commander, 4 other officers, and 10 sous-officiers and men from each of the 3 battalions that at that period made up a French regiment of foot. In all, in addition to the regiments of the Imperial Guard, 112 regiments of the line were to be represented, together with 31 of light infantry, 12 of grenadiers, and 1 of foreign infantry. A deputation of 15 officers and men was to represent each of the 100 and odd cavalry regiments of the Guard and line, and smaller individual detachments would represent the various other arms and branches of the service appointed to receive eagles. They would all pass before the Emperor and receive their eagles from him personally, on behalf of their absent comrades, the 600,000 men who at that moment constituted the active field army of France. From every French ship of the line in commission, there would in like manner attend 10 officers and men. From far and near, the detachments of soldiers and sailors converged on the capital, marching some of them hundreds of miles from the most distant frontier garrisons of the empire, and being several weeks on the road. The deputations of the 1st Army Corps, for instance, part of which was stationed in Hanover, set off early in October. Some of its soldiers, quartered by the Elbe, and with from 400 to 500 miles of road before them, started in the last week of September. The detachments from Italy and the Venetian frontier, for another instance, the deputations from the 1st of the line, the 10th, the 52nd, and 101st of the Verona garrison, had over 800 miles to go and started early in September. Quite an army, indeed, was on the move along the highways of France during October and November, all heading for Paris, marching by day and being billeted in the towns and villages by night. A huge series of detachments came from the camp of the Army of the Ocean at Boulogne, assembled for the invasion of England. Marshal Soult, the commander-in-chief at Boulogne, with Marshals Devout and Ney, preceded them, Admiral Bruix, in charge of the Boulogne invasion flotilla of gunboats and transports, accompanying Soult. The troops in Holland, the garrisons of the Rhine fortresses, such as Mayence and Strasbourg and of Metz, that of Bayonne on the Spanish frontier, troops at every place of arms and cantonment and regimental depot all over France sent their deputations. Also every outlying camp, every naval port along the coast, from the Texel and Antwerp, Brest, Rochefort, and L'Orient round to Toulon in the south. Orders were given in every case that the detachments were each to bring the existing regimental colors, which, it was understood, were to be given up on parade in exchange for the eagles. A roomy expanse of level ground several acres in extent, an oblong-shaped area nearly 3/4 of a mile in length and 600 yards across. The Field of Mars offered an ideal place for a showy military spectacle. Thousands of people could look on comfortably at the display from the turf slopes of the 20-feet-high embankment, which skirted the Field of Mars on 3 sides, and had been fitted up by the municipality with rows of seats in closely set tiers. As many as 300,000 spectators, indeed, could on occasion be accommodated there. The fourth side of the Champ de Mars was bounded by the façade of the École Militaire, 3 great domed blocks of buildings connected together, and affording a grand view of the scene for hundreds of privileged guests. The entire frontage of the military school to the height of the first-floor windows was taken up for the day of the Eagles' parade by an immense grandstand, constructed to form a series of pavilions for the accommodation of the great official personages invited. With, in the center, in front of the lofty colonnaded portico, a magnificently decorated imperial pavilion, whence Napoleon and Josephine seated on their thrones would look on and receive the homage of the army. The only thing that was unpropitious was the weather. It proved, as far as the weather went, an unfortunate change of date. The day of the coronation, December 2 it was, by the way, Advent Sunday had been cold and trying, with lowering clouds overhead, but dry. On the Monday, Napoleon's second choice, it was much the same out of doors, and on the Tuesday the weather kept fair. Then, however, it changed. During Tuesday afternoon the glass began to go down ominously and a chilly wind from the southeast set in. Towards 10 at night rain and sleet in incessant showers began to fall, typical Frimaire weather, in keeping with the character of the sleety month. When it did not rain, says somebody, it snowed, and between whiles it rained and snowed at the same time. That was what the weather was like when Wednesday morning broke. But in spite of it, the imperial program was to be carried out in its entirety, and hundreds of thousands of intending spectators braved the discomfort and started early to get a good place for witnessing the historic display. All Paris turned out early, prepared to sit out the day from 8 in the morning until probably after 4 in the afternoon, packed in dense masses round the Champ de Mars. The heavy firing of salvos of artillery soon after dawn, from a dozen points all over Paris, ushered in the day's doings. The whole city was already, as has been said, astir and in the streets, making its way to the Champ de Mars. Everywhere dark columns of cloaked soldiers, horse and foot, artillerymen without their guns, were tramping along through the slush and mud for their posts. Some to take part on the route of the procession, which was to start from the Tuileries, most of them bound for the Field of Mars. Along the streets to be passed by the imperial procession, the houses were gaily decked out with festoons and branches of evergreens, or with colored hangings and drapings. Oriental rugs of gorgeous hues and patterns, hired or borrowed for the coronation week, hung from most of the windows. They were the favorite form of decoration. Here and there flags were seen, but it was not the fashion in Paris at that day to fly flags largely on days of public rejoicing. At 10 o'clock the cannon again thundered out an imperial salute, 101 guns. All knew what that was for, and there was a hush of expectation all over Paris. The guns meant that the emperor had started, that the imperial state procession had left the Tuileries. At that moment, the chilly drizzle of sleet was still coming down, but the universal enthusiasm rose superior to the wet and cold. No weather could damp the anticipations of the excited Parisians over the imperial spectacle. On the Champ de Mars, as the guns began to fire, the soldiers all long since in their places drawn up in closely massed columns, that ranged right round the parade ground on 3 sides stripped off and rolled up their soaked cloaks, fixed bayonets, and stood to arms. Murat, governor of Paris, commander-in-chief on the parade, took post in front of the imperial pavilion before the École Militaire. A gorgeous figure in a bright blue velvet uniform coat, resplendently embroidered with gold, a lilac sash with crimson stripes round his waist, in scarlet breeches braided with gold, purple leather hessians, trimmed and tasseled with gold, with gleaming gold spurs and saber scabbard. Wearing a marshal's cocked hat with crimson ostrich plumes, and mounted on a no less splendidly caparisoned charger, with leopard skin and crimson and gold saddle trappings. A brilliant entourage of staff officers and dandy aides de camp, daintily attired in pearl-gray uniforms, with silver lace, or in crimson and green and gold, clustered in rear of their chief. Simultaneously, the massed bands of the Imperial Guard, who had been playing national airs and popular music at times during the past hour, formed to the front nearby. For the time being, until after the emperor should arrive and take his seat on the throne, the troops on parade, comprising the army deputations to receive the eagles, remained as they had been marshaled on arrival, arranged in a vast fan-shaped formation round three sides of the Champ de Mars. The entire imperial army of Napoleon stood represented within that space. Imperial Guard and line, cavalry and artillery, the sailors of the navy, the National Guard, the Massy Ensign, presenting a tremendous impression of martial power, as all stood formed up in close order, in their full-dress review uniforms, muskets held stiffly at the support, bayonets fixed. The imperial procession set off in full state, accompanied by much the same display of martial pomp that had attended the great coronation progress to Notre Dame of 3 days before. It moved off in a pelting squall of sleet, but almost immediately afterwards, as though heaven would fain spare the show, within a few minutes of the start, the sleet and rain ceased and the weather unexpectedly improved. Foremost of all, the mounted Mamelukes of the guard came prancing by radiant in oriental garb, their curved scimitars drawn and gleaming. 100 swarthy figures in scarlet calpacs swathed round with white turbans, garbed in vivid green burnous cloaks well thrown back to display gold-embroidered scarlet jackets, bright straw-colored sashes, and baggy scarlet trousers. Their famous Horsetail standard headed the squadron. 800 stalwart troopers of Napoleon's pet regiment, the corps whose uniform he always wore in camp, the chasseurs of the guard, followed immediately after the Mamelukes. An ideal corps d'élite they looked as they rode by, in their bristling busbies of dark fur topped with waving crimson and green plumes, dark green double-breasted jackets, and crimson breeches, with crimson pelisses hanging at the shoulder, fur trimmed and barred with yellow braid in hussar style. These two corps led the van of the procession. The first set of imperial coaches, with 6 horses each and outriders, thereupon came by. They carried mostly state magnificos and grandees of exalted position at court. Coach after coach went slowly past at a dignified pace, 8, 9, 10, 11 conveyances, all spick and span with new gilding and varnish. The 12th coach, beside which rode a bevy of smart equerries, held the princesses of the Bonaparte family, 5 grown-up ladies and the little daughter of Princess Louis. It was rather a tight squeeze, for the 5 imperial highnesses were plump and bulky persons, and had to be wedged closely. They brought with them, too, each lady, several yards of train, brocaded stuff with stiff edging of gilt gimp, and thick purple and emerald green velvet mantling, which had all to be got in and kept from crumpling as much as possible. What they said to one another has not been recorded. They were usually free-spoken women with comments for most things ready to their tongues, like other daughters of the Revolution. At any rate, this is known. They were in white silk dresses, low-necked, and in spite of their close packing, shivered with the cold, which they felt bitterly. We were all, related a lady of honor elsewhere in the procession, thinly dressed as for a heated ballroom, and had only thin cashmere shawls to keep our shoulders warm with. Then came more soldiers. The immediate escort of the emperor now appeared. Sitting erect and stiff in their saddles, the carabineers rode up the senior cavalry regiment of France, 800 picked horsemen uniformed in imperial blue and crimson and gold, with helmets of burnished brass, over which nodded thick tufted crests of crimson wool. The officers, superb beings adorned with breastplates of gleaming brass, led the regiment. The carabineers claimed to be the only corps of the Napoleonic army which could prove continuity with the old royal army, if not indeed with the historic Maison du Roi itself, the household brigade of the monarchy, owing to a curious oversight at the Revolution through which the regiment had escaped dispersal. Then came the man of the hour. Napoleon now appeared, in his brand-new imperial state coach. 8 noble bays drew it with harness and trappings of red morocco leather studded with golden bees. A marvelous vehicle to look at was Napoleon's coach, gleaming all over with gilded carved work, its roof topped by a great golden crown, modeled after that of Charlemagne, as people told one another, upheld by 4 glistening gilded eagles. The state coach sparkled all over, looking as if encrusted with gold, a gleaming mass of carved and gilded decorations, representing allegorical emblems, heraldic designs, and coats of arms in color. Napoleon's head coachman of the consulate days, César, sat on the box, his fat form embedded in the center of a luxurious hammercloth of scarlet velvet, spangled over with golden bees. Outriders in green and gold and walking footmen beside the horses added their part. Also half a score of pages of honor, hanging on all round at the sides and back of the coach, in green velvet coats, gold laced down the seams, with green silk shoulder knots, scarlet silk breeches and stockings, and white ostrich plumes in their jaunty black velvet hats. Most of the lads future officers of the guard. At either side rode equerries and officiers d'ordonnance, in white and gold or pale blue and silver. To the crowds that lined the streets, the state coach was a sight of the day. The coach, for some, as much as the emperor. All Paris, of course, had not been able to find room round the Field of Mars, spacious as the accommodation there was. The pavements all along the streets from the Tuileries were packed with a dense crowd, which pressed everywhere close up behind the double rows of gendarmes and imperial guardsmen keeping the processional route. They shouted "Vive l'Empereur!" lustily, for all had a good view of Napoleon through the great glass windows of the coach, seated inside on the right, wearing his ostrich-feathered cap of semi-state, a gold-embroidered purple velvet mantle, and the Grand Master's collar of the Legion of Honor, sparkling with costly gems. Josephine, a slender figure in ermine cloak and white silk dress, sat on Napoleon's left, and on the front seats sat Joseph and Louis, side by side, the elder brother sleek and smiling, wrapped up in a poppy-red cloak as Grand Elector of the Empire. Louis Bonaparte wearing his blue velvet constable's mantle over the brass breastplate of the Colonel-in-Chief of the Carabineers, to which rank Napoleon had specially promoted Louis, with the idea of maintaining an old tradition of the monarchy that the titular commander of the Carabineers should always be a prince of the blood. Frere du Roi. Napoleon's imperial standard was borne immediately after the state coach, a crowned eagle heading the staff, the flag a silken tricolor, richly fringed with gold and bespangled with golden bees. 4 of the marshals, readily recognized by their scarlet ostrich plumes and gold-tipped batons of command, attended the standard, and as colonels general of the Imperial Guard, led the imperial military household, the Maison Militaire de l'Empereur. The 4 were Devout, titular chief of the Grenadiers of the Guard; Soult, colonel general of the Chasseurs; Bessières of the Heavy Cavalry; Mortier of the Guard Artillery. Close behind them, 4 other gorgeously brilliant officers of rank rode abreast, the colonels general of the cavalry of the army; Saint Cyr, of the cuirassiers, disdainful and sardonic of mien; stern Barangay de Hilliers of the dragoons; good-looking Junot, colonel general of the hussars; and Napoleon's son-in-law, the chivalrous Eugene Beauharnais, colonel general of Chasseurs. A brilliant cavalcade of little less resplendent cavaliers, the emperor's aides de camp, all of them generals of division or brigadiers, rounded up the group. Another surfeit of gleaming varnish, gilded carvings, and green liveries continued the pageant. 12 other state coaches, 6-horsed like those in advance, carrying the personal suites of Napoleon and Josephine and the princesses, court chamberlains and similar gold-embroidered functionaries, ladies of the palace and officers of the crown. The procession ended after them, the rear being brought up by the mounted grenadiers of the guard, strapping troopers in huge bearskin soldiers picked for their height and bearing from the cavalry of the line end the gendarmerie d'élite, who formed the imperial palace guard. More than half the imperial guard numbering, in 1804, 10,000 officers and men lined the streets under arms, detachments of grenadiers and velites, foot chasseurs, veterans of the guard, marines of the guard. Through double rows of these, all standing with presented arms, the procession took its way, passing from the Tuileries Gardens across the Place de Concorde and over the bridge there to the Esplanade des Invalides. Yet another thundering imperial salute from the 20 old cannons of the battery Triomphale greeted Napoleon at that point, while rows of old soldiers, the maimed veterans of Arcola and Rivoli and Marengo, shouted themselves hoarse, standing ranged in front of the outer court beside Napoleon's Venetian trophy, kept there temporarily, the Lion of St. Mark. From the Invalids, by way of the Rue de Grenelle, it was not far to the military school. Within doors, at the École Militaire, a pause was made in the governor's apartments, which had been sumptuously furnished for the occasion from the imperial storerooms of the Garde Meuble. Napoleon here accepted a number of selected addresses from the military delegations. One of them was brought by the regimental deputation of the 4th Chasseurs stationed at Boulogne. It thanked the emperor in advance for the new standard he was presenting to the corps, trusting that the day is at hand when we shall be able to contribute towards consolidating the splendor of the empire by planting our eagle on the Tower of London. The emperor also received the congratulations of the ambassadors and diplomatic corps. 10 hereditary German princes of the Rhineland, visiting Paris for the coronation, attended at the military school to witness the presentation of the eagles. At their head, the Prince-Bishop-Elector of Ratisbon, Arch-Chancellor of the German Empire, the Margrave of Baden, and the princes of Hesse-Darmstadt and Hesse-Homburg. Napoleon and Josephine after that withdrew to assume their crowns and imperial regalia, and pass outside to the 2 thrones prepared for them and standing side by side in the grand central pavilion in front. The vast array of guests of the emperor, seated outside, had of course been long since in their places, awaiting the advent of their majesties amid surroundings designed on a scale of lavish magnificence regardless of cost. On either hand, pavilions and galleries and platforms, canopied and carpeted, draped and curtained and hung in crimson and gold, decorated with festoons and banners, and fenced with gilded balustrading, covered the whole length of the façade of the École Militaire fronting the parade ground. In the center stood the imperial pavilion, beneath a canopy of crimson silk supported by tall gilded columns. Side galleries draped, and under awnings led from it right and left to 2 other pavilions, at either end of the façade, similarly adorned in lavish gorgeousness. Below the galleries extended long stands, sloping forward to the ground, draped in green and crimson, and packed with rows of seats 5 or 6 deep. Here, partly in the open, sat the provincial coronation guests from the departments, the local prefects and subprefects, procurators, magistrates and syndics, mayors and councillors, and other municipal functionaries, all in gala-day attire of every color, plumes in their hats, and buttons and embroidery all over their coats. They made a many-hued show in the mass, seen from the parade ground. The higher state dignitaries had seats under the canopies of the galleries and looked yet more decorative. Seated in the pavilions on cushioned chairs were the ambassadors and foreign princes, the Senate, Corps Legislatif, and Tribunate, high court judges in flowing robes of flame-colored silk, and velvet-clad grand officers of the empire, in full dress all. They looked imposing and magnificent, but most of them were shivering, with damp bodies and numbed fingers. The sleet had stopped for the time, but after the all-night's downpour of rain and snow, the seats everywhere were in a sad condition. Canopies and cushions, curtains, seats, carpets, everything had been drenched through and swamped during the night. The discomfort, however, was past helping and had to be borne. The imperial pavilion itself indeed had not escaped a wetting, and in parts it was in little better condition than the other places. Only with the greatest diligence, describes one of the suite, had it been possible to keep the thrones dry. Napoleon's throne, with beside it the throne for Josephine, at a slightly lower elevation, stood at the front of the imperial pavilion. A gilt-framed crimson velvet chair of state was provided for the emperor, with a crowned eagle in gilt stucco perched on the back, made on the model of Dagobert's chair on which Napoleon had sat during the ceremony of the distribution of the crosses of the Legion of Honor at Boulogne. As on that day, so now, trophies of captured battle flags adorned the back of the imperial dais, selected from the 200 and odd standards taken in battle by the armies of Italy and Egypt which Napoleon had led in person. Trophies of Montenot and Arcola, of Tagliamento and Lodi, of Rivoli and Castiglione, the red and white banner of the Knights of Malta, the green horsetail, standard of the Beys of Egypt, Austrian standards won by Napoleon at the crowning triumph of Marengo. To right and left of the emperor, on richly decorated chairs of ceremony, Joseph and Louis Bonaparte and the princesses were seated. The imperial suites in attendance were grouped at the back together with a cluster of court grandees, filling most of the spacious platform behind the throne. In the forefront, at the emperor's right hand, stood a splendid galaxy of stalwart figures, the marshals of the empire. They stood forward prominently. For them, that was the day of days. All must see on such a day the champion warriors of France, the renown of whose victories had filled the world. The whole 18 were there, all except one. Marshal Brune alone was absent, on service out of France as Napoleon's ambassador at Constantinople. The group was completed by the 4 honorary marshals, the veteran Kellerman, the victor of Valmy, Perignon, Serrurier, and Lefebvre. Glance for one moment round the main group of 13, the chosen lieutenants of Napoleon the war lord, as they stand beside their chief, with, arrayed in front, the serried columns of the destined victors of Austerlitz. Next to the emperor and the eagles, it is they who, on this day of the eagles, are the principal objects of interest to the general spectator. Let the reader for one moment imagine himself on the imperial pavilion, with at his side a convenient friend who knows everybody, to point the marshals out. That short, spare, low-browed, swarthy, Italian-faced man, with crafty, pitiless eyes, is Massena, l'enfant chéri de la victoire. As Napoleon himself hailed him on the battlefield, the very ablest undoubtedly of all the marshals. He knows it too. When the list of the marshals first came out, a friend called on Massena to know if it was true that he was one and to congratulate him. "Oh yes, thank you," replied Massena in an icy tone, puckering up his dark face with a sour look. "I am one of 14. He's Italian in blood and breeding, and in his tricky ways, every point about him, but he'd give his soul to be a Frenchman. Massene is what he is always trying to get people to call him. And the airs and self-importance he assumes, though, only like most of the others in that, indeed ever since he became Monseigneur le Marechal, and has had the honor of being addressed as Mon cousin by the emperor. Just think of it. In the old days, behind the counter of that little olive oil and dried fruit shop up a narrow, smelly back street at Antibes, plain Citoyen André was good enough. Just look at that thin, pouting chest, gleaming all over with gold embroidery, with the broad crimson riband of the Legion of Honor slanting across it, and the aggressive tilt of his ostrich-plumed hat. Imagine all that being once upon a time just a cabin boy on a Marseille to Leghorn coaster, half-starved and sworn at and cuffed and kicked about by a curmudgeonly padrone. Then fancy it a sneaking smuggler, chevied about, and crouching along to keep out of carbine shot of the nice douaniers. After that, Sergeant Massena of the late King's Royal Italian Regiment of the Line, and so to the baton. They are most of them rather Terre-Monty just now, with their exultations spick and span on them, these demigods of war of ours. Just see them in the field or on the march, away from the emperor. They stalk ahead in solitary grandeur, each with his own pas seul, keeping the lesser creation at arm's length, wrapped up in his own dignified importance. Yet only 6 months since their lofty excellencies were mere generals of division, citoyen general this or that, each one, just units among 120-odd others. Nowadays, on the march, your marshal rides by himself, 40 yards ahead of everybody. His staff have to tail off well in rear and keep back. M. le Marechal doesn't deign to open his lips except to give an order. He lives by himself. Nobody now is good enough to ask to dinner, except perhaps another marshal. No off-duty pleasantries nowadays, no more bon camaraderie, no more telling of Palais Royal stories as it used to be, no more cracking of jokes beside the bivouac fire. You might as well expect a bishop to have a game of marbles. Let a former brother officer tutor a marshal. Poor fellow. Let him try, if he wants to know what a paralyzing, rasping, cold-blooded snub is, to get a flattening backhander he'll remember as long as he wears the uniform. That tall, bull-necked, heavy-featured man is Augereau. Gros comme un tambour major. Absolutely fearless under fire, kind-hearted to those he takes a fancy to, they say, but ordinarily a coarse-tongued swashbuckler with barrack-room manners. There too is Lannes, that keen-eyed, short man, holding his head as if he had a crick in his neck. He has one, a permanent one, the result of a bullet under the jaw from a British Marine's musket in the trenches at Acre. A hot-tempered, fiery, devil-may-care fellow is Lannes, but as cold as ice on the battlefield when things look like going wrong. Among friends, chivalrous and generous-hearted to a degree, his men worship Lannes, the Roland of the Grand Army, some call him. That is Montse, and that very tall and erect, dry, rather dense-looking, hawk-nosed marshal with the shaggy eyebrows, Mortier. Mark Bernadotte there, that shifty-eyed Gascon with a sharp nose and thick hair, of medium height, nobody really trusts him. An ingrained Jacobin strip his arm, and you will find tattooed on it indelibly for life. Mort Auxroy's, and a schemer, Napoleon named him a marshal for political reasons mainly, although no doubt he has the same soldier qualifications as the rest, has won a pitched battle or taken 2 fortresses. A cunning, plausible fellow is Bernadotte, with ready smile and a smooth tongue. He calls everybody mon ami, whether he is talking to a brigadier or a bugler. Quid diable fate il dans cette galère? Say a good many people of the commander of the First Army Corps. Over yonder stands Bessieres, Murat's great friend, a gentlemanly enough fellow, but at times thick-headed, hardly of the mental caliber of his confreres. Yet Bessieres is an ideal leader of horse on the battlefield, as reckless as a lion at bay. You should see him head a charge sword in hand. One of Napoleon's pets is he, and the only man in the army who sticks to his cue. Bessieres flatly refused to cut it off when the order was given last June for everybody to copy Le Petit Tendu, the little shorn one, as the men call the emperor, and it hangs halfway down his back. That dark, sleek-faced, heavy-eyed man is Jourdan, commander-in-chief once of the Army of the Revolution. The Anvil, some call him, he has been so often soundly beat. But all the same, he was too popular with the army for Napoleon to pass him over. Jourdan it was who invented the conscription system. He started in life as a linen draper at Grenoble. There is, of course, too, Brune, who isn't here today, but he doesn't count for much. A minor poet and a journalist was he once upon a time. He's another of the clever-tongued Jacobins the emperor gave the baton to as a sop. Look near the emperor, at that neat athletic figure of middle height. That is old Berthier. He is from 10 to 15 years older than most of the other marshals, or, in fact, than the emperor himself. Berthier, in fact, is old enough to have been a captain in the army of the ancient regime, and can remember how he first smelt powder fighting under Lafayette and Washington against the British in America. He was a staff officer when Napoleon first came to the École Militaire here from Brienne as a boy gentleman cadet. A heaven-born chief of the staff is Marshal Berthier, and the emperor without him in a campaign would be like a man without his right hand. Every detail goes like clockwork with Berthier at the head of the État Major. You should see the two of them on campaign, working together in the Quartier General. Napoleon will be sprawling on his stomach at full length over a huge set of maps which cover, spread out, nearly the whole floor of the tent. An open pair of compasses in his hand, a box of pins with little paper flagheads, red, blue, yellow, green, at one side, some of them already stuck over the map marking the positions of the different corps and of the enemy. He has the compasses set to scale, to mark off some 17 to 20 miles, which means from 22 to 25 miles of road, taking into account the windings. To and fro, he twists and turns the compasses like lightning and decides in an instant the marches for each column to arrive at the desired point, all timed exactly to the very day and hour with an astonishing certainty and precision. He calls out his instructions in half a dozen words or so, sharply snapped out, for Berthier, who all the time is standing near, bending down at Napoleon's shoulder, notebook and pencil in hand, to take down. Old Berthier has a veritable instinct for understanding what the emperor means. He can interpret the smallest grunt Napoleon makes. He can spin out 3 or 4 broken ejaculations into detailed orders for an army corps, all worked out with absolute clearness, in beautiful language. It is amazing how he does it, but he does do it. A staff officer, or else Bachelor d'Albe, the imperial military cartographer, the officer in charge of the maps, it may be, is all the while also kneeling by the pin box, and has the pins of the right color out and stuck in the maps as fast as the emperor wants them. The instant the emperor is satisfied, Berthier is off, and with the secretaries at work in his own quarters drafting the orders. Then, before you know well where you are, a dozen estafettes are galloping all over the country with the orders in, the case of a very important order, sometimes 3 or 4 staff officers each take a copy, to ride by different routes so as to minimize the risk of delay or capture. That is the working of Berthier's system, and there is not often a miscarriage or serious hitch in the delivery. And Mark Soult, the coming man of the marshals when he gets his chance, a wary old dog fox for an enemy to tackle. A sergeant of infantry in the old Royal Regiment of former days, the old 13th of the line, then a drill instructor of volunteers, now he is at the head of the army at Boulogne for the descent on England. Hardly even the emperor knows more about tactics than Soult. Note how self-possessed and masterful he looks, so cold and impassive of demeanor. Those eyes that seem to pierce through you, those clear-cut aquiline features, that face like a mask of bronze, show the character of the man. You wouldn't think, though, to see his fine soldier-like figure as he stands there, a warrior born to look at, that Soult is not only lame from a fall from his horse years ago, but has limped from his birth, from a clubfoot. That bald-headed marshal over there is Marshal Devout, a dashing subaltern of dragoons once in the old royal army. A fine tactician for a hot place is Devout, and when the fight has been won, no leader so harsh and pitiless to the vanquished enemy. He wears spectacles on service. He can hardly see 10 yards in front of his big nose. The ladies are very fond of Devout. He waltzes so nicely. And that other there is Marshal Ney. The Indefatigable is the army's name for him. He never spares himself, nor the enemy, on the battlefield. But after the last shot, there is no more generous victor than Marshal Ney. For sheer dogged pluck against odds, for simply marvelous intrepidity, the world cannot match Ney. Stalwart and square-shouldered, he carries himself with all the jaunty assurance of manner you would expect in perhaps the most dashing leader of hussars the army of France has known. He is an Alsatian, born by the Rhine, a pleasant-faced man with frank gray eyes, curly red hair over a broad, open forehead. Red Michael is one of the soldiers' names for Ney, and there is not one of the marshals for whom his men would do more. Such, if it may be permitted to describe them in this way, is something of what the marshals of Napoleon looked like on the day of the Eagle presentation on the field of Mars. All eyes were turned on the marshals as they stood there beside Napoleon. A brilliant array of soldierly figures in their red ostrich-plumed cocked hats, richly laced uniforms, gleaming brass-bound sword scabbards, and high jack-boots with clanking brass spurs. From the foot of the throne, a grand staircase led down to the parade ground, widening out with a curving sweep to either side at the foot. It terminated therewith, flanking the lower steps, 2 gilded statues, designed to represent, the one, France granting peace, the other, France making war. From top to bottom of the stairs, and extending at the foot to right and left along either side, stood in rows the colonels of the regiments on parade, together with the senior officers of the National Guard, all awaiting the emperor's appearance on the throne. Each bore the new eagle standard to be presented to his own corps. All were at their posts as the appointed moment neared, while at the same time Murat and his attendant cavalcade of brilliantly bedecked horsemen closed in and formed up in front, so as immediately to face Napoleon. On either hand of Murat were ranked the massed bands of the Imperial Guard, flanked by 2 solid phalanxes of drummers, each 1,000 strong. Nearby these were drawn up on horseback, on one side the officers of the headquarters staff at the War Office, on the other, the staff officers of the Army Corps of the Marshals. Napoleon and Josephine made their entry into the grand pavilion heralded by a procession, the bands of the guard playing the coronation march. Then, to the accompaniment of 3 successive shouts of Vive l'Empereur. From the soldiers the formal greeting to Napoleon on parade, in accordance with army regulation the emperor seated himself on the throne. He was in full imperial garb, wearing his imperial mantle of rich crimson velvet studded with golden bees, and the imperial crown, a golden laurel chaplet, after Charlemagne. In his right hand he bore the imperial scepter, a tall silver-gilt wand with an eagle surmounting it, also designed, as they said, after Charlemagne. Seating himself with Josephine at his side, in her state robes, and with a magnificent crown of diamonds on her head, Napoleon gave the order for the proceedings to begin. Murat, as governor of Paris, in immediate command of the parade, raised his glittering marshal's baton. The bands of the guard ceased playing abruptly. The next moment, the 2,000 infantry drums began to beat. It was the appointed signal for the detachments to advance and form up in front of the throne. At once, at the first roll of the drums, the soldiers ranged round the ground began to move. Wheeling some, countermarching others, here rapidly doubling. Their marking time looking, indeed, for the moment, at first, in the mass, to the untrained eye of the non-military spectator like a swarming ant-heap in motion, and inextricably intermingled like magic, all suddenly appeared in order. A series of columns, the heads of which, arrayed at regular intervals, were in unison converging concentrically towards the foot of the grand staircase in front of the throne. A dozen paces in rear of where Murat stood, all halted as one man. There was a quick movement of bayonets as arms were shouldered, the action making a glint of flashing steel in spite of the dull gray light overhead. Every sound was hushed as Napoleon rose to his feet. He faced the wide-spreading multitude and gazed silently over them for a moment, standing well forward where all might see him. Then he addressed the parade in strong, vibrant tones, which rang out clear and resonant over the whole assembly like a trumpet note. In words that seemed to thrill with intensified energy, he called on the soldiers before him, on behalf of themselves and their absent comrades, to take the oath of devotion to the eagles. "Soldiers," he began, his right arm outstretched with an impassioned gesture towards the eagles, whose bearers held them stiffly erect, all glancing and gleaming like polished gold, the bright-hued silken flags unfurled. "Behold your standards. These eagles to you shall ever be your rallying point. Wherever your emperor shall deem it needful for the defense of his throne and his people, there shall they be seen." He paused, then raising his right hand in the air with a swift, strenuous movement, Napoleon pronounced the oath. "You swear to sacrifice your lives in their defense, to maintain them by your courage ever in the path of victory. You swear it." The vast gathering stood as though spellbound. For one instant, all remained motionless and silent, held down as it were by overmastering emotion. Then, all together, with one accord, the soldiers found their voices. With a thundering shout that seemed to shake the air, the army made its response, answering back in one deep chorus. "Nous les Girons, we swear it." One and all enthusiastically re-echoed the words, while the colonels excitedly brandished and waved aloft the eagles. In a frenzy of martial ardor, the entire assembly, at the top of their voices, again and again declaimed, "We swear it! We swear it!" A wild, prolonged outburst of cheering followed, and exuberant shouts of "Vive l'Empereur!" Before the cheering had abated, the drums broke in again. The sharp clash and rattle recalled all to order instantly. Again, a dead silence fell over the great host, standing now with recovered arms. Up once more went Murat's marshal's baton. The next moment, the dense-set columns were standing stock-still like rows of statues, with arms at the shoulder. Napoleon resumed his seat on the throne, and as he did so, yet once more a wave of enthusiasm swept over the vast array. Redoubled shouts of "Vive l'Empereur!" burst wildly forth, the soldiers pulling off their hats or helmets and hoisting them on the points of their bayonets, excitedly waving them, while they shouted themselves breathless. Again the drums rolled, and again order was restored. And now the supreme act of the drama opened the formal presentation of each eagle to its own regimental deputation. Forthwith the wide-fronted columns, breaking swiftly into quarter-column formation, began to move, section by section, in turn. Rapidly, and as it almost seemed automatically, they resumed their first formation, extending round the field of Mars on 3 sides. From front to rear, the quarter columns took up a full 1.75 miles. Ranked in close order, the long-drawn-out array of troops on that set off, to a stately march from the bands of the guard, to pass along the front of the military school, before the flanking pavilion, and galleries and stands. So, in due course, all in turn came opposite to the foot of the great stairway ascending to the throne. Each section, as it came in front of the steps, made a pause. The colonels at the same moment were passing in file before Napoleon. Each in turn inclined the eagle that he bore towards the emperor. He held the staff at an angle of 45 degrees, the regulation method of salute, in accordance with an imperial order issued in the previous July, when the adoption of the eagle as the army standard was first announced. Napoleon, on his side, with his ungloved right hand, just touched each eagle. The colonels then, saluting, turned, one after the other, to descend the stairs. At the foot of the stairway, each delivered over the eagle to the standard-bearer of his regiment, who, together with the deputation, was at the spot to receive it. With the eagles in their charge, the regimental parties moved on. Passing in front of the stands and pavilions beyond, all wheeled there, to pass again round the arena of the Field of Mars, until they had reached their former stations, and halted, all ranged in the order in which they had taken post at their first arrival. There remained after that the grand finale. The march past of the eagle detachments before Napoleon now came on, designed as the consummation of the day's doings. In connection with that, however, there was an unfortunate incident. On the Field of Mars were displayed also the old army colors of the consulate, which, as has been said, had been brought to Paris at the order of the war minister by the regimental deputations. Paraded together with the new eagles, they helped to render the scene the more striking. But their presence led to an unforeseen complication, and in the end, a deplorable contretemps. The standard-bearers who had received the eagles were each, in addition, still carrying the old regimental flag. They had to carry both. No instructions had been given out by oversight, most probably as to the giving up of the old flags, or what was to be done with them. It may have been that Napoleon desired that the standards of the consulate and the eagles of the empire should be displayed together on that day. None knew better than he the deep attachment of the older men in the ranks for their former battle flags. Some of the old soldiers, indeed, even there on the Field of Mars, as we are told, were unable to restrain their feelings at the idea of having to part that day from their old colors. More than one tear was shed, relates an officer, amidst all the cheering and shouts of Vive l'Empereur. Enthusiastically, as most of the soldiers might welcome the new eagles in the presence of the emperor, all did not desire to part with colors which had led through the battle smoke on many a victorious field of the past, even in exchange for the glittering cuckoos, as barrackroom slang had already dubbed Napoleon's eagles, giving them in advance a soldier's nickname that stuck to them as long as the army of the empire lasted. Both sets of standards were carried in the march past, which proceeded without incident to a certain point. It was an effective display of the lusty manhood of France, of the pick of the grand army in its prime, not yet made chair o' cannon to gratify the ambition of one man. A curious commingling, too, of fighting costumes did the review present for the general spectators, those of yesterday side by side with those of the coming time. 3/4 of the soldiers went by wearing the stiff republican garb of the expiring regime, as adopted hastily at the outset of the Revolution. The long-skirted coat, cut after the old Royal Army fashion, but blue in color instead of white, and with white lapels and turnbacks. Long-flapped white waistcoats, white breeches, and high black cloth gaiters above the knee, such as their ancestors had worn in the days of Marshal Saxe. The old-style big cocked hat worn crosswise, or en-battle, as the soldiers called it, with a flaunting tricolor cockade in front. The new Napoleonic style was represented by the Imperial Guard and Audenot's Grenadier Division from Arras and the Light Infantry battalions, whose turnout in smartly cut coaties faced with red and green, with the tall, broad-topped shakos pictures of the time make us familiar with as the normal presentment of the soldiers of the Empire, attracted special attention. During the march past, Frimaire suddenly reasserted itself and brought about the regrettable incident that was to wind up the day. The parade was 3 parts through, when all of a sudden, a tremendous downpour of cold rain set in, discomfiting and scattering all who were looking on. With the drenching effect of a shower bath, the rain commenced to pour down in torrents, causing an immediate stampede among the general public. The rearmost columns of the soldiers had to pass before empty benches, tramping along stolidly through the mud, splashing ankle-deep through a sea of mud, as an officer put it. The spectators one and all disappeared. The immense crowd of sightseers left the benches on the embankment round the Champ de Mars and fled home en masse. The seat holders on the open stands in front of the École Militaire scurried off in like manner. The occupants of the pavilions and galleries, half drowned by the water that streamed down on them through the awnings, quitted their places in haste to seek shelter within the building. The downpour saturated the canopy of the Imperial Pavilion and dripped through. It compelled Josephine to get up from her throne and hurry indoors. The princesses promptly followed the Empress's example, all except one Napoleon's youngest sister, Caroline Murat. Caroline sat the march past out to the end, together, of course, with Napoleon himself and the marshals, and those court officials who had to stay where they were. Soaked through, she smilingly remarked that she was accustoming herself to endure the inconveniences inseparable from a throne. Then, at the close of the review, came the contretemps. After the last eagle had gone past the throne, when Napoleon had left on his way back to the Tuileries, as the troops were moving off the ground to return to their quarters, unanticipated trouble suddenly arose in connection with the old flags. What happened may best, perhaps, be described in the words of an eyewitness, a general present on the field of Mars, Baron Thibault. Immediately after the emperor had gone and the seats all round were empty, finding it tiresome to be loaded with the double set of standards, all the more so, no doubt, as it was raining, the standard-bearers apparently could think of nothing better than to rid themselves of the superseded flags. They began everywhere to throw them down, that is, to drop them where they stood in the mud. There they were trampled underfoot by the soldiers as they passed along on their way back to quarters. The outrage scandalized the older soldiers, and very nearly brought about a mutiny among some of them. Indignant, to continue in General Thibault's words, at such an outrage to national emblems which the army had been honoring and defending for 13 years past, many of the men in the regiments began to grumble and make angry protestations. Presently oaths and violent imprecations burst out on all sides, and then some of the grenadiers became mutinous and defiant. They declared that they would go back, regardless of the consequences, and forcibly recover possession of the old colors. The situation speedily became so threatening that General Thibault hastened off to warn Murat of what was happening. As he went, he came across one of the adjutants of the commandant of the military school. On the spur of the moment, he gave him orders to get together what men he could of the party who had been keeping the parade ground. Of these Thibault took personal charge and sent them round at once to collect the thrown-down colors and carry them inside the École Militaire. Apparently that satisfied the soldiers anxious, most of them, to get out of the wet as soon as possible. General Thibault tried after that to find Murat, intending to report to him, but Murat had by then left the field of Mars. In the end, the general decided, as perhaps the wisest course, to refrain from saying anything, not to take official notice of what had happened. After all, he was not on duty at the parade. He was only in Paris as an invited guest at the coronation festivities. Nobody, as a fact, said a word of the affair. By the authorities, all reference to it seems purposely to have been hushed up. Not a hint of anything of the sort appeared in the Moniteur, which published a fairly full report of the day's proceedings, not a word in any of the other Parisian papers. For the soldiers, a dinner of double rations at the emperor's expense wound up the day of the Eagles. For the great personages, there was a banquet at the Tuileries, at which the Pope and the emperor sat side by side at the same table, arrayed in their pontifical and imperial insignia, and waited upon by the grand officers of the crown. Afterwards, without delaying in the capital, the deputations set off on their return to rejoin their regiments. Their arrival at their various destinations was celebrated everywhere, by imperial order, by a full-dress parade and state reception of the Eagle by each corps, the occasion being further treated as a fête day and opportunity for a general carousal in camp or garrison. At Boulogne, the regiments of the Army of England took over their Eagles at a grand review on December 23, Marshal Soult presiding over the ceremony. The old standards of the consulate, some bearing on them the battle scars of Marengo and Hohenlinden, remained where General Thibault's assistants had left them stacked, leaning up against the wall in one of the corridors of the military school, until they were carted off in artillery tumbrils to the central depot at Vincennes. There, on New Year's Day of 1805, they were officially made away with, burned to ashes in the presence of an Ordnance Department official told off to certify to their complete destruction. That was the authorized method in France of disposing of the standards of a discredited regime. But all the same, it was a hard fate for national emblems that had waved victoriously over so many a hard-fought field. Such were the principal scenes and incidents of the day of the Field of Mars, when Napoleon presented the Eagles of the Empire to the soldiers of the Grand Army. Chapter 3. In the first campaign. Under fire with Marshal Ney. The Eagles made their debut on the battlefield amid a blaze of glory. Within a 12-month of the Field of Mars, they had swooped irresistibly across half the continent, leading forward victoriously through the cannon smoke in combat after combat, to achieve the crowning triumphs of Ulm and Austerlitz. Within the 12-month, they witnessed the overwhelming defeat of more than 200,000 foes, the capture of 500 cannon, while 120 standards had been paraded before them as spoils of victory. In the first fortnight of September 1805, Austria and Russia, as the protagonists in Pitt's great European coalition against Napoleon, declared war on France, and an army of 80,000 Austrians traversed Bavaria in hot haste to take post at Ulm by the Danube, on the frontiers of Württemberg. There they proposed to hold Napoleon in check, until their Russian allies, whose advance by forced marches through Poland had already begun, could join hands with them. After that, they would press forward in resistless force to cross the Rhine and invade France. But Napoleon was beforehand with them from the outset. Within 24 hours of the ultimatum reaching his hands, he had made the opening move in the campaign. The lion, whose skin had been sold, had crouched for the fatal spring. General Mack, the Austrian commander-in-chief, entered Bavaria on September 8. On September 1, Napoleon's Army of the Ocean had struck its tents in Boulogne camp and started on its way, with plans laid that ensured Mack's overthrow. 180,000 soldiers were hastening along every high road through Hanover, Holland, and Flanders, and in eastern France towards the Great Plain of central Bavaria, to deal the Austrians the heaviest and most resounding blow ever yet dealt to a modern army. Napoleon, screening his movement by means of Murat's cavalry, sent ahead on a wide front to occupy the attention of the Austrian outposts, made a bold sweep right round Mack's right flank. Before the Austrian general had any suspicion that there was a single Frenchman on that side of him, the entire French army had passed the Danube in his rear, and had blocked the great highway from Vienna. Napoleon, at the first move, had cut the Austrian line of communication with their base. He had barred the only route by which the Russians could approach to Mack's assistance. That done swiftly and successfully, while Mack, startled and utterly staggered at the sudden appearance of the enemy in his rear, was hurriedly facing about in confusion to try to hold his ground, Napoleon struck at him hard. He hurled attack after attack in force on the Austrian flanking divisions on both wings of Mack's army and broke them up. Taking thousands of prisoners and many guns, he drove the wreck, a disorganized mass of scared and helpless battalions, en route to the walls of Ulm itself. Penned in there, ringed round by 100,000 French bayonets, with the French artillery pouring shot and shell into the doomed fortress from commanding heights within short range, General Mack, left now with barely 30,000 men, after a despairing interview with Napoleon, was terrorized into immediate surrender at discretion. Amid such scenes did the Eagles of the Field of Mars undergo their baptism of fire. Ever in the forefront under fire, brilliantly, time and again, did those who bore them do their duty. It was round the Eagles of Marshal Ney's corps, the Fighting Sixth, that the fiercest contests of the campaign centered, and on every occasion they gained honor. In the sharp brush at the bridge across the Danube at Reisenberg, near the small town of Günzburg, on October 8, one of the opening encounters of the campaign, the Eagle of the 59th of the line showed the way to victory. The Austrians, whom Ney surprised on the south side or right bank, retreating as the French approached, had partially broken down the bridge before Ney's men could reach the place. The Danube flows wide and deep at Reisenberg, and there was no other means of getting over. Ney had explicit orders from Napoleon to cross over and occupy Günzburg, and to hold the river passage. As the 59th, who led the attack, got to the bridge, a long and narrow wooden structure, the Austrian sappers were hard at work destroying it, covered by a rearguard brigade of infantry and artillery. The planking had been ripped away, but most of the bridge framework and supporting beams still stood. The 59th came up and opened fire, compelling the sappers to withdraw. Then a hasty effort was made by the pioneers of the regiment under fire to repair part of the bridge. They made a way across with planks wide enough for a few men to scramble over together. In places, only one man could get across at a time. At once the 59th rushed forward cheering, but the concentrated Austrian fire from the other side was too hot to face. They were beaten back 3 times, the dead and wounded falling into the rushing stream below. But were they not the 59th? No other of the regiments following them in rear should have the honor of being the first to make the passage. The eagle-bearer of the 59th, weaving the eagle aloft, headed a fourth attack, with Colonel Gerard Lacuey, the colonel of the regiment, a distinguished officer and an honorary ADC, to the emperor beside him. The two led out in front, regardless of the storm of bullets round them. Colonel Lacuey fell mortally wounded. An officer ran forward and carried the colonel back to die on the riverbank, but the eagle-bearer went on. "Soldiers," the brave fellow stopped for an instant to turn round and shout back to his comrades, "your eagle goes forward. I shall carry it across alone." The men of the 59th, thrown into a frenzy at the sight of their eagle's peril, rallied instantly to follow. The 4 leading companies held on bravely and got across. Then they charged the Austrians at the point of the bayonet and drove them back into the village. That, though, was not all. Fresh Austrians had turned back to help their rearguard troops. Firing from the riverbank on either side of the village, for a time they stopped the other French regiments from crossing the bridge after the 59th. Austrian dragoons and infantry at the same time charged the gallant regiment, entirely isolated now on that side of the river. But they could not break the 59th. Forming square, the 2 battalions, with their eagles held on high as rallying centers, kept a host of foes at bay. 3 fierce Austrian charges did they beat off and then help arrived. A second regiment, the 50th, had by then managed to get across the bridge. The 2 regiments maintained themselves there all the afternoon until nightfall and then bivouacked on the ground they had won until morning, passing an anxious time, under arms, unable to light a fire. Fortunately, in the dark the Austrians did not realize our small numbers. They were more anxious to cover their own retreat. Before daylight, the Austrians fell back and the passage of the Danube was won. There was another morning's work, on October 11. At Haslach on the north bank of the Danube, not far from Ulm, a brigade of Dupont's division of Ney's corps, advancing on that side on its own account, was suddenly set on by 5 times its number of Austrians. The brigade was made up of 3 regiments, the 9 Mileger, or 9th Light Infantry, the 32nd, and the 69th. They stumbled, as it were, suddenly on the Austrians, whereupon General Dupont, who was riding with the brigade, on the opposite side of the river from the rest of his troops, judging that if he fell back it would betray his weakness, made a dash at the enemy. His daring deceived the Austrians, who believed that he was the advanced guard of a large force close behind. They held back at first and awaited attack. Throwing the 32nd into Haslach to hold the village, Dupont boldly charged with the 2 other regiments, and at the first onset made 1,500 prisoners, numbers equal to a quarter of his total force. The Austrians, however, rallied and returned to the fight. They brought up reinforcements and entrenched themselves in the village of Juningen, nearby, where again Dupont attacked them. 5 times did the 9th Light Infantry take and retake Juningen at the point of the bayonet, their 2 battalion eagles heading the attack each time. No fewer than 6 officers, bearing the eagles in turn, fell in the fight. "Ces corps ni devant etener de rien," commented Napoleon in praising Dupont and his men. At Elchingen, a village in the immediate neighborhood of Ulm, the scene of the brilliant victory by which Marshal Ney won his title of Duc d'Elchingen, the eagles of 2 regiments won distinction, through the individual heroism of the officers who, holding them on high, en haut l'aigle, was the charging cry led the onset that stormed the place. Ney headed the 6th Light Infantry personally, in full uniform and ablaze with decorations, offering a splendid target to the enemy. Ney led the 6th with the eagle of the 1st Battalion carried close at his side. 15,000 Austrians with 40 guns held Elchingen, and the post is described as being one of the strongest positions that could be imagined. The village itself, a large place, consisted of successive piles of stone houses, intersected at right angles by streets, rising in the form of an amphitheater from the banks of the Danube to a large convent which crowns the summit of the ascent. All the exposed points on heights were lined with artillery, all the windows filled with musketeers. The village was on the north bank, and the river had to be crossed to get to it. First, the gallant 6th Light Infantry stormed the bridge. It had been partly destroyed by the Austrians on the day before, and its tottering arches were now swept by cannonballs, plunging down from batteries on the heights in rear, and a tornado of bullets from sharpshooters in the houses near the riverside. Fighting their way forward step by step, the 6 ledger went on. Their eagle headed the advance. Its bearer was wounded, but he proudly brandished on high the standard, its silken flag torn to tatters by bullets, and with one wing of the eagle broken by a shot. With the 6th fought, the 69th of the line. The 2 regiments forced their way along the steep crooked main street uphill, fired down on furiously meanwhile from the windows. Parties of men at times entered the houses at the sides and fought the enemy inside bayonet to bayonet, from floor to floor. The 6th and the 69th pressed forward, broke down the enemy's resistance, and carried Elchingen. The Austrians finally, after a gallant attempt to hold out in the convent on the hilltop, abandoned it as fresh French troops came up from across the river. On the battlefield, when the fight was over, Napoleon, with the imperial staff round him, publicly congratulated Marshal Ney. He named him later Duc d'Elchingen. In the presence of the 6th Light Infantry and the 69th, specially paraded at the spot for the occasion. The Eagles of Ney, again, were foremost at the winning of the final fight at Ulm. They led the furious onrush that stormed the steep heights of Michelsburg and Les Tuileries, the key of the last Austrian position. Thence Napoleon looked down directly into the fortress, and within an hour of Ney's brilliant final feat, the French shells, from batteries, quickly galloped up to the heights, were bursting in Ulm, carrying terror and death into every quarter of the city. On that came the surrender of General Mack. The curtain next rises on the intensely dramatic 5th act of the tragedy, the march out of the Austrians to lay down their arms. In that display, the eagles had their allotted place. Before them, brought forward and prominently paraded, each eagle in advance of its own corps in line, with the whole grand army ranged in battle order as spectators of the scene, the standards of the vanquished foe defiled out of the gates of Ulm, and were laid down on the ground in formal token of surrender. Napoleon proved himself at Ulm a born stage manager. Hardly ever before, never in modern war, had such a spectacle been witnessed as that presented on that chill and cheerless October Sunday forenoon, October 20, 1805, in the heart of central Germany, beside the banks of the rushing Danube, roaring past, a yellow foaming torrent after weeks of autumn rain, amid pine-clad summits extending far and wide on either hand. Along the lower slopes of the high ground to the north and east of Ulm, drawn up in lines and columns over a wide semicircle, stood the victorious army, massed round, as it were, in a vast amphitheater. They formed up by army corps and took post grim and silent, drawn up in battle array, with muskets loaded and bayonets fixed. The cavalry with sabers drawn were on one side, the infantry on the other, facing them and leaving a space between, along which the Austrians were to pass. 50 loaded cannon, in line along one ridge, pointed down on the city. In front, towards the river, there rose a small knoll, an outlying spur of rock. On that Napoleon took his station beside a blazing watchfire which marked the spot from far. Accompanying him were most of the marshals and the assembled état-major of the Grand Army, a numerous and brilliant gathering. Immediately in rear stood massed the 10,000 men of the Imperial Guard. 2 army corps, a little way from the rest, had a special post of honor. They were drawn up at the end of the wide semicircle of the main army nearest the Augsburg gate of Ulm, immediately where the defilating column of captives would present themselves before passing Napoleon to lay down their arms and standards. The 2 corps were, that on the right, Ney's, the 6th Army Corps, the heroes of the day par excellence. On the left, the 2nd Corps, Marmont, who had been doing notable work elsewhere in the neighborhood of Ulm. Ney, with his personal staff beside him, was on horseback in front of the center of his corps. Marmont had his post in like manner in front of his men. As his personal reward for the leading part, Ney and the 6th Corps had in bringing about the triumph, that marshal had the special honor of being designated to superintend the surrender. A few minutes before 10 o'clock, the French drums began to beat, and the regimental bands to play. Immediately after that, the long drawn-out procession of sullen and woe-begone-looking Austrian captives began silently to trail its way out of the Stuttgart gate of the fortress. Suddenly, we saw an endless column file out of the town and march up in front of the emperor, on the plain at the foot of a mountain. General Mack himself headed it, wan-faced and pale as the white uniform coat he wore, his eyes filled with tears, his head bowed, a pitiful and abject figure to behold. After him followed 18 Austrian generals, a surprising number, most of them as wretched and downcast-looking as their chief. "Behold, sire, the unfortunate Mac," was the ill-fated leader's address to Napoleon as he formally presented his sword. Napoleon, in a mood as well he might be in that hour of unparalleled triumph, to show courtesy to the fallen foe, desired Mac to keep his sword and remain at his side. He said the same to the 18 other generals, as, one by one, they came up in turn to tender him their swords. He returned each his sword, and bade them all place themselves near their chief. When all the swords had been presented and returned, Napoleon made the Austrian generals collectively a short harangue. "Gentlemen," he began, "war has its chances. Often victorious, you must expect sometimes to be vanquished." He did not really know, Napoleon went on, why they were fighting. Their master had begun against him an unjust war. "I want nothing on the continent," said Napoleon in conclusion, "only ships, colonies, and commerce." It was on the day before Trafalgar that these memorable words were spoken. The Austrian generals stared at Napoleon blankly, but not one uttered a word. They were all very dull. It was the emperor alone who kept up the conversation. Then they took their stand beside their conqueror and looked on at the bitterly humiliating scene of the defilade of their fellow soldiers. In an almost incessant throng the columns of the Austrian army streamed by, white-clad cuirassiers, hussars in red and blue and gray, battery after battery of cocked-hatted, brown-garbed artillerymen riding with or on their rumbling dull-yellow wheeled guns, battalion after battalion of white-coated linesmen, dark green-coated Jaegers, Hungarian grenadiers, and so on. 27,000 officers and men and 60 field guns in all defiled past the eagles, proudly arrayed there above them, in front of the serried lines of glittering French bayonets along the hillsides. For 5 hours on end, the host of captives plodded on before the rocky brow from which Napoleon surveyed the spectacle. Tramping by, their muskets without bayonets and unloaded, their cartridge boxes emptied. In several regiments, the men maintained a fair semblance of discipline and military order. But the ranks of all were sadly bedraggled-looking, the white uniforms torn and soiled and besmirched with powder smoke, with many of the men hatless or limping from wounds or with bound-up heads, and their arms in blood-stained slings. As had been ordered by Napoleon, they carried with them their standards. No fewer than 40 silken battle flags, for the most part cased, but here and there was to be seen one not furled, displaying, as though in futile defiance, its flaunting yellow folds with the double-headed black eagle. As the Austrian linesmen came abreast of where Napoleon stood, the pace of the men slackened. Every eye was turned to look at him, at the small gray-coated figure on foot beside the watchfire, standing near the crestfallen group of their own generals, a few paces from the bright and brilliant-hued cavalcade of French marshals and the staff. All stared at Napoleon, gazing as if under a spell. Then, in the midst of it all, this happened. Suddenly, as they passed Napoleon, a shout rose from among the ranks of the defeated army. "Es lebe der Kaiser," long live the emperor. The cry burst forth with startling effect. It was repeated, and then several men took it up. But what did it mean? "Es lebe der Kaiser" was the national German greeting and salute to their own Austrian sovereign as head of the empire, to the Kaiser at Vienna, the Emperor of Germany. Did the soldiers who first raised the cry intend it for that, or to hail Napoleon, as his own men did, with a "Vive l'Empereur"? The words bore the same meaning. Or did the men fling the words at Napoleon in a sort of bravado, as a show of defiance? Some of the Austrians assuredly did mean them so, to relieve the breaking strain, the terrible tension of the ordeal. At least some of the French officers near Napoleon took that view of it. "As they passed by," describes one, "the prisoners, seized with wonder, with admiration, slowed down in their march to gaze at their conqueror, and some cried out, 'Long live the emperor!' But no doubt under very different emotions, some with evident mortification. From the presence of Napoleon, the captive army passed to the scene of the act of final humiliation, to the place where, midway between the lines of bayonets of the troops of Ney and Marmont, they were to lay down their colors and ground their arms. The colors were first surrendered. A French general, Andreassi, formerly Napoleon's ambassador in London, receiving them, with half a dozen staff officers and orderlies, who deposited the flags one by one in 2 commissariat wagons drawn up close by. It was a moment of the deepest and keenest anguish for proud and gallant soldiers. All round them on the hillsides, most of the French, overcome by excitement over the unprecedented and amazing spectacle, were by that time almost beside themselves, rending the air with exulting shouts and cheers. Under the cruel stress of the ordeal, as the supreme moment came on, the self-possession of some of the Austrians, tried beyond endurance, gave way. The men of the cavalry and artillery bore themselves throughout with well-disciplined steadiness. As they came to the appointed place, where groups of French cavalry troopers and gunners, told off to take over their horses and guns, were standing near the roadside awaiting them, they dismounted at the word of command from their own commanders and stood back. With hardly a murmur from the ranks, the Austrian troopers unbuckled their swords and carbines and pistols and dropped them in heaps at the places pointed out to them. With quiet dignity, the officers relinquished their gold-embroidered banners into the enemy's hands. In grim silence, they saw the victors who there, at any rate, behaved with courtesy and soldierly consideration for the feeling of the vanquished step forward to take possession of their horses and their cannon. Many of the Austrians had tears running down their cheeks. Some stood trembling with suppressed passion, but all preserved order and behaved with complete decorum as became disciplined soldiers. With others, unfortunately, with some of the infantry corps, it was otherwise. At the very last, before arriving at the place where they were to give up their weapons, a number of the men in some of the marching regiments broke down under the fearful strain of the moment and lost their heads. In many regiments, no doubt, the soldiers obeyed mechanically, acting like men half-stunned after a violent shock. They did as they were told and passively grounded their arms to order. But in others, the final scene was attended by acts of wild frenzy, pitiful to behold. In, as it were, a paroxysm of exasperation at the disgrace that had befallen them, the rank and file of these broke out recklessly and got at once beyond all efforts of their officers to control. With one accord, they began smashing the locks and butts of their muskets on the ground with savage curses, flinging away their arms all round, and stripping off their accoutrements and stamping on them, trampling them down in the mud. These, though, as has been said, were only some of the men, and in certain regiments. The majority of the Austrians bore themselves with fortitude and calmness. At the end of the afternoon, the Imperial Guard, headed by their eagle and band, marched into Ulm and through the city, as we are told, amid the shouts of the whole populace. So terminated the tragedy of Ulm, in the presence of the eagles on their first triumphant battlefield. The spoils of the eagles at all points, as announced by Napoleon in the Ulm Bulletin of the Grand Army, were 60,000 prisoners, 200 pieces of cannon, and, in all, 90 flags. The 40 standards surrendered at Ulm itself. Napoleon sent to Paris forthwith after a grand parade of the trophies at Augsburg, in which 90 sergeants of the Imperial Guard bore in procession the Austrian flags. The Ulm trophies were made an imperial gift for the Senate. "It is a homage," wrote Napoleon, "which I and my army pay to the sages of the empire." They were the flags, it may be added, which were displayed at the head of Napoleon's coffin on the occasion of his state funeral in 1840. They form 4/5 of the trophies now grouped round Napoleon's tomb. Alone of the trophies of the Ulm campaign, and also of the Austerlitz campaign which followed it, they escaped destruction in the Holocaust of Napoleon's trophies that took place at the Invalids in March 1814, on the night of the surrender of Paris to the Allies. How that came to pass will be told later. There was a very interesting sequel to the Ulm campaign for one of Ney's regiments. A brief but brilliant campaign in the Tyrol on their own account followed for Ney's men immediately after Ulm. Entering the Tyrol with 2 of his divisions, Ney attacked and by brilliant tactics overthrew the Tyrolese forces and Austrian regulars, who barred his way in a position among the mountains deemed impregnable. The battalion Eagles of the 69th gave the signal for the frontal attack, which stormed the enemy's position. Guided by chamois hunters, the soldiers with the Eagles scaled the face of a precipitous line of crags, which overhung in rear the Austrian center. By inserting their bayonets into fissures in the rocks and clinging to shrubs and creepers, their haversacks tied round their heads as protection from the stones that the Tyrolese above showered down on them. At the top, driving in the defenders, they held up the gleaming eagles in the sunlight on the brink of the precipice to the marshal below, firing down on the Austrians at the same time to demoralize their resistance and clear the way for Ney's main effort. Les Aigles du 69, mi plantis sur la cime des rochers servirent de signal à l'attaque de front, quellemerchel ne avait prepare. Innsbruck, the capital of the Tyrol, and the headquarters of the Austrian Army Corps garrisoning the country, was the immediate prize of the victory. It was there that this incident took place. One of Ney's regiments, the 76th, had fought in the Tyrol 6 years before. In Massena's campaign of 1799, in one of the battles of which at Senft in the Grisons, on August 22, 2 of its battalions lost their colors. An officer of the regiment, while visiting the arsenal at Innsbruck after Ney's capture of the city, came across the 2 flags there, in tatters from bullet holes, hung up as trophies. He made known his discovery, and the place was quickly filled with the soldiers of the regiment, eager to see the old flags. They crowded round them and kissed the fragments of their old colors, with tears in their eyes. Ney had the flags removed at once. He restored them to the custody of the regiment with his own hand at a grand parade in the presence of the rest of his army, which the marshal attended with his staff all in full uniform. The old colors were received with an elaborate display of military ceremonial. They were borne along the lines while the regimental band played a stately march, and the eagles of both battalions were formally dipped in salute to them. On receiving Ney's report, Napoleon thought fit to give the recovery of the flags a bulletin to itself, relating how they had been lost in battle, and the affliction profonde of the regiment in consequence. He set forth how they had been found and handed back by Marshal Ney to the regiment, with an affecting solemnity that drew tears from the eyes of both the old soldiers and the young conscripts, proud of having had their share in regaining them. Le soldat franchise, concluded the bulletin, a pour ses drapeaux un sentiment qui teint de la tendresse, ils sont l'objet de son culte, command present recoup des mains d'une mère. A medal was specially struck to commemorate the event, and Napoleon, in addition, specially commissioned an artist, Manier, to paint a picture for him of Marshal Ney presenting the recovered colors to the regiment. The painting is now in one of the galleries of Versailles. The midnight battle by the Danube. A startling and dramatic episode of the first campaign of the Eagles comes next. It took place during the second stage of the war. In the midst of Napoleon's impetuous advance on Vienna down the Danube Valley, after Ulm intent on dealing a shattering blow at the advanced army corps of the Russians, which had reached Lower Austria and was making an effort to cover the capital, Napoleon made a false move and left one of the headmost French divisions in an exposed position, temporarily isolated. It got trapped by the Russians at Dürrenstein, or Dürnstein, on the north side of the Danube, to the west of and about 70 miles up the river from Vienna, and was all but annihilated. There was nearly 20 hours of continuous fighting, including a night battle of the fiercest and most desperate character, in which 3 eagles were temporarily lost, fortunately to be recovered later among the dead on the battlefield. It was on an extemporized corps, specially placed under the command of Marshal Mortier, that the blow fell. While Napoleon and the Grand Army in force advanced along the south, or right, bank of the Danube, Mortier had been detached across the river to hold in check any attempt to interfere with the main operations from the Bohemian side. A body of Austrian cavalry, under the Archduke Ferdinand, had managed to cut their way through from Ulm at one point just before the closing of the net round General Mack. With the aid of the local militia levies, these might prove troublesome on the line of communications. To deal with them, 3 divisions drawn from as many corps were amalgamated as Mortier's Special Corps, which numbered in all between 20 and 25,000 men. Gauzen's division, lent by Marshal Lannes, Dupont S., lent by Ney, Dumonceau's, lent by Marmont. To keep Mortier in touch with the main body of the army, and that he might be reinforced in emergency, a flotilla of Danube craft was at the same time improvised and placed in charge of the seamen of the Guard, a battalion of whom had accompanied Napoleon for the campaign. The flotilla was to keep pace with Mortier and link him with Napoleon. Mortier crossed at Linz and moved forward, his 3 divisions each a day's march apart, for convenience of provisioning. He marched so fast, however, that he outstripped the connecting boats. At the moment the fighting opened, the flotilla was miles in rear. It had been stopped and its progress blocked near Moltke, unable in the swollen state of the Danube to pass the dangerous Strudel or Whirlpool, there, raging just then, after the heavy autumn rains with the force of a swirling maelstrom. The flooded river had made it extremely difficult work all the way, even for the picked seamen of the guard, to navigate with safety the assortment of boats and timber rafts. Clumsy structures of logs and spars lashed together, 160 feet long each, and planked over, with cabins on the planks, which composed the flotilla. On them, together with a quantity of spare stores and ammunition for the army, convalescents and footsore men of various regiments were being carried, who, it was intended, would thus be on the spot to reinforce Mortier first of all in case of danger. Immediately after passing Durenstein, the leading division, General Gazins, numbering some 6,000 men, unexpectedly stumbled across part of the Russian rearguard. All unknown to Mortier, the Russian army corps which had been entrenched in front of Vienna had abandoned its position and had hastily withdrawn north of the river, crossing a short distance from Durenstein. Mortier, after clearing a narrow and difficult pass on the eastern side of Durenstein, with steep and rocky hills on one hand and the Danube on the other, first learned of the presence of the enemy by catching sight of the smoke of the burning bridge of Krems, which the Russians had set fire to after passing over. Then he suddenly found his further advance barred by troops with guns, who rapidly formed up across his path. The Russians took up a formidable-looking position, but the marshal decided to attack without waiting for Dupont to come up with the 2nd Division, or for the flotilla, both miles in rear. The sight of the burning bridge and the apparent haste of the enemy to get across the river, it would seem, misled Mortier into thinking that the Russians had been in action with Napoleon and were in flight trying to escape. He went at them without pausing to reconnoiter. He assumed that they were only making a show of defense. The troops before him he would sweep aside easily. Then he would press on and complete the rout of the rest of the Russians, whom he took to be retreating in confusion, screened by the force he saw, across his front. Confident of easy success, Mortier entered into the fight then and there. The sudden rencontre, as has been said, was a surprise for the marshal. Half an hour previously, a battle had been almost the last thing in Mortier's thoughts. His guns were on board a number of river boats, which were being drifted downstream abreast of the troops, the artillery horses being led with the marching columns along the bank. The boats had been requisitioned a few miles back, so as to enable the troops to get on faster over the rough stretch of road through the pass of Durenstein. The guns were hastily disembarked and raced forward into the firing line in order to stop a forward movement that the Russians, who promptly took advantage of the opportunity offered by Mortier being apparently without artillery, began by making. The Russians came on and quickly increased in numbers to Marshal Mortier's further surprise. Were those beaten troops in full flight? They began to swarm down to meet the French, heading for the guns as these were being brought forward. The fight rapidly became general, and charge after charge was made by the Russians to carry Mortier's guns. They captured them, but were then beaten back and the guns recaptured. Twice were the guns taken and retaken. The 2 French regiments nearest the guns, the 100th and 103rd, defended them with brilliant courage. Their 4-battalion Eagles conspicuous in the forefront and repeatedly the center of desperate fighting, as the Russians essayed again and again at the point of the bayonet to make prize of the gleaming emblems. But more and more Russians kept joining in, and after 4 hours of very severe fighting, the marshal began to get anxious. He had gained ground towards Krems and had made some 1,500 prisoners, but every foot of the way had been stubbornly contested, and his losses had been serious. Mortier after that left the troops, and with an aide-de-camp galloped back through the pass in order to hasten up Dupont, but the 2nd Division was still at a distance. Dupont's men were still a long way beyond Durenstein and could not arrive for some time yet. Mortier could only tell them not to lose a moment and then retrace his own steps. On his way back, to his amazement, he came upon a 2nd Russian column in great strength in the act of debouching from a side pass and entering Durenstein. It had come round by a track among the hills on the north to take Gazin's division in rear and interpose between it and Dupont's reinforcing troops. At considerable personal risk, the marshal managed to evade discovery by the Russians. By following a devious bypath, he at length got back to where Gazin's division was, as before, in hot action and slowly forcing the Russians back. Mortier stopped the advance at once. He faced his troops about, and while keeping off his original enemy, retreated, closing his columns and rushing all back as fast as possible to repass the defile of Durenstein and confront the new enemy on the further side, in a position he might hold until Dupont could reinforce him. But it was already too late. The French reached the entrance of the pass on the near side to find it already occupied by the Russians, who were pouring through in dense masses. There were nearly 20,000 of them on that side of him and 15,000 on the other, his former foes now fast closing in from behind hard on his heels. Mortier's reduced ranks numbered barely 4,000 all told. Owing to the high, steep rocks on one hand and the river on the other, it was impossible to push past the Russians on either flank. All that could be done was to attack in front and try to cut a way through. That, or to surrender. With reckless impetuosity, the French attacked, firing furiously and flinging themselves on the Russian bayonets while their rearguard, facing round, kept their first foes back. For 2 long hours they fought like that, their ranks swept by the enemy's cannon on each side. At length they forced the entrance to the pass, but they could get no farther. They had by then lost all their guns but 2, but they still had all their eagles. With bullet holes through some of them and their silken flags shot away or torn to tatters, the eagles did their part. Now they were rallying centers, now they were leading charges. There was hardly a battalion in which the first standard-bearer had not gone down. All were fighting almost without hope, holding out in sheer despair as long as they had cartridges left, when, as that dreadful November afternoon was drawing to its close, suddenly, from beyond the far end of the pass was heard the booming of a distant cannonade. The soldiers heard it and hope revived. It could only be Dupont. Help, then, was coming. The despairing rank and file took heart again, but the hour of rescue was not yet. They had 4 long hours more to go through, every hour making their terrible situation worse. At nightfall, our cavalry gave way, our firing slackened, our bayonets from incessant use became bent and blunted. The confusion became terrible. Things, indeed, could hardly have got worse. So an officer describes, "The enemy in places had got right in among them, but our soldiers, being the handier and more agile, had an advantage over the great clumsy Russians. Here and there, the men were so close that they seized each other by the throat. In the midst of the fiercest of the fighting, the tall figure of the marshal was conspicuous. He was seen amid the flashes from the muskets, at the head of a party of grenadiers, sword in hand, laying about him like any trooper. The battalion eagles of the 100th, with their porte-eagles and a handful of soldiers, got cut off together, amid a surging melee of Russians. The major of the regiment, Henriot by name, the senior surviving officer, the colonel of the 100th, as also the colonel of the 103rd, had fallen earlier in the fight, saw what was happening and the extreme peril of the eagles. Calling for volunteers, he got together some of his men, cut his way through to the eagles, and rescued them. Major Henriot, after that, having saved the eagles for the moment, determined as a last resource to attempt a forlorn hope charge, to get beyond the enemy and reach Dupont with them. It might be possible to save them under the cover of darkness. One of the porte-eagles of the 6th Light Infantry with his eagle, nearby at the moment, joined the devoted band of men that the intrepid major now managed to rally round the eagles of the 100th. With half a dozen stirring words, Henriot called on them to follow him. "Comrades, we must break through. They are more than we, but you are Frenchmen. You don't count numbers. Remember, your duty is to save the eagles of France. Souvenez-vous qu'il s'agit de sauver les aigles francaises." There was a hoarse shout in reply, "We are all grenadiers, pas de charge." They dashed at the Russians, Henriot leading, and after fighting their way through the pass and nearly to Durenstein, fell to a man. Yet the 3 eagles did not fall into Russian hands, thanks to the darkness. They were found next morning by French search parties under a heap of dead, where the last survivors, fighting back to back, had fallen while making their final stand. So desperate, indeed, did things look for the French at one time, a little before midnight, that some of his staff appealed to Mortier to make his escape and get across to the other side of the Danube in a boat, so that a Marshal of France shall not fall into the hands of the enemy. But the gallant veteran flatly refused to listen to the proposal. "No," was his answer, "certainly not. I will not desert my brave comrades. I will save them or die with them. Keep the boats for the wounded," he went on. "We have still 2 guns and some case-shot and make a last effort." Almost immediately afterwards, an opportunity did offer for the Marshal to save them. 2 of Dupont's regiments at that moment reached the battle. By persistent exertions, outstripping the rest of the 2nd Division, and continuing in the dark, guided by the flashes of the guns, they had made their way by a goat path along the steep rocky slopes at the side of the defile and taken the Russians' barring Mortier's retreat in rear. Instantly, the new arrivals flung themselves hotly into the fight. They were the 9th Light Infantry and the 32nd of the line, that old favorite of Napoleon's in the days of the Army of Italy, whose flag on the eagle staff bore, as has been said, the golden inscription which Napoleon had placed there: Je etais tranquille, le brave 32 me et 8 la. The golden legend was of good omen for Mortier. Their interposition put the Russian main force between two fires, weakening the attack on Mortier and compelling a portion of them to face about. Its effect was speedily felt, and at once. Although a desperate effort by the 2 regiments to break through and join hands with Mortier, in which the Eagles of the 9th and 32nd were taken and retaken, was beaten back under pressure of numbers. The arrival of the 2 regiments so opportunely put heart into all. Dupont's whole division, declared the Marshal, could not be far off. He himself would make an effort to meet him on the farther side of the pass. Then, as is described by Napoleon's aide-de-camp, Count de Segur, rallying and closing up the remaining troops, he brought up the only 2 guns left him. One was to point towards Krems and against Kutuzov's troops, the other Mortier placed at the head of the column in the direction of Dürrenstein. As all the drums had been broken, he had the charge sounded on iron cooking cans. At that moment the Austrian general, Schmidt, who had led the Russian corps from Dürrenstein, headed a final charge which was to strike a crushing blow and complete the destruction of our column. But Fabvier, the colonel in charge of Mortier's artillery, heard them advance. Concealed by the darkness, he let Schmidt approach quite near. Then he suddenly fired the gun on that side, at the shortest range, in among the headmost of the attacking troops. The discharge threw the enemy into confusion and killed their leader. Into this bloody opening Mortier and Gazin precipitated themselves, overthrowing everything before them. Dürrenstein itself was retaken in the impetuous dash. It was indeed a tour de force, a sudden reversal of the fortunes of the fight. The feat in its complete accomplishment surprised even Mortier's expectations. The Marshal, in fact, could hardly believe his own success. So an officer puts it, but he had done more than burst through the toils. As daylight next morning showed, the Russians, driven headlong, had abandoned 6 of their guns and left in the hands of the French no fewer than 12 standards. 2 of them were taken by the 2 Dupont regiments, which had so gallantly flung themselves on the Russian rear. That was as concerned honor and glory. As a set-off, barely 2,000 remained of Mortier's corps of 6,000 men. 2/3 of the total when the roll was called next day were found to have fallen on the field. Mortier's men regained Dürrenstein, all in flames, set on fire by the Russians as they evacuated the village. But where was Dupont and his division? They had heard Dupont's distant guns just before dark, but except the 2 regiments who had been rushed forward independently, ahead of the main body, starting immediately after Mortier's visit in the early afternoon, no help from Dupont had reached them. Gazin's wearied survivors of the midnight battle dared not even yet lay aside their arms. The fight was not all over. The enemy were still nearby, just beyond the outskirts of the village. Both the Russian divisions that they had been fighting with in front and rear had in the end united. Outnumbering Mortier's men as they did by 10 to 1, the Russians would certainly turn back and be on them before long with reformed ranks, eager to take vengeance for their defeat and the rough handling they had undergone. But the end was near. Suddenly, from the farther side of Dürrenstein, from the direction in which the enemy had fallen back, there came a violent outburst of firing. Immediately on that followed sounds of shouting. Then there was the trampling rush of a great host of men all making for the village. With despair in our hearts, we were preparing for another battle, when, in answer to our challenge of Qui vive, came back, with electrifying effect, the answer France. It was Dupont. At last he had arrived to the rescue of his marshal. We recognized each other in the light of the blazing houses, and with transports of joy and gratitude and cries of "Long live our rescuers!" our men threw themselves on the necks of their deliverers. In that dramatic fashion, the Battle of Dürrenstein reached its close. The Russians fell back under cover of the night, retreating up the lateral valley pass, by which way at the outset they had worked their way round, guided by the Austrian general, Schmidt, to surprise and cut off Gazan's division. Napoleon, in his great relief at learning that Mortier had come through without disaster, for once blamed nobody. He knew that he himself was most of all to blame, for exposing to sudden attack a comparatively weak detachment of his army in the face of an enemy still full of fight, on the farther side of a deep and rapid river. It seemed, in Marbot's words, as if no explanation of this operation beyond the Danube satisfactory to military men being possible, there was a desire to hush up its consequences. By way of covering up his own glaring blunder, Napoleon heaped praises on the troops engaged. He expressed unbounded admiration at the stand they had made. In the 22nd Bulletin of the Grand Army, issued from Schönbrunn, near Vienna, 2 days later, the emperor declared that Le combat de Durenstein sera a jamais memorable dans les annales militaires. Gazan, he said, had shown beaucoup de valeur et de conduite. The 4 and 9 ledger, and the 32nd and 100th of the line, wrote Napoleon, see cent couverts de gloire. Chapter 4. On the field of Austerlitz. Austerlitz, the crowning triumph of the First War of the Grand Army, set its cachet to the fame of the Eagles. Napoleon there lured the enemy on into attacking him at apparent disadvantage on ground of his own choosing. Then, availing himself to the fullest extent of the flagrant blundering of his assailants, he struck at them with a smashing, knockdown blow from the shoulder. By making believe that his army was separated in detachments, out of touch, and beyond possibility of early concentration, and causing it to appear further that he had become alarmed for his own safety and was on the point of commencing a retreat, he decoyed them into a false move. He tempted the Tsar Alexander, whose main force had arrived within a few miles of Vienna, and was confronting him, into making a rash maneuver designed to cut his line of communications and defeat him before the Second Austrian Army in the field. Under the Archduke Charles, hastening from the Italian frontier to join hands with the Russians, could reach the scene. In the confident belief that by themselves they outnumbered Napoleon at the critical point by 2-1, with nearly 90,000 men to 40,000, the Russians made a risky flank march to interpose between Napoleon and his base, and drive him en route into the wilds of Bohemia. They began their advance suddenly, on Thursday, November 2, but immediately afterwards wasted 2 days through faulty leadership. Before they could get within striking distance of Napoleon, he had called in his detached corps and had massed 70,000 men at the point of danger. Foreseeing the possibility of the enemy's move, his apparent disposal of the various corps had been elaborately arranged so as to ensure concentration at short notice in case of emergency. From hour to hour during Sunday, December 1, the Russian army in dense columns streamed past within 6 miles of the French position in full view of Napoleon, all marching forward in stolid silence, intent only on getting between Napoleon and Vienna. No countermove meanwhile was made from the French side. Strict orders were sent to the outposts that not a shot was to be fired, but by the early afternoon, all was ready for action. Completely seeing through the enemy's plans, Napoleon exclaimed in a tone of absolute confidence, Before tomorrow night, that army is mine. On Napoleon's right flank, in a strong defensive position, stood Marshal Devout's corps, thrown back at an angle to the main front of the army, so as to induce the enemy to extend themselves widely on that side before opening their attack. Marshal Soult's corps, the most powerful in the Grand Army, formed the center, supported by the Imperial Guard, Oudinot's Grenadier Division, and 2 divisions of Mortier's corps. Marshal Lannes's corps with Bernadotte S. was on the left, as well as Murat's cavalry. Napoleon proposed to allow the Russian leading columns to circle round his right flank and get into action with Devout. Then, as soon as they were committed to their attack in that quarter, Soult's immense force would hurl itself on the Russian center and break through it by sheer weight of numbers. Thus the Allied army would be cleft in two, after which Napoleon would only have to fling his weight to either side for the enemy to be destroyed in detail. During Soult's move, Lannes on the left flank was to hold in check by a brisk attack the Russian right wing and reserves, which would prevent assistance reaching the center until too late to save the day. So the battle was planned, so it was fought and won. Illustration: sketch plan of the positions of the armies at the opening of the Battle of Austerlitz. The Allied columns were seen during Sunday afternoon to be steadily moving southward over a high ridge opposite the French camp, crowned near the center by the lofty plateau of Pratzen, the key of the position on the Russian side. They streamed along from the direction of the village of Austerlitz, a short distance away to the northeast, from which the battle took its name. A tract of low marshy country, the valley of the little river Goldbach, 4 miles across with 2 or 3 hamlets dotting it here and there, connected by narrow cart roads, divided the two armies. The French position, facing eastwards, was on a range of tableland along the west side of the valley of the Goldbach. Monday morning came, and the son of Austerlitz, so often apostrophized by Napoleon in after days, rose in a cloudless sky above the early mists lying dense over the marshy ground of the low-lying valley between the armies. The dominating crest of the Pratzen Plateau showed above the mist almost bare of troops. On the evening before, it had bristled with Russian bayonets, glistening in the rays of the setting sun. Pratzen, the master key of the battlefield, had been left unoccupied. The enemy's corps had taken no measures to hold it in their haste to get forward to attack the French right wing and cut Napoleon off. Soult's corps, the entire French army, had been under arms since 4 o'clock was ordered to descend into the valley before the morning mist dissipated as the sun rose. Under cover of the mist, Soult was to get as close as possible to the foot of the Pratzen Hill, so as to be on the spot ready to seize the height immediately the battle opened on the right. Napoleon waited, standing among the marshals on foot near the center of the position, until between 7 and 8 o'clock. Then sharp firing suddenly broke out from the direction of Devout's corps, and a few minutes later an aide-de-camp came galloping up with the news that the enemy were attacking the right wing in great force. "Now," said Napoleon, "is the moment." The marshals sprang on their horses and spurred off to head their corps. So Austerlitz opened. Its first brunt, as Napoleon had foreseen, fell hard and heavily on the French right wing, but Devout's men there proved well able to maintain their ground. The sturdy linesmen on that side disputed every foot of the position at the point of the bayonet against 4 times their numbers. Right gallantly, time and again, did the eagles on that part of the field fulfill their role and take their part, now heading charges, now rallying round them the men who had sworn to die in their defense. The 15th Light Infantry Corps, in the ranks of which were many young soldiers, now under fire for the first time in their lives, stormed the village of Telnitz, which the Russians had carried in their first rush on the French outposts. The leading battalion of the 15th drove the Russians out, and, dashing on beyond the village, met a reinforcing Russian column hastening to the spot. They charged it without hesitation, but could not break through, and then they began to recoil before superior numbers. The eagle-bearer was shot down and fell badly wounded. He had to leave hold of his eagle, and amid the surging throng of soldiers and disorder, it was in great danger of being trampled underfoot and lost. Fortunately, the officer in command, Chef de Backlin Dulong, saw what had happened and sprang from his horse and seized the eagle. Holding it on high with one hand, he shouted to his men to stand fast. "Soldiers, I stay here," he called. "Let me see if you will abandon your eagle and your commander." The act and words checked the disorder. The battalion rallied at once, reformed ranks, and made head against the enemy until help arrived, when the Russians were driven back. The eagle of another battalion in the same division of Devout's Army Corps, General France, the 111th of the line, a little time later had its part. The 111th had suffered heavily in the earlier fighting, but towards 11 o'clock were called on to lead a counterattack beyond the line of fortified hedgerow that the regiment was holding, against a fresh Russian column, which was advancing with loud shouts and bayonets at the charge to storm their position. Immediately in front was a wide, open stretch of ground, across which a Russian battery, to cover the attack, was pouring a tremendous fire of shell, the bursting projectiles tearing up the ground as if it were being plowed. Just as the order to advance was given, the poor Tegel fell dead. An old sergeant, Curbit by name, took his place. He seized the eagle and looked round, for several of the men were wavering. They were unwilling to leave cover for certain death, as it looked, on the shell-swept space of open ground before them. Curbit climbed over the hedge, and waving the eagle and flag with both hands, stood by himself amid the bursting shells, some 20 yards in front. "Come on, comrades," he shouted, "come on." Then with the words, "A moi, soldats du 111 me," brandishing the eagle, he ran straight at the fast-nearing Russians. The effect, says one who saw the brave deed done, was electric. The men streamed over the hedge instantly, reformed line in spite of the cannonballs, and, led by the grenadiers of the battalion, charged the approaching enemy, broke them, drove them before them, and seized the village in front, whence the Russians had made their advance. The eagle of the 48th, another of Friant's regiments, in like manner was rallied in the moment of supreme crisis by the daring of its eagle-bearer. The eagle of the 108th, which regiment was fighting nearby, all but fell into the enemy's hands through a blunder. It was early in the morning, at the very beginning of the fight, in crossing a marshy strip under cover of the mist, to take in flank the Russian attack. In the uncertain light, another French regiment, the 26th Light Infantry, one of Soult's regiments, moving about 100 yards on the left of Devout's men, mistook the 108th for the enemy and fired heavily into it. The eagle-bearer was among those shot down, and fell with the eagle. This sudden blow from an unexpected quarter staggered the 108th. They fell back hastily to reform in rear, leaving their eagle, whose fall had been unobserved in the mist, lying beside its dead bearer on the ground. The loss was discovered just as another force of Russians, who came up in front, reached the place. But before they could carry off the trophy, a charge forward by some hastily rallied men of the 108th recovered the eagle and bore it back to safety. So far then with Devout's corps. Soult, meanwhile in the center, was striking hard. His attack, in its effect on the Allied army, was a complete surprise. Soult's advance began the instant that the marshal, riding at full gallop from the presence of Napoleon, could reach his men. At that moment, the third of the Russian columns in the order of march, pressing ahead to overtake the first and second, and join in the attack on Devout, had not long descended the southern slope at the foot of the Pratzen Heights, while the fourth Russian column, a mile or more in rear, was just about to ascend the northern slope to cross the Pratzen Hill and follow. Up the steep western hillside face of the Pratzen clambered Soult's regiments. Unseen by the enemy at any point, without a shot being fired at them, or by them, until just as they were nearing the crestline of the ridge, they emerged from the mists of the valley and seized the high ground. They moved on a front of 3 divisions. Legrand S was on the right, echeloned in the direction of Devout's left flank so as to keep touch with that marshal. Saint-Hilaire S was in the center, advancing in a long line of battalions in attack formation. Vandam's division was on the left. The Allied 4th column caught a glimpse of Vandam's men as they were climbing the last ascent and raced forward to form up and bar their way. There were 14,000 troops in the column, half Austrians, half Russians, and the Tsar Alexander with the Emperor of Austria rode with them. Illustration: Marshal Soult, in the uniform of Colonel-in-Chief of the Chasseurs of the Guard. Attacking at once, the French broke through the Allied front line, and, after a hard fight for the Austro-Russian regiments, fighting under the two sovereigns' eyes, resisted with desperate valor, forced it back on the second line with the loss of several guns. Again there the Eagles took their part. On the right of Saint-Hilaire's attack, the brigade of General Thibault became separated in the fighting with the Russian foremost line. Its 3 regiments, the 10th Light Infantry, the 14th, and the 36th, became separated. and one of them, the 36th, was for a time in danger of being overpowered by part of the Russian third column, which had faced about on hearing the firing in rear and was hastening back up the hill. 2 Russian regiments raced up towards them on that side. Some Austrian infantry of the fourth column, extending in their direction, were at the same time coming at them on the left. In front, the 36th was faced by 2 Russian batteries, which dashed up, unlimbered, and blazed away, firing grape and case shot at barely 30 paces, as well as by some Russian dragoons, who made as if about to charge. To keep the dragoons off, the leading battalion attempted to form square, but the men, breathless after their rush uphill, were in some disorder and for the moment out of hand. The square, while yet half-formed, was then nearly torn to pieces by a staggering discharge of grape, and several of the men began to get unsteady. It looked bad for the 36th, when of a sudden, Adjutant Labadie of the 1st Battalion snatched the eagle from its bearer and ran out in front. He stopped short and held the eagle staff with both hands planted firmly on the ground. Then he called to the men, in a momentary pause while the Russian gunners were reloading, "Soldiers of the 36th, rally to the front, here is your line of battle." The men saw him and obeyed. The disorder ceased. Quickly deploying to right and left, they dashed at the Russian guns. At the same moment, the other 2 regiments of the brigade, led by Saint Hilaire and the brigadier, sword in hand, came up at the pas de charge, bayonets leveled. The 10th Light Infantry brilliantly repulsed the Austrians on one side. The 14th on the other side drove Kamenskoye's Russians back down the hill. Supporting the 10th Light Infantry was the 59th of the line, one of Mortier's corps, of Dupont's division, which had been sent forward to help in holding the Pratzen Heights. Some of the Russian dragoons dashed in among them as they deployed to follow the 10th. A Russian officer cut down the eagle bearer and seized the eagle. Sergeant Major Gamier, the Portagal, struggled to his feet in spite of his wounds, wrested the eagle back, and with his free hand fought with his sword and killed the Russian, saving the eagle. On Saint Hilaire's left, during this time, Vandam's division had had to fight its way forward against the Russians and Austrians of the fourth column. Several battalions of which, with artillery, had rapidly taken post along a range of knolls towards the northern edge of the Pratzen Plateau. Driving back at the outset 6 Russian battalions, which charged forward to meet them, springing up from the shelter of a dip in the ground, Vandam's men, without firing a shot with the bayonet only, advanced on the main enemy with shouldered arms, not replying to the Russian musketry. When within 40 yards, they halted, fired a volley, and dashed in with bayonets lowered. The attack was successful beyond expectation. The enemy before them were routed, and all their guns taken, with many prisoners. Then Vandam received orders to wheel his division to the right and take and flank the enemy, at that moment in hot fight with Saint Hilaire. Vandam was in the middle of the move when one of his brigades met with a sudden and unexpected disaster. 2 battalions belonging to the 24th Light Infantry and the 4th of the line, who fought side by side on the extreme left of Vandam's command, were all but annihilated. As they were wheeling round, the Russian Imperial Guard came up, hurrying forward from the reserve, and set on them fiercely. It was just to the left of the village of Pratzen, as approached from the French side, on the farther side of the plateau. The Russian foot guards forced the 4th and the 24th Light Infantry back into some vineyards adjoining the village in disorder. The last to retire was the 1st Battalion of the 4th. They had hardly gained the edge of the tract of vineyards, when without the least warning of their approach, coming up on their flank and unseen in the smoke and turmoil of the contest, a more formidable enemy still assailed them. The Russian cuirassiers of the Guard, 2,000 horsemen, troopers of the finest cavalry in the world, came down on them and charged them at a gallop on the flank. The Grand Duke Constantine, brother of the Tsar, in person led the cuirassiers. Disaster, hideous, overwhelming, crushing, for the 2 hapless battalions, that of the 24th Light Infantry, was, in like manner, caught just beyond cover exposed in the open was the instant result. They tried to form square at the last moment, but the cuirassiers were on them before they could begin the evolution. Both battalions were practically hurled out of existence within 3 minutes. They were ridden down, trampled on by the huge Russian horses, and slashed to pieces mercilessly by the giant Russian troopers with their long straight swords. Both battalions lost their eagles. That of the 24th Light Infantry was picked up later on the field and restored to what was left of the ill-fated corps. The Eagle of the Fourth was carried off by the Russians and is now in the Kazan Cathedral at St. Petersburg. Yet it was lost with honor, bravely defended to the last. The eagle bearer was cut down. A lieutenant tried to get hold of the eagle and save it. He, too, was cut down. A private then snatched it from the dead officer's hands and was in the act of waving it on high when he in turn was sabred and fell. The Russians made prize of the trophy at once, and it was carried direct to the Tsar Alexander on the battlefield. Napoleon, who had moved up near the fighting in the center, witnessed the disaster with his own eyes. The corps, as it happened, too, was one he had taken an interest in. The fourth of the line had been in favor with him, and he had appointed his brother Joseph as its colonel when the fourth was at the camp of Boulogne as part of the Army of England. He had, indeed, specially chosen that particular corps for its steadiness. He announced Joseph's appointment to it in a message to the Senate on April 18, 1804. In order that he should be allowed to contribute to the vengeance which the French people proposed to take for the violation of the Treaty of Amiens, and be afforded an opportunity of acquiring a fresh title to the esteem of the nation. In wild panic, the survivors of the disaster fled to the rear, tearing by close past where Napoleon and the staff were. They almost rushed over us and the emperor himself, describes de Segur, who as an aide-de-camp was close to the emperor at the moment. Our effort to arrest the rout was in vain. The unfortunate fellows were quite distracted with fear and would listen to nothing. In reply to our reproaches for so deserting the field of battle and their emperor, they shouted mechanically, "Vive l'Empereur!" And they fled away faster than ever. Napoleon smiled pitifully. With a scornful gesture, he said to us, "Let them go." Retaining all his calmness in the midst of the confusion, he dispatched Rapp to bring up the cavalry of the guard. Rapp, another of the imperial aides-de-camp, was also colonel of the Mamelukes of the guard. He was at the moment riding close behind the emperor. Rapp darted off, and after taking Napoleon's order to charge the Russian cuirassiers to Marshal Bessieres, in command of the cavalry of the guard, he himself led their headmost squadrons forward, his own swarthy Mamelukes with 2 squadrons of chasseurs and 1 of horse grenadiers. Waving his saber and calling at the top of his voice, "Vengeance less! Vengeance knows Drapox! Avenge them, avenge our standards!" He led them forward at full gallop. "We dashed at full speed on the artillery and took them," described Rapp in a letter. The guns were those of a Russian battery which had just come into action close by where the guard cuirassiers had charged. The enemy's horse awaited our attack at the halt. They were overthrown by the charge and fled in confusion, galloping like us over the wrecks of our squares. But the Russians rallied quickly. Reinforced by the superb regiment of the Chevalier Guards, a corps in which all the troopers were men of birth, they came on to meet the French again. Just at that moment Bessieres, with at his back the magnificent cavalry of Napoleon's guard, came up at full speed. Rapp's squadrons rejoined, and both imperial guards met in full career. "Again we charged," says Rapp, "and this charge was terrible. It was one of the most desperate cavalry combats ever fought, and lasted several minutes. The brave Morland, colonel of the mounted chasseurs of the guard, fell by my side. We fought man to man, and so mingled together that the infantry on neither side dared fire, lest they should kill their own men. They fought it out until the Russians gave back and broke, and fled in full sight of the Tsar and the Austrian emperor, who from some rising ground near by had been spectators of the desperate affray. The survivors of the hapless 1st Battalion of the 4th of the line had meanwhile recovered themselves. Rallied by their officers, they had been brought back into the battle. They returned with their nerve restored, now only anxious to make amends for the disgrace they had brought on the Grand Army. They were in time to join in the final advance beyond the Pratzen Heights and cross bayonets with an Austrian regiment, from which they took its 2 standards. That feat, as will be seen, was to serve them in good stead later on. The charge of the cavalry of the guard practically decided the fate of the day at Austerlitz. Napoleon at once brought up Oudenot's grenadiers, Bernadotte's battalions, and the regiments of the Old Guard to further reinforce Soult's divisions. The Allied center was shattered and driven in at all points and forced back for a mile and a half beyond the field of battle. It resisted desperately to the last, and several fierce counterattacks were made, but in vain. In one of these, the Eagle of the Chasseurs, a pied of the Imperial Guard, had a narrow escape. According to the story, it was saved by a dog, Moustache, a mongrel poodle that had attached himself to the corps and become a regimental pet. The eagle-bearer of the 1st Battalion, to whom the dog was much attached, and whom he was following, was shot, and the eagle dropped to the ground beneath the man's body. An Austrian regiment was making a counterattack at that point, and before the eagle could be picked up, 3 Austrian soldiers ran forward to seize it. 2 of them attacked the 2 men of the eagle escort. The 3rd was faced by Mustache, who kept him off, growling savagely and snapping at the Austrian from behind the dead body of the eagle-bearer. The man dropped his musket, drew his hanger, and cut at Mustache, slicing off a paw. But in spite of that, the dog managed to keep him off until assistance came. Then the 3 Austrians were bayoneted and the eagle was saved. Marshal Lannes, on hearing the story, had a silver collar made for Mustache, with a medal to hang from it inscribed on one side, Il perdit une jambe à la bataille d'Austerlitz et sauva le drapeau de son regiment, and on the other, Mustache, Chin Francais, quil soit partout respect et chéri comme un brave. Mustache, in the end, it may be said, died a soldier's death. He was killed by an English cannonball at Badajoz and was buried on the ramparts there with a stone over him, inscribed, "Ci git le brave Mustache." The Allied center broken through, the end came on swiftly all over the field of battle. On Napoleon's left wing, Lannes and Murat had engaged the Russian rear column, or right wing as they fronted to fight, immediately after Soult opened the main attack. They had done their part by holding in play the enemy in front, thus preventing the Allied troops on that side from moving up to reinforce the center. There, too, as elsewhere, the eagles of Napoleon's battalions fulfilled their role, one eagle in particular, that of the 13 Ledger, achieving special distinction. When the Allied center gave way, Lannes and Murat pressed forward impetuously, forcing their antagonists back, and driving them off the field to the northeast, past the village of Austerlitz. Devout, on Napoleon's right, finished his task at the same time, in no less workmanship fashion. As Soult swung round his victorious divisions to the right to take the Russian left wing and rear, Devout's moment came, and he gave the order to advance. Surging forward with exultant shouts, the stout-hearted defenders of that fiercely contested side of the field swept down on the assailants they had kept at bay for 5 long hours. The Russians did their best to make a brave resistance, but the day was lost. Formed in close-backed columns, they fell back, losing guns and colors and hundreds of prisoners. As darkness closed in, the last shots were fired at Austerlitz. Crushing and complete had been the overthrow. The Allied army fled in wild panic. It left on the field 30,000 men, dead, wounded, or prisoners, 100 guns, and 400 ammunition caissons. 45 standards were in the hands of the victors. 12,000 men in killed and wounded was the price Napoleon paid. It was a big price, but the victory to him was worth the sacrifice. At 5 next morning, an aide-de-camp from the Austrian emperor presented himself before Napoleon to beg for an immediate suspension of hostilities. The Emperor Francis himself had an interview with Napoleon during that afternoon. And, as the result, terms of peace to include the Austrian emperor's Russian allies were mutually agreed on, to be formally settled between the diplomatists as soon as possible, Pressburg in Hungary being named for the meeting place. We come now to the dramatic sequel to Austerlitz, which awaited the ill-fated 1st Battalion of the 4th of the line. They had to face Napoleon and render account to him personally for the loss of their eagle. The dreaded interview came some 3 weeks later. At a grand parade of Soult's corps before the emperor at Schönbrunn as it befell, on Christmas Day. Napoleon, attended by the imperial staff, most of the marshals, 100 other officers of rank, and nearly as many aides de camp, passed down the long line of troops, congratulating most of the regiments on the parts they had individually taken on the different battlefields. In due course, the emperor came to the regiments of Vandam's division, ranged in their allotted place, the 4th of the line among them. Its 1st Battalion, reduced by the disaster to a quarter of the normal strength, stood at the head of the regiment, looking gloomy and disconsolate, the only corps on parade without its eagle. Napoleon approached the place with a frown on his face and a look as black as thunder. He reined up opposite the battalion and addressed it in a loud, angry tone. "Soldiers," he began hoarsely, "what have you done with the eagle which I entrusted to you?" The colonel of the regiment replied that the eagle-bearer had been killed at Austerlitz in the mêlée when the Russian cuirassiers charged the regiment, and the eagle had been lost in the tumult and confusion of the moment. There was no survivor of those who had seen the eagle-bearer fall. The battalion, indeed, did not know of its loss until some time later. One and all deeply deplored what had happened, but they desired to inform His Majesty most respectfully that they, single-handed, had captured 2 Austrian standards, and implored his consideration on that account, begging that he would allow them to receive a new eagle in exchange. The whole regiment supported the colonel's request with loud shouts, "Reclama a grands Chris," but Napoleon's countenance remained unchanged. He replied coldly and contemptuously, "These 2 foreign flags do not return me my eagle." Then, after a pause, he launched out into words of the severest censure and rebuke, telling the men that he had seen them with his own eyes in flight at Austerlitz. He poured bitter scorn on their conduct, in phrases, stinging, burning, corrosive, which those present remembered long afterwards to the end of their lives. Again, the unhappy colonel pleaded his hardest for his men. He entreated the emperor's clemency, once more beseeching Napoleon to allow that they had wiped out the slur on their good name, and to grant the battalion a new eagle. Napoleon said nothing for a moment, then he again addressed them in an abrupt tone. "Officers, sub-officers, and soldiers, swear to me here that not one of you saw your eagle fall. Assure me that if you had done so, you would have flung yourselves into the midst of the enemy to recover it, or have died in the attempt. The soldier who loses his eagle on the field of battle loses his honor and his all." "We swear it," came the reply at once. At that there seemed to come a change in the emperor's mood. He paused once more for a few moments, during which there was dead silence. Then he raised his voice. "I will grant that you have not been cowards, but you have been imprudent. Again, I tell you that these Austrian standards, even indeed, were they 6, would not compensate me for my eagle." He stopped short. He seemed to be musing for a moment, looking straight into the eyes of the men. After that, with a curt, "Well, I will restore you yet another eagle," Napoleon turned his horse and rode on down the line of troops. It was quite true, as the colonel told Napoleon, that the regiment was unaware at the time that their eagle had been lost. As a fact, search parties practically all the survivors of the 1st Battalion were out on the day after Austerlitz hunting over the battlefield among the dead for their lost eagle. By the irony of fate, it was they who picked up and restored the eagle of the 24th Light Infantry to their fellows in adversity. The Russians, it would seem, had not marked its fall in the confusion of the fighting. At any rate, it was left where it fell, and where it was found. There was, as it curiously happened, no reference in the Austerlitz bulletin published in France, the 30th Bulletin of the Grand Army, to the loss of its eagle by the 4th of the line, although the disaster to the battalion is reported. "Un batelin du formi de ligne, fut charge par la garde impériale Russe a cheval et culbute." That was all that was said on the subject. Yet on other occasions later, when eagles were lost, mention was made of the misfortune in one or other of the bulletins, with, generally also, some remark by way of explaining away the unpleasant fact, and now and then a caustic comment by Napoleon. A picture connected with the incident was, however, painted at whose request is unknown. It is now in the National Collection of Military Pictures of the Campaigns of Napoleon at Versailles. It shows the 1st Battalion of the 4th of the Line at the Schönbrunn Review, presenting Napoleon with 2 Austrian standards taken by them from the enemy, and claiming in exchange a new eagle for themselves. This closing word may be said of the spoils of the eagles at Austerlitz. The 45 flags captured in the battle, with 5 others selected from those taken at Ulm, making 50 in all, were presented by Napoleon to the Cathedral of Notre Dame. With the trophies, he sent this message: "Our intention is that every year on the 2nd of December, a solemn office shall be sung in the cathedral in memory of the brave men who fell on the great day." The flags were borne in triumph, together with the trophies of the Ulm campaign, 120 captured standards and colors in all through the streets of Paris on January 15, 1806, amid a tremendous demonstration of popular enthusiasm. "The behavior of the people," wrote Cambyses, "resembled intoxication." 4 days later, the Austerlitz flags were received at Notre Dame by the assembled cathedral clergy, Cardinal Dubel at their head, with elaborate religious ceremonial. Said the Cardinal Archbishop of Paris in his address from the altar steps, "These banners, suspended from the roof of our cathedral, will attest to posterity the efforts of Europe in arms against us, the great achievements of our soldiers, the protection of heaven over France, the prodigious successes of our invincible emperor, and the homage which he pays to God for his victories. Not one of the flags exists now. They disappeared mysteriously, in circumstances to be described later, in the early hours of March 31, 1814, the day on which the victorious Allies entered Paris, and Napoleon withdrew to Fontainebleau. 54 of the other trophies paraded through Paris, flags taken in the Ulm campaign, were presented by Napoleon, as has been said, to the Senate. In return, a picture of the scene at the reception of the trophy flags was ordered to be painted for presentation to the emperor. It is now at Versailles. The remaining 16 trophies were divided by order of the emperor. 8 were sent to the Assembly Hall of the Tribunate, 8 to the Hôtel de Ville as a gift to the city of Paris. Thus did France receive the first spoils of the eagles. "Soldiers," said Napoleon to the Grand Army in his Austerlitz proclamation, "I am satisfied with you. You have justified my fullest expectations of your intrepidity. You have decorated your eagles with immortal glory." Chapter 5. In the second campaign. Jena and the Triumph of Berlin. The curtain rises this time on an act in the war drama of the Eagles, unique in the startling incidents of its historic denouement. Prussia, in September 1806, threw down the gauge to Napoleon and drew the sword for a trial of strength, with the full assurance of victory. There was no doubt in Germany as to the issue, not the least anxiety was felt. No troops in the world, declared one and all, could stand up to the Prussian army. It was easy, they said at Potsdam and Berlin, to account for what had happened last year on the Danube. Any sort of army could have won in that war. Timidity and want of skill in the Austrian generals, deficient training in the men, had been, beyond dispute, the reason of the disasters. It would be otherwise now. Napoleon would have to meet this time the army of Prussia, the best drilled and smartest soldiers in the world, organized and trained under the system that the great Frederick had originated and himself brought to perfection. "His Majesty the King," said one of the Prussian generals, addressing a parade at Potsdam, "has many generals better than Napoleon." In the Prussian army, from veteran field marshal to drummer boy, there were no two opinions as to what must be the outcome of a clash of arms with France. The wings of Napoleon's eagles would be clipped once for all. But to hurl defiant words was not enough. Yet further to display contempt for their French foes, the young officers of the Prussian Guard marched one night in procession through the streets of Berlin to demonstrate in front of the French embassy. Shouting out insults and jeers, they brandished their swords before the windows of the mansion and made a show of sharpening the blades on the ambassadors' doorsteps. The Prussian king's ultimatum went forth. Couched in language there was no mistaking, and the Royal Guard Corps set out from the capital for the frontier with flags displayed and their bands playing triumphal airs, chanting songs of the victories of the great Frederick, and shouting themselves hoarse with cries of "Nack Paris." All over Prussia it was the same. The marching regiments tramped through the towns and villages, their colors decked with flowers, their bands playing, and with the swaggering gait of victors returning from conquest. The Prussian ultimatum, delivered on September 1, haughtily demanded a reply from France within a week. It was accepted with alacrity. Napoleon had foreseen all and laid his plans. "Marshal," he said to Berthier, with a grim smile, as he read the ultimatum, "they have given us a rendezvous for the 8th. Never did Frenchmen refuse such an appeal." The eagles never swooped to more deadly purpose, with results more amazing and more dramatic than in that campaign. Within 3 days of the firing of the first shot, a Prussian division of 9,000 men had been routed with heavy loss at Schlatz in Thuringia, and Murat's cavalry had captured elsewhere great part of the Prussian reserve baggage trains and pontoon equipment. On the 4th day of the war, at Saalfeld in Thuringia, 1,200 Prussian prisoners were taken and 30 guns. In the battles of Jena and Auerstadt, both fought on the same day, October 14, 20,000 Prussian prisoners, 200 guns, and 25 standards were spoils to the eagles. At Erfurth, on the next day, a Prussian field marshal with 14,000 men, 120 guns, and the whole of the grand park of the reserve artillery of the army were taken. At Halle 4,000 Prussian prisoners were taken, with 30 guns. At Lübeck, 8,000 prisoners and 40 guns. Magdeburg, one of the strongest fortresses in Europe, with immense magazines and 600 guns on the ramparts garrisoned by 16,000 troops, surrendered after a few hours' partial bombardment. Stettin, a first-class fortress mounting 150 guns, with a garrison of 6,000 men, surrendered without firing a shot. The strong fortress of Kustrin on the Oder, with 4,000 men in garrison and 90 cannon on the ramparts, surrendered, also without firing a shot, to a solitary French infantry regiment with 4 guns. The fortress of Spandau, garrisoned by 6,000 men, hauled down its flag and opened its gates to a squadron of French hussars, no other French troops being within many miles, bluffed into surrender. Within 12 days of Jena, Napoleon had made his entry as a conqueror into Berlin, and the Prussian army had ceased to exist. "We have arrived in Potsdam and Berlin," announced Napoleon in a bulletin to the Grand Army, "sooner than the renown of our victories. We have made 60,000 prisoners, taken 65 standards, including those of the Royal Guard, 600 pieces of cannon, 3 fortresses, 20 generals, half of our army having to regret that they have not had an opportunity of firing a shot. All the Prussian provinces from the Elbe to the Oder are in our hands." Before the end of the year, in little more than 3 months from the firing of the first shot, a total of 100,000 prisoners, 4,000 cannon, 6 first-class fortresses, and many smaller ones were in the hands of the victors. Never had the world witnessed such an overthrow in war, so complete and appalling a catastrophe. 2 battles sufficed to prostrate Prussia and annihilate the model army of Frederick the Great. The twin battles of Jena and Auerstadt, both fought, as has been said, on the same day, October 14, and within 10 miles of one another. Jena was fought under Napoleon's own eye, Auerstadt by Marshal Devout, practically single-handed, with his one army corps confronting the king and Blücher with the main Prussian army. The Prussian generals indeed gave themselves into Napoleon's hands at the outset. They separated their main army into 2 bodies out of touch with each other in the immediate presence of the enemy. Ruin, swift and irreparable, was the penalty. At Jena, Prince Hohenlohe's army was flung roughly back and dashed to pieces, its scattered remnants flying in wild disorder. At Auerstadt, Devout defeated numbers nearly double his own, through the confused tactics of the Prussian generals. Immediately after that came on the debacle. The Prussian Auerstadt army was falling back, disheartened and demoralized, but still in fair military formation to a large extent, when all of a sudden, not having had up to then the least inkling of what had happened at Jena, the retreating troops came upon the shattered fragments of Hohenlohe's battalions, streaming in wild confusion across their path. Masses of fugitives running for their lives in frantic panic before the sabers of Murat's pursuing cavalry. That ended everything for the Prussian army in 5 minutes. The sight of their fugitive comrades struck confusion and sheer fright into the retreating columns from Auerstadt. All order was instantly lost. The soldiers threw away their arms and spread over the country in headlong rout, and there was no means of stopping it. In their blind self-confidence, the Prussian generals had made no arrangements in the event of a reverse. No line of retreat had been arranged for, no rallying point had been thought of. The disaster of a single day made an end of the Prussian army, as a force capable of meeting the enemy in the field. For the Eagles, it was a day of adventures on both battlefields. Swiftly alternating rushes forward, the Eagles showing the way at the head of their regiments at one moment. Hasty halts to form in rallying squares, the Eagles in the midst, the next moment, to check the incessant Prussian cavalry countercharges. That was what the fighting on the French side was like, all through the day, at both Jena and Auerstadt. At one time, the Eagles were leading forward charging lines of exultantly cheering men, firing fast and racing forward at the pass to charge. Immediately afterwards, they were standing fast, each the center of a mass of breathless and excited soldiers, surging round and closing up to form square, with bristling bayonets leveled on every side, to hold the ground they had won against the charging squadrons of Prussian horsemen that came at them, thundering down impetuously at the gallop. "I want to see the Eagles well to the front today," said Napoleon to several regiments in turn, as he rode at early dawn along the lines of Marshal Soult's two foremost divisions who were to open the attack at Jena. To them, the task had been appointed to push forward in advance and hold the exits from the narrow defiles through which the French troops had to pass, before reaching the Prussians on the high ground beyond, in order to give time to the main army, following close in rear, to deploy and form in battle order. "Lead out your Eagle, 64th," Napoleon said to one of the regiments told off to go forward in the forefront of all. "I wish today to see the Eagle of the 64th lead the battle on the field of honor." How that Eagle led its regiment, how those who fought under it did their duty, the prized honor of special mention in the Jena Bulletin of the Grand Army, and a shower of crosses of the Legion of Honor, distributed among all ranks, bore testimony. 5 times did the Eagle of the 34th, the regiment fighting next to the 64th, lead a charge, each charge crossing bayonets with the enemy, twice in hand-to-hand fight with the picked corps of the Prussian grenadiers. It was on the battlefield of Jena that Marshal Ney won his historic sobriquet of the bravest of the brave. He personally led forward his attack, with, at either side of him, the Eagles of the 18th of the line, the 32nd, and the 96th. Carried away by his impetuous valor, soon after the opening of the battle, Ney made his attack with only at hand the 3 regiments of his 1st Division. The other 2 divisions of Ney's corps had not yet reached the field. A regiment of cuirassiers headed the column, and at their first charge captured 13 Prussian guns, but the Prussian cavalry, charging back at once to recover the guns, overpowered the cuirassiers. The Prussian cavalry broke the French horse and enveloped the infantry in such numbers as would inevitably have proved fatal to less resolute troops. But the brave marshal instantly formed his men into squares, threw himself into one of them, and there maintained the combat by a rolling fire on all sides, till Napoleon, who saw his danger, sent several regiments of horse, under Bertrand, who disengaged him from his perilous situation. Ney's other troops then joined the marshal, coming up with their eagles gleaming through the battle smoke. The eagles of the 39th and the 69th, of the 76th, the 27th, and the 59th. Ney, extricated from his difficulties, went on again at once. With intrepid step he ascended the hill, and after a sharp conflict, stormed the important village of Viersinghheiligen, in the center of the Prussian position. In vain, Hohenlohe formed the flower of his troops to regain the post. In vain, these brave men advanced in parade order, and with unshrinking firmness, through a storm of musketry and grape. The troops of Lannes came up to Ney's support, and the French established themselves in such strength in the village as to render all subsequent attempts for its recapture abortive. This was the spirit in which at Jena, Ney's men fought under the Eagles. One instance will suffice. The 76th of the line, after the village of Viersinghheiligen had been taken, were in the act of advancing across the open to a fresh attack, when a charge of Prussian cavalry swept fiercely down on them. The regiment formed in square, each battalion rallying round its eagle, held up aloft for all to gather round. The Prussians had come up suddenly. They were within 150 yards before the 76 were ready. Then the 76 were ordered to present and fire. Instead of doing that, the men, as if moved by one common impulse, took off their shakos, stuck them on their bayonets, and waved them in the air with defiant cheers of Vive l'Empereur. Donnez feu, mes enfants, donnez feu. Fire, men, fire, shouted out their Colonel Lanier, anxious lest the enemy should get too near. We have time. At 15 paces, Colonel, wait and see, came back in answer from the ranks. They did wait, and at just 15 paces, fired a crashing volley which so staggered the Prussians that, leaving half their men on the ground, they turned and galloped back. The regiments of Lannes' corps, with the fiery marshal cantering at their head and waving them on, cocked hat in hand, entered the battle with drums beating and the eagles proudly displayed in the center of the leading lines. One regiment lost 28 officers and 400 men. It had made good its first attack and was advancing to a second, when it was charged in the open by the Prussian cavalry while in the act of forming square. It all but lost its eagle. The eagle-bearer was cut down, and the eagle was broken from its staff in the trampling tumult of horsemen intermingled with infantry, savagely fighting with their bayonets. A soldier saved the eagle, and in the hurry of the moment stuffed it into the pocket of his long overcoat. Then he went on fighting. Apparently the man had no time or opportunity to think of the eagle again. The regiment was reforming towards the close of the battle when Napoleon himself, riding across the ground near them, with his quick glance, missed the eagle. He cantered up to the spot, and on being told by an officer that he did not know where it was, angrily accused the men of having lost their eagle on the field. He began upbraiding them indignantly. "What is this? Where is your eagle? You have brought disgrace on the army by losing your eagle." Those were his opening words. He was rating the men angrily when he was abruptly interrupted by a voice from the ranks. "No, your majesty, no. They did not get it. They only got a piece of the baton." "Here is the cuckoo. I put it in my pocket." The soldier drew out the eagle as he spoke and held it up. There was a loud outburst of laughter from the soldiers at the unexpected turn of events, amid which Napoleon, without a word more, turned and rode off elsewhere. At Austerlitz, where 30,000 French faced and defeated 60,000 Prussians, the fighting was even fiercer than at Jena. Recklessly, the Prussian horsemen, led in person by the dauntless Blücher, repeatedly charged down on the French, who formed in square everywhere to beat them back. They did so at all points, and the Prussians only wrecked themselves beyond recovery by their efforts. In vain did the Prussian cavalry, as at Jena, gallop up to the French bayonets again and again. In vain these gallant cavaliers, with headlong fury, drove their steeds up to the very muzzles of the French muskets. In vain they rode round and enveloped their squares. Ceaseless was the rolling fire which issued from those flaming walls, impenetrable the hedge of bayonets which, the front rank kneeling, presented to their advances. Erect in the center of each French battalion square glittered its eagle, raised on high defiantly above the smoke as the volleys flashed out all round. Marshal Devout was seen at every point wherever the regiments were hardest pressed. From square to square the marshal galloped as opportunity offered in the intervals of the Prussian attacks, his face begrimed with sweat and powder smoke, his spectacles gone, his bald head bleeding from a wound, his uniform torn, a piece of his cocked hat shot away, to exhort the men to stand fast and hold their ground. To one regiment he called out as he reined up beside its square, "Their great Frederick said that God gave the victory to the big battalions. He lied. It's the stubborn soldiers who win battles. That's you and your general today." Devout personally brought up support at one point to rescue a sorely pressed division of 4 regiments, General Gudin,'s, holding the village of Herrenhausen on the right of the battlefield, a post of vital importance to the fate of the day. Taken by a brilliant dash forward early in the battle, the village was held to the last, in spite of the utmost endeavors of the Prussians to regain it. The French kept the post at the cost of half their numbers. One regiment, the 85th, on the side of the village fronting the Prussians, lost 2/3 of its men and was forced back and compelled to abandon the outskirts. It kept the Prussians at bay, however, within the village, behind a barricade of overturned carts, farm implements, and cottage furniture heaped together. Close behind the firing line across the village street, the eagle-bearer took his stand, amidst a hail of bullets, mounted on a wheelbarrow and brandishing the eagle and calling on the men to stand firm and fire low. Marshal Devout brought up his first division of 5 regiments to rescue Gudin, heading them sword in hand as he galloped forward. In doing so, he received his wound and had a narrow escape of his life. One bullet went through the marshal's hat just above the cockade. The 111th of the line, of Devout's 3rd Division, had 3 eagle-bearers shot down in succession, a fresh officer coming forward to carry the eagle as his predecessor fell. All the drummer lads of the regiment were killed, whereupon Drum Major Mauser, dropping his staff, picked up a drum and beat it as the regiment advanced in its final charge. He ran forward close beside the eagle until he in turn fell shot dead. This was in storming the village of Spielberg, nearly at the close of the battle. "The corps of Marshal Devout performed prodigies," wrote Napoleon in the 4th bulletin of the campaign, commending with warmth the rare intrepidity of the brave corps. He ordered 500 crosses of the Legion of Honor to be distributed in Devout's corps, directing that when the army reached Berlin, Devout and the 3rd Corps should take precedence, and their eagles lead the triumphal entry through the streets of the Prussian capital. At a special review of Devout's corps, calling the marshal and his generals round him, he declared his unbounded admiration of the feat of arms they had achieved. "Sire," replied Devout, deeply moved at Napoleon's words, "the soldiers of the 3rd Corps will always be to you what the 10th Legion was to Caesar." At the attack on Halle, 3 days after Jena, the 32nd of the line, near the eagle of which Regiment Ney had ridden at Jena, distinguished themselves brilliantly. The Prussian Reserve Army Corps was holding Halle and making a gallant effort in a rearguard fight to safeguard the passage there over the river Zala. Led by the commander of Ney's 1st Division, General Dupont, in person, they stormed the bridge in the face of a tremendous fire of grape and case shot. Then, backed up by their comrades in Ney's 1st Division, the 18th and 96th and 9th Light Infantry, they fought their way through the city and, breaking open the gates, stormed the heights beyond, foremost throughout in the attack. 4 times the eagle-bearer of the 32nd was shot down. Each time a fresh officer sprang forward to lead the regiment on. The 97th of the line, while fighting their way through the streets of Halle at another point, found the Prussian cannon mounted at a barricade too deadly to face in the open, and the regiment recoiled in confusion, taking the eagle from the eagle-bearer. Colonel Berrois called forward the Grenadier Company. Leading them on himself on horseback, holding up the eagle with his right hand, he went straight at the barricade, which was stormed without touching a trigger. Thenceforward there was only left for the eagles to choose the slain, to parade in triumph across a conquered land. Veni, Vidi, Vici sums up the story of the after-events of the war for the eagles of Napoleon. The army of the great Frederick committed suicide after Jena. Its resistance collapsed. The army that had gone forth in September to cross the Rhine and dictate peace at the gates of Paris had ceased to exist within 6 weeks. How completely indeed the moral of the Prussians had been shattered, this story, from a report from Marshal Lannes to Napoleon, serves to show. 3 hussars, related Lannes, having lost their way towards Gratz, found themselves in the midst of an enemy's squadron. They boldly drew their carbines and, leveling them at the enemy, called out that the Prussians were surrounded and must surrender at discretion. The Prussians obeyed. The commander of the squadron, without apparently a thought of resistance, ordered his men to dismount, and they surrendered their arms to those 3 hussars, who brought them all in prisoners of war. General Lasalle, with a handful of hussars, as has been said, captured the fortress of Stettin, with 150 guns on its walls and a garrison of 6,000 men, by sheer effrontery. He rode up to the main gate and demanded the surrender within 5 minutes, and the governor capitulated on the spot. "If your hussars take strong fortresses like that," wrote Napoleon to Murat, on hearing the news, "I have nothing to do but break up my artillery and discharge my engineers." Prince Hohenlohe, with 14,000 men and 50 guns, his troops including the Royal Prussian Guard and 6 regiments of Guard cavalry, laid down their arms at Prenzlau. A few miles away, 8,000 more Prussians surrendered on the same day to a French brigade of dragoons. The unfortunates were remnants of the troops beaten at Jena and had been relentlessly pursued for 10 days. The 7th Hussars forwarded to Napoleon as their spoils from a 3 days' chase 7 Prussian cavalry standards, those of the Anspach and Bayreuth Dragoons, the Queen of Prussia's regiment, and 4 standards of the light cavalry of the Guard. Marshal Lannes sent Napoleon 40 Prussian standards taken between Jena and Berlin. Bernadotte and Soult presented 82 more trophies, the spoils of Blücher's army, forced to surrender at Lübeck after a forlorn hope fight in the course of which the city was stormed. Marshal Ney took the fortress of Magdeburg without having a single siege gun, and with only 11,000 men at hand to deal with 24,000 in the garrison and 700 guns on the ramparts, some of these being the heaviest artillery of the time. It was perhaps the most surprising event of the war. "The taking of Magdeburg," wrote Junot, "is the finest feat of arms that has illustrated this campaign." Ney had been ordered to blockade Magdeburg until a sufficient army was available for the siege of the fortress, which Napoleon expected would be a long and difficult affair. But so tedious a task as a blockade was not at all to Ney's taste. To hasten matters, he sent for half a dozen mortars, taken at Erfurt, and began throwing shells into the suburbs on the side nearest him. The bombardment caused a scare among the townsfolk. Panic-stricken at seeing their houses set on fire and destroyed by the bursting shells, they hastened to General Klest, the governor of Magdeburg, an elderly and nervous old gentleman of between 70 and 80 years of age, and implored him to ask terms of the French marshal. Dismayed himself at the prospect of a siege, with disorder rampant among the military nearly half, the garrison was made up of fragments of fugitive regiments from Jena, who had fled to Magdeburg for shelter from the pursuing French Klest. Losing his nerve in the face of the alarming situation, agreed to negotiate for terms. Ney's reply was a demand for instant surrender, whereupon the wretched governor, although he had more than enough good troops at disposal, without counting the Jena fugitives, to have made a stubborn defense, tamely hoisted the white flag. The march out of the garrison of Magdeburg was a repetition of the Austrian humiliation of Ulm on a lesser scale. The standards of the Black Eagle in their turn had at Magdeburg publicly to acknowledge defeat before the eagles of Napoleon. Ney drew up his 11,000 men in a great hollow square outside the Ulrich gate of the fortress. His troops were drawn up along 3 sides of the square, the fourth side, that nearest the city, being left open. In front of the regiments stood their eagles, all paraded as at Ulm, the eagle guards beside them, and the regimental officers standing in line with their swords at the carry. The Prussians marched out and, to the music of the French bands, passed in procession along the 3 inner sides of the square, and in front of Marshal Ney and his staff. The miserable Klest led them, and then took his stand beside Ney, to answer the marshal's questions as to who and what the various regiments were, as each set of downcast Prussians trailed past. They tramped by, with their muskets on their shoulders unloaded and without bayonets, and with their colors furled. The hapless prisoners, after they had defiled past, were at once marched away under escort on the road to Mayence. 20 generals, 800 other officers, 22,000 infantry, and 2,000 artillerymen with 59 standards underwent the humiliation of the defilade. There were several painful scenes at the laying down of the arms. Their soldiers openly insulted their officers, describes one of the French lookers-on. Most of them looked terribly ashamed of themselves. The faces of not a few were streaming with tears. At Magdeburg, as in the other surrenders elsewhere, it was not the personal courage of the officers and soldiers that was wanting. There were men by thousands in the various garrisons ready to give their lives for the honor of their country. It was the generals in command whose nerve lacked. The generals were men past their prime, and mostly physically incapable of enduring hardships. They had been appointed to their posts, in accordance with the system in vogue in Prussia, for the sake of the emoluments. The overthrow of Jena, to use the words of a modern writer, had been caused by faults of generalship, and cast no stain upon the courage of the officers. The surrender of the Prussian fortresses, which began on the day when the French entered Berlin, attached the utmost personal disgrace to their commanders. Even after the destruction of the army in the field, Prussia's situation would not have been hopeless if the commanders of the fortresses had acted on the ordinary rules of military duty. Magdeburg and the strongholds upon the Oder were sufficiently armed and provisioned to detain the entire French army, and to give time to the king to collect upon the Vistula a force as numerous as that which he had lost. But whatever is weakest in human nature-old age, fear, and credulity seem to have been placed at the head of the Prussian defenses. Kustrin on the Oder, in full order for a long siege, was surrendered by the older officers, amidst the curses of the subalterns and the common soldiers. The artillerymen had to be dragged from their guns by force. At Magdeburg, indeed, before the march out, the younger officers of the garrison mobbed General Klest, hooting at him and cursing him to his face. Some of them, further, being with difficulty stopped from acts of personal violence. There yet remained one day more for the Eagles. The triumphal parade of the victorious Eagles through Berlin was the crowning humiliation that Napoleon imposed on vanquished Prussia. Devout's corps, as Napoleon had promised, marched through the Prussian capital first of all. The marshal was waited on as he entered by the burgomaster and civic authorities, humbly bowing before him and offering in token of submission the keys of Berlin. The offer, however, was declined. "You must present them later," was the reply. "They belong to a greater than I." After marching through Berlin, Devout camped a mile beyond the city, posting his artillery, in position as for war, pointed towards the place as in readiness to bombard it. The soldiers were then allowed to go about Berlin in parties. They behaved very quietly and made eager sightseers, we are told. The shops, which had been closed during the march through, reopened later, and the people went about the streets as usual, mortified and subdued in demeanor, but apparently very curious to see what they could of the French officers. Augereau's corps, and then those of Soult, Bernadotte, and Ney made their triumphal entry and march through Berlin in turn, on different days later on, bands playing and eagles displayed at the head of the regiments, the people turning out on each occasion in crowds to line the streets and gaze at the show, expressing great surprise at the small size of our men and the youth of most of the officers. Marshal Ney's corps brought with them their 59 trophies from Magdeburg, and, after parading them through the streets of Berlin, ceremoniously presented them to Napoleon in public, in front of the statue of Frederick the Great. Napoleon himself made his triumphal entry into Berlin on October 28, 3 days after Devout's march through. He rode from Charlottenburg through the Brandenburg Gate and along Unter den Linden to the Royal Palace, at the head of the Old Guard and 6,000 cuirassiers in gleaming mail. Squadrons of gendarmerie d'élite and chasseurs of the Guard and the Horse Grenadiers, in their huge bearskins, led the long procession, all in grand tenue, with their bands playing and the eagles glittering in the brilliant sunshine of a perfect autumn day. Napoleon came next, riding by himself, 20 paces in front of the staff, with impassive face and a stern expression, passing amid dense silent crowds, the men all wearing black as in mourning, the women mostly with handkerchiefs to their eyes. The people lined both sides of the roadway and filled the windows of all the houses overlooking the route. All Berlin, young and old, was in the streets that day, staring at the spectacle in mute silence, looking on dumbly, pale-faced, and miserable of aspect. Not a mutter of abuse was heard. Not the least sign was apparent of the deadly hatred to their conqueror that one and all felt. With rage and despair in their hearts, with compressed lips and clenched fists at their sides, the men watched the splendid array sweep proudly past them in all the insolent pomp of victorious war. For once, on that historic occasion, Napoleon discarded his customary wear of the green undress uniform of his pet corps, the chasseurs of the Guard. He entered Berlin as the head of a conquering army, wearing the full-dress uniform of a French general, crimson-plumed cocked hat with blue and white aigrette, blue coat heavily embroidered with gold, and with glittering bullion epaulets, and the blue and gold sash of a general round his waist. 4 marshals, Berthier, Lannes, Devout, and Augereau, riding abreast, followed Napoleon, immediately in front of the imperial staff, a cavalcade of 100 and more brilliantly decorated officers, all in their most gorgeous parade uniforms, in celebration of the day. The keys of the city were presented to the conqueror, and accepted by him as Napoleon passed through the Brandenburg Gate. 10,000 infantry of the Old Guard, in a vast solid column of glistening bayonets, marched, 20 abreast, in rear of the staff. Their famous band playing triumphantly, with the eagle of the Grenadiers of the Old Guard above its flag of crimson silk and gold, heading the veterans. They also were all in the full-dress uniform they wore on gala day parades before the Tuileries. By Napoleon's special order, the Old Guard on all campaigns carried in their knapsacks their full-dress uniform, specially for donning on occasions such as that at Berlin. But the cup of humiliation for the miserable citizens of the Prussian capital was not yet full. They had yet another military spectacle with a significance of its own to witness, one the deep humiliation of which they felt more bitterly even than Napoleon's triumphant ride in person through their streets. The citizens of Berlin had to look on their own officers of the Royal Prussian Guard being led in procession through their midst under the armed escort of Napoleon's grenadiers. That was Napoleon's way of settling accounts for that august night of wanton insult to France, for the sharpening of the sword blades on the steps of the French embassy. Nor, too, did Napoleon spare the Prussian prisoners of the rank and file. Writing from Berlin to the Minister of the Interior in Paris, he gave directions that the Prussian captives should be made use of as hewers of wood and drawers of water for their conquerors. They were to be farmed out to municipalities and district councils in the departments. Their services should be turned to account at a trifling expense in the way of wages for the benefit of our manufacturers and cultivators, and replace our conscripts called to serve in the ranks of the Grand Army. Napoleon stayed in Berlin for 4 weeks, while the marshals were leading the Eagles through eastern Prussia towards the Polish frontier. Russia had taken up the cause of her defeated neighbor, and the armies of the Tsar were on the move to rescue what was left of the Prussian army. Less than 15,000 men were all that remained in the field to show fight, of 200,000 soldiers who, not 2 months before, had been on the march against France in full anticipation of victory. In the royal palace of Berlin, Napoleon received with elaborate ceremony the deputation of the French Senate sent from Paris, specially to congratulate the victor of Jena in the enemy's capital. He took advantage of the unique occasion for the formal presentation and handing over to their charge, for conveyance to Paris, of the trophies of the War III 40 Prussian battle flags and standards. 40 of the trophies presented to the Senate on that day at Berlin are now among the array of trophies grouped round Napoleon's tomb in the Invalids. Napoleon handed over to the charge of the deputation at the same time, for transfer to the Invalids, his own personal spoil the sword of Frederick the Great. It was removed all, the world knows the story of the unpardonable outrage by Napoleon's own hand from its resting place on the royal tomb at Potsdam. "I would rather have this," he said to the officers beside him in the royal vault as he took possession of the sword, "than 20 millions. I shall send it to my old soldiers who fought against Frederick in the campaign in Hanover. I will present it to the governor of the Invalids, who will guard it as a testimonial of the victories of the Grand Army and the vengeance that it has wreaked for the disaster of Rossbach. My veterans will be pleased to see the sword of the man who defeated them at Rossbach." The trophies started for France forthwith under military escort, and Paris went mad with exultation at the sight of them. On the day of the state procession, which escorted the trophies from the Tuileries to the Invalids, it proved almost impossible to keep back the enormous crowds that thronged the streets along the route, in spite of cordons of gendarmerie and regiments of dragoons. Deputations of veterans and National Guards, with the eagles of the departmental legions, led the way. Then came imperial carriages with exalted official personages. The trophies had their place next, displayed in clusters of flags all round a gigantic triumphal car. Marshal Moncey, the acting governor of Paris, rode a few paces behind the car of Prussian standards, holding up the trophy of trophies before the eyes of the wildly cheering onlookers Frederick the Great's sword. A gaily attired train of generals and staff officers attended the marshal. The rear of the procession was brought up by the battalions of the Guard of Paris, their eagles being borne amid rows of gleaming bayonets. Salvos of artillery from the triumphal battery greeted the arrival of the trophies at the Invalids, where the veterans awaited them, drawn up on parade before the Gate of Honor. As Napoleon had specially directed, the Hanoverian war veterans of the Invalids met and escorted Marshal Moncey to the chapel at the head of other specially nominated veterans, who bore, marching in procession, the Prussian trophy standards. The trophies were deposited with an elaborate display of ceremonial in front of the high altar, after which Fontaines, the public orator of the empire, delivered an address full of glowingly eloquent passages on the glorious achievements of the Grand Army and the resplendent magnificence of the leader who had led the Eagles to surpassing triumphs. The 12 lost Eagles of Isle. Napoleon passed from the victorious fields of Prussia to the rough experiences of the Eylau and Friedland campaigns, which followed as the sequel to Jena on the plains of the Polish frontier. The Eagles there had to undergo under fire vicissitudes of fortune that were a foretaste of the fate in store for some of them later on, at the hands of the same enemy, in the Moscow campaign. No fewer than 14 of the Eagles borne in triumph through Berlin after Jena were on view within a 12-month as spoils of war in the Kazan Cathedral at St. Petersburg. The Eagle of Marshal Ney's favorite regiment in the battle days of the Ulm campaign, the 9th Light Infantry, was the first to meet adventures in the Polish War. It was on the occasion of the surprise of Bernadotte's army corps at Moringen near the Vistula, in the last week of January 1807. The Grand Army was lying in winter quarters to the north of Warsaw, awaiting the reopening of the campaign in the early spring, when the Russian army, breaking up unexpectedly from its cantonments beyond the Vistula in the depth of winter, made a dash at Bernadotte's outlying troops, posted by themselves at some distance from the main army and scattered in detachments over a wide tract of country for reasons of food supply. Bernadotte only got news of the enemy's approach just in time, practically at the 11th hour. He was rapidly concentrating his corps at Moringen, but barely half his troops had been able to reach the point of danger when the Russians struck their blow. He was able, with the troops nearest at hand, to avert destruction, but the escape was a narrow one, and his losses were very heavy, all his baggage falling into the hands of the enemy. Fortunately for the French, the Russian advanced guard attacked prematurely and was beaten back, after which Bernadotte made good his retreat to a safer neighborhood. The 9th Light Infantry were in the forefront of the fighting, which was at the closest quarters, the soldiers on both sides meeting man to man. 4 eagle-bearers of the 9th fell, one after the other. 4 times the eagle was taken by the Russians and recaptured at the point of the bayonet. A 5th time the eagle-bearer went down, and on his fall this time the eagle disappeared, while the 9th were driven back, broken and in disorder. They were quickly rallied again, however, and led once more to the charge, going forward to the combat with the fury of despair. This time, their impetuous onset forced the Russians to give ground. Advancing with shouts of victory, they stormed the village of Sarafelden, immediately in front of them, and their seized part of a Russian ammunition train. While searching for fresh cartridges in one of the enemy's ammunition wagons to replenish their empty cartouche boxes, an officer, to his surprise, came upon the lost eagle. It had been broken from its staff in the last fight round it, and its Russian captor, probably having enough to do to look after himself without carrying it about, had apparently thrust it hastily into the ammunition wagon on top of the cartridges. At any rate there, the eagle of the 9th Light Infantry was found, and so it was regained. The broken staff and flag were missing and were never seen again, but the all-important eagle had been recovered. It was hurriedly mounted on a hop pole, found leaning against a peasant's hut nearby, which was improvised for a staff, and on that the eagle was carried to the close of the fighting that day, after which the 9th retreated with the rest of Bernadotte's corps. Napoleon specially decorated the lieutenant who recovered the eagle, and who also had led more than one of the charges to rescue it in the earlier fighting. He gave him the Cross of the Legion of Honor with a money grant. He further recorded the recovery of the eagle, though, without mentioning how it was got back in the 55th Bulletin of the Grand Army, dated Warsaw, January 29, 1807. The eagle of the 9th Light Infantry was taken by the enemy, but, realizing the deep disgrace with which their brave regiment would be covered forever, and from which neither victory nor the glory acquired in 100 combats could have removed the stigma, the soldiers, animated with an inconceivable ardor, precipitated themselves on the enemy and routed them and recovered their eagle. So Napoleon wrote history. 2 eagles met their fate in the first day's fighting at Eylau, the preliminary combat on February 7, which formed the opening phase of the terrific encounter next day. At Eylau, a small township, some 22 miles to the south of Königsberg, Napoleon, in person, commanded with 80,000 men in the field, and met with his first serious check in a European war. In following up the Russian rearguard on the afternoon of the 7th, as it fell slowly back to rejoin its main body, drawn up in position on the farther side of Eylau, on ground chosen beforehand by the Russian leader for making a stand, 2 of Napoleon's battalions, while pressing hotly forward after the enemy over the open plain, some 2 miles from Eylau, were overpowered and cut to pieces. They had charged and were driving in the nearest Russians to them, when a Russian cavalry regiment, the St. Petersburg Dragoons, unexpectedly came on the scene. Sweeping round amidst the tumult of the fighting, the dragoons rode into them on the flank. The 2 battalions were slaughtered almost to a man within 5 minutes before help could get to them, and their eagles were snatched up and borne away. It was an act of expiation for the St. Petersburg Dragoons. On the previous day, Murat's pursuing hussars had charged and broken them, putting them to flight, and in a wild panic they had ridden over one of their own regiments, trampling their comrades down, with loss of life. To retrieve their character, the St. Petersburg Dragoons now went savagely at the two French battalions, riding them down with reckless daring and relentless fury, giving no quarter. Their capture of two of Napoleon's eagles in one charge, the taking of two eagles by a single regiment, stands on its own account as a unique achievement. The historic Battle of February 8, 1807, was fought in the depth of winter, in the midst of a flat expanse of a desolate snow plain and icebound marshes, under dreary lowering skies of leaden gray, amid howling gusts of piercing wind, with driving snowstorms sweeping intermittently across the field of battle. 150,000 men on both sides faced each other at the break of day. After passing the night with their outposts within shot of one another, the soldiers all lying in an open bivouac on the snow, round their watchfires, wrapped up in their cloaks, the only shelter from the bitter cold. They fronted each other in the gray dawn, within half-cannon shot, their immense masses distributed in dense columns over a space in breadth less than 4 miles. Between them lay the field of battle, a wide stretch of unenclosed ground, rising on the Russian side to a range of small hills. All over the plain, ponds and marshes intersected the ground, but far and wide all was now covered over with ice and deep snow. Napoleon began the battle with a fierce cannonade, opening a terrific fire all along the line with no fewer than 350 guns. The Russians replied at once, firing back even more furiously and with yet more guns. For almost an hour, nearly 800 cannon belched forth shot and shell on either side, an artillery duel perhaps unparalleled in war. Then, in the midst of the cannonade, Napoleon launched his first attack. 15,000 men of Augereau's corps moved out from the center of the French line to storm the Russian position. They went forward, massed in two immense columns, with in support a third column of one of Soult's divisions. They went forward to their doom, to meet disaster, swift, terrible, overwhelming, and to leave two of their eagles in the hands of the enemy as mementos of their fate. Yet they were not given up. Neither of those eagles was surrendered. They remained on the field amid the dead, left behind because there was not a man living of their regiments to defend them. They lay where they fell, surrounded by the soldiers who had died in their defense, lying on the snow for the Cossacks to pick up and carry away. They were the eagles of the 14th and the 24th of the line. The Russians turned their guns on Augereau's corps directly it commenced its advance. It was sheer massacre for the French, as the fierce tornado of cannonballs crashed into the thick of the densely massed columns. Whole companies were swept away, mowed down on every side. Within a quarter of an hour, half of the corps were struck down. The rest, though, with stolid endurance, held firmly on their way. The soldiers went doggedly on, only halting for a moment now and again to close up their shattered ranks. At that moment, as they were nearing the Russian position, a furious snowstorm burst over the battlefield, the snow blowing right in the faces of the French. It was impossible, one of the survivors told, to see anything at all in front. We could at times barely see a foot before us. All, in spite of that, however, labored bravely to get forward, without wavering and regardless of the merciless fire of the Russian guns, which never ceased for one moment. Then, as the snow-blinded soldiers struggled on, when the storm of whirling snow was at its worst, all in an instant the catastrophe happened. Without warning, coming from nowhere, as it seemed, an enormous mass of Russian horse, dragoons, and Cossacks charged suddenly, amid an infernal din of furious shouting, into them. So thick was the snowstorm, and so unexpected the onset, that the assailants were only a few feet off, and the long lances of the Cossacks almost touching the French infantry when they were first discerned. The Russians swept down on all sides of the two divisions, charging them in front and flanks and rear at once, the dragoons sabring them right and left, the Cossacks stabbing at them with their long 18-foot lances. The combat was not of more than a few minutes' duration. The corps, charged at once by foot and horse with the utmost vigor, broke and fled in the wildest disorder back into Eylau, closely pursued by the Russian cavalry and Cossacks, who made such havoc that the whole above 15,000 strong were, with the exception of 1,500 men, taken or destroyed. And Augereau himself, with his two generals of divisions, Desjardins and Houdelet, was desperately wounded. Cut off in one part of the field and hemmed in the 24th of the line, one of the finest regiments in the Grand Army and itself almost equal to a brigade, as a French officer speaks of it, was destroyed to a man. It refused to turn its back to the enemy and stood its ground to face its fate. The 24th were slaughtered as they stood in their ranks. Colonel Semele and a devoted band of soldiers fought round the eagle to the last and fell dead beside it. A Cossack picked the eagle up and rode off with it. The 14th had led the attack. It had lost heavily from the Russian cannonade, but was still pressing on when the cavalry came charging down. The regiments next following it, however, had suffered still more heavily from the artillery fire. They were swept away en masse by the Cossack rush. Thus the 14th were cut off and left by themselves, barely half a battalion of men in numbers, in the midst of the raging torrent of Cossacks and dragoons. The survivors hastily threw themselves into A square on and round a low elevation or hillock of snow. There, with their eagle in their midst, they stood at bay, refusing to retire without direct orders from their marshal. Marbot, in his memoirs, describes the fate of the 14th, to which he was sent with a message from Napoleon. He was one of Augereau's aides de camp. It was just after the wounded marshal had been carried back to the churchyard of the village of Eylau, the center of the French position, whence Napoleon, on horseback, among his personal suite, had witnessed the disaster. All could see the 14th standing there, isolated and surrounded. We could see that the intrepid regiment, surrounded by the enemy, was brandishing the eagle in the air to show that it still held its ground and wanted help. Napoleon, touched by the grand devotion of these brave men, resolved to try to save them. He gave orders that an officer should be sent to tell them to try to make their way back towards the army. Cavalry would charge out to help them. It looked, says Marbot, almost impossible to get through the thronging Cossacks, but Napoleon's command had to be obeyed. A brave captain of engineers named Fraser, who, though not an aide-de-camp, was on Augereau's staff, happened to be nearest him and was told to carry the order to the 14th. Fraser galloped off. We lost sight of him in the midst of the Cossacks and never saw him again or heard what became of him. The marshal, seeing that the 14th did not move, then sent an officer named David. He had the same fate as Fraser. We never heard of him again. Probably both were killed and stripped and could not be recognized among the many corpses which covered the ground. For the third time the marshal called, "The officer for duty." It was my turn. Marbot had seen his two predecessors go off with their swords drawn, as though they intended to defend themselves against attacks on the way. He had remarked that, and now proposed another method for himself. To attempt defense was madness. It meant stopping to fight amidst a multitude of enemies. I went otherwise to work. Leaving my sword in its scabbard, I considered myself rather as a rider who is trying to win a steeplechase and goes as quickly as possible by the shortest line towards the appointed goal without troubling about what is to right or left of his path. My goal was the hillock on which stood the 14th, and I resolved to get there without taking heed of the Cossacks. I tried to put them out of my mind entirely. The plan answered to perfection. Lisette, flying rather than galloping, moving more lightly than a swallow, darted over the intervening space, leaping the heaps of dead men and horses, the ditches, the broken gun carriages, the half-extinguished bivouac fires. Thousands of Cossacks swarmed over the plain. The first who caught sight of me behaved like sportsmen who, while beating, start a hare and tell of its whereabouts to each other with shouts of your side. None of the Cossacks tried to stop me. Perhaps it was because of the amazing speed of my mare, perhaps probably because there were so many of them swarming round that each thought I could not escape from his comrades farther on. At any rate I got through them all, and without scratch either to myself or to my mare, and managed to reach where the 14th stood. I found them in square on top of their hillock, but the slope all round was very slight, and the Russian cavalry had been able to attack them with several charges. All, though, had been beaten off, and the regiment stood surrounded by a circle of dead horses and dragoons. The corpses indeed formed a kind of rampart round our men, and made by now their position almost inaccessible to mounted men. So I found, for in spite of the help of our men, I had much difficulty in getting across this horrible entrenchment. At last, however, I was in the square. The major of the 14th was the senior officer left alive, and to him Marbot gave Napoleon's order. But it was absolutely impossible to carry it out. There were too few men left to make the attempt possible. They would be overpowered, said the major to Marbot, before they had gone half a dozen steps. They were past hope now, unless the cavalry could cut their way to them at once. Marbot must save himself and get back at once. He must take their eagle back with him and deliver it into Napoleon's own hands. "I see no means left of saving the regiment," were the major's words. "Return to the emperor, and bid him farewell from the 14th of the line. We have faithfully obeyed his orders in defense of the eagle. Bear him back his eagle which he entrusted to us, which now we have no hope of defending longer. It would add too much to the bitterness of death for us to see it fall into the hands of the enemy." The major handed the eagle to Marbot and then saluted it, amid shouts of "Vive l'Empereur" from the men round. Marbot took the eagle and, as the only means of preserving it during his ride back, tried to break it off from its stout pole so as to conceal it under his cloak. He was in the act of leaning forward to get a purchase in order to break the oaken staff, when he was suddenly rendered powerless by the wind of a grape shot. It was a marvelous escape from death. The shot actually went through his hat, within 1/4 of an inch of his head. It deprived him, as he describes, of all power and sensation, although he still remained fixed in his saddle, his eyes witnessing the last scene, the fate of the 14th. The square was finally rushed by a swarm of Russian grenadiers, as Marbot says, who came charging up to the spot, big men with mitre-shaped caps bound in brass. These men hurled themselves furiously on the feeble remains of the 14th. Our poor fellows had little strength left for resistance, weakened as they were by hardships and privations. They had for days been only existing on potatoes and melted snow, and on that morning had not had time to prepare even that wretched meal. Yet they made bravely what fight they could with their bayonets, and when, as too soon happened, the square was broken, they tried to hold together in groups, fighting back to back and keeping up the unequal fight to the last man. Those nearest Marbot, so as not to be bayoneted from behind, stood all round him with their backs to the mare, hemmed in by a ring of Russians, some shooting down the hapless Frenchmen, others killing them with the bayonet. Marbot, recovering his senses, got at the last moment an unexpected chance of escape. His mare, Lysette, he says, of a notoriously savage temper, was pricked by a bayonet apparently, for she suddenly sprang forward, lashing out and kicking and biting. She crashed through the nearest Russians and galloped off with Marbot on her back towards Eylau. He was mistaken by the Cossacks, he thought, for a Russian officer, and rode on until suddenly Lysette collapsed beneath him, and Marbot rolled off into the snow, where he lay insensible for some hours. He lay there until a marauder on the field after the battle tried to strip him of his gold-laced uniform. That roused him, and he cried for help, which came, but the eagle of the 14th had disappeared. 2 eagles of St. Hilaire's division of Soult's corps were taken at about the same time that the 14th met its fate. One was that of the 10th Light Infantry, ridden down while hastening forward to support Augereau. The 10th missed its way in the snowstorm, and, blundering close under the Russian guns, was decimated by grape. Immediately after that, while reeling under the shock, and trying to reform its ranks, the Russian dragoons dashed into it. They burst into its midst at full gallop, unseen until they were actually among us. No help was near, and in less than 3 minutes the luckless 10th Light Infantry had ceased to exist. The second of Soult's eagles that was lost at Eylau was that of a battalion of the 28th of the line, which also perished, victims to the sabers of the Russian horsemen. It was a little later in the day, just after the 28th had made a successful bayonet charge on the Russian infantry. They were in the midst of their combat when the dragoons dashed into them, rode through them, and scattered them, bearing off the eagle, snatched from the hands of the eagle-bearer, who was cut down in the mêlée. The heart of the 1st Grenadier of France nearly went to St. Petersburg at the same time. The 46th and 28th together formed General Levasseur's division in Soult's corps, and both were overwhelmed at the same time by the Russian dragoons. The more fortunate 46th saved both their eagle and the silver casket in which the heart of La Tour d'Auvergne was kept enshrined. The casket was worn, strapped on a velvet shield, on the chest of the senior grenadier sergeant of the 1st Battalion, whose station was next the eagle-bearer. It was with the 46th, then known as the 46th Demi-Brigade, that the heroic Premier Grenadier de France was serving as a captain when he met his death in the year of Hohenlinden, while in the act of capturing an Austrian standard. The 46th of the line of the modern French army keeps up today the traditional practice, first ordered by Moreau, the victor of Hohenlinden, of calling his name first of all at regimental parades. It was revived some 30 years ago, after being in desuetude since 1809. Immediately the colonel has saluted the flag, describes one of the officers of the regiment. The captain commanding the color company steps forward and, facing the men, calls in a loud voice, "La Tour d'Auvergne," on which the senior sergeant of the company steps out 2 paces and replies, in a loud voice also, "Mort au champ de honneur, dead on the field of honor." The heart of La Tour d'Auvergne in its silver casket was ceremoniously deposited by the regiment at the Invalids in 1904, 8 years ago. The 25th of the line saved its eagle, but lost on the field every single one of its officers. A plainly built obelisk with the brief inscription, "To the memory of the officers of the 25th," was erected by Napoleon to commemorate their fate at Eylau. 2 eagles of Devout's corps were lost at Eylau. One was that of the 18th, the sole loss of an eagle in the battle, as it so happens that it suited Napoleon's purpose to admit publicly. This is what he said of it in his Eylau Bulletin, the 58th Bulletin of the Grand Army. "The eagle of one of the battalions of the 18th Regiment is missing. It has probably fallen into the hands of the enemy, but no reproach can attach to this regiment in the predicament in which it was placed. It is a mere accident of war. The Emperor will give the 18th another eagle when it has taken a standard from the enemy." Comments on this, by the way, a British officer, Colonel Sir Robert Wilson, who was attached to the Russian army as British military commissioner. "Admirable, the accidental loss of 1 eagle and only one. Colonel Beckendorf, then, did not carry 12 eagles, and, moreover, several colors from which the eagles had been unscrewed to Petersburg, where they now are for the inspection of the world." Napoleon made no other open reference to the loss of eagles at Eylau, but, as he showed a little later, he felt what had happened. On the other hand, outside France, many people disbelieved the Russian official dispatches. "The number of eagles said to be taken," wrote the editor of a London newspaper, "is astounding, indeed incredible." The 18th lost their eagle in the fierce fighting on the extreme right of the battlefield, where, after storming the village of Surpalin, Morin's division captured a Russian battery, bayoneting the gunners. As they took the guns, a Russian cavalry brigade came hastening to the spot to the rescue. Taking the 18th on the flank, the Russians rode them down, breaking the regiment up and scattering it. The eagle disappeared in the midst of the fight. The eagle of the 51st of the line was the other that was lost in Devout's corps. That was taken by the Prussian division which fought at Eylau, the last remnant of the Jena army still combating in the field. The Prussians, some 12,000 in number, had made good their escape to the Polish frontier and reached the battlefield of Eylau at the close of the fight, in time to strike in and take vengeance for their countrymen. They were, however, deprived in the end of their trophy. The captured eagle of the 51st was claimed from them by the Russian general after the battle, and sent with the 11 others to St. Petersburg, where it now is. 2 others of Devout's eagles which came through at Eylau had narrow escapes. They were those of the 17th and 30th of the line. The 17th was one of the regiments ridden down by Toeziski's dragoons, the troopers who carried off the eagle of the 18th. In their charge, the dragoons broke up the 17th as well, and the eagle was left with only a few men nearby to defend it. They were in the midst of the dragoons as the Russians galloped through, slashing with their sabers at all within reach. As the only means of saving the eagle, Lachwanu, a fourier, or quartermaster sergeant, thrust the eagle under the snow and stood on it shouting for help. Colonel Mallet heard the cry and ran to the rescue. With a few men who rallied to the spot, he succeeded in getting the eagle away from among the debris of the 17th. At roll call next morning, only 1 man in 5 answered to his name. Napoleon, on his ride over the field, happening to pass by while the muster was being held, the gallant fourier was brought before him and presented with a lieutenant's commission and an annuity of 2,000 francs. The eagle of the 30th of the line, another of Morin's regiments, was saved from capture in like manner by the personal devotion of another fourier, Morin by name. All round him men were falling, and he himself had been severely wounded, but the brave fellow had just strength enough to bury the eagle under the snow. He fainted from loss of blood as he did it. Morin was found next morning just alive, outstretched over where the precious eagle lay concealed. He was able to make signs and indicate that it was lying underneath the snow, and then he died. 4 cavalry eagles, those of cuirassier regiments, made up the tale of 12 lost by Napoleon in the 2 days at Eylau. Platoff's Cossacks of the Don captured the 4. They swooped down on Murat's cavalry, while out of hand, and partially dispersed after breaking through the Russian center, at the close of Murat's desperate charge at the head of 70 squadrons to save the survivors of the massacre of Augereau's ill-fated battalions. Of one cuirassier regiment, only 18 men managed to regain their own lines, leaving 530 of their comrades on the field to be stripped of their shining armor by the Cossacks. The Eagle of the Old Guard led a charge at Eylau at the head of the Grenadiers. The Guard came into action to beat back a daring Russian counterattack on the center of Napoleon's position, which immediately followed the annihilation of Augereau's corps. Napoleon himself gave the order for the Guard to go forward. The Emperor, describes Caulaincourt, who was on Napoleon's staff and near him throughout, standing erect in the stirrups, his glass at his eye, was the first to realize that the black shadow steadily drawing near through the veil of the snowstorm must be the columns of the Russian reserve. He immediately sent against them 2 battalions of the Grenadiers of the Guard, commanded by General d'Orsen. It was just after Murat had been ordered to make his charge. d'Orsen, Le Beau d'Orsen, he was universally called. He had the reputation of being the handsomest man in the whole of the Grand Army. Started off on the instant, rapidly deploying his men into lines as he moved forward, and with the Eagle of the Grenadiers of the Guard in advance of the center of the front line. The Old Guard moved out in stately order, marching with clockwork precision, muskets at the support held erect at the side, and steadied and supported with one arm held stiffly across. One of the officers who rode beside d'Orsen suggested to the general as they were nearing the Russians to open fire. "None," was the haughty answer. "Grenadiers l'arme à bras, la ville garde n'ici bat que la baïonnette?" No, arms at the support, the Old Guard only fights at the point of the bayonet. They reached the Russians, who, on their side, seemed for the moment as if spellbound at the sight of them. The nearest Russians stopped short. They stood stock-still, rooted in the ground as it were, gazing at the sudden apparition of the solid wall of 2,000 veteran giants in their huge towering bearskins. The next instant, the battalion guns of the Guard, which accompanied the advance on either flank, opened with a burst of fire at short range into the thick of the Russians. At once, down came the gleaming rows of bayonets, and like one man, the Old Guard sprang forward and charged into the enemy. A moment before the bayonets crossed a squadron of the chasseurs of the Guard, the men on duty as Napoleon's own personal escort, sent forward by the Emperor himself to assist the Grenadiers, dashed into the rear of the Russian column and drove it forward on our Grenadiers, who received it with fixed bayonets. Just before that it was that the Eagle of the Old Guard had its adventure. A shell dropped right in front of it and burst. The fragments smashed the eagle pole in 2 places, just above and below the hands of the eagle bearer. The eagle fell to the ground at the feet of the Russians, but they had not time to get hold of it. Instantly Lieutenant Morlay, the eagle bearer, sprang forward and recovered it. Picking the eagle up, with the flag and fragment of pole that was left, Morlay snatched hold of a grenadier's musket and jammed the piece of the staff into the muzzle beside the bayonet. He carried the eagle in that manner throughout the rest of the battle. 150,000 combatants had faced one another at daybreak. An hour before midnight, when the last shots were fired, 50,000 men lay dead or wounded on the field. Never, if we may recall the grim picture of the scene next day that Alison has drawn, was spectacle so dreadful as that field presented on the following morning. Above 50,000 men lay in the space of 2 leagues, weltering in blood. The wounds were, for the most part, of the severest kind, from the extraordinary quantity of cannonballs which had been discharged during the action and the close proximity of the contending masses to the deadly batteries, which spread grape at half-musket, shot through their ranks. Though stretched on the cold snow and exposed to the severity of an Arctic winter, the sufferers were burning with thirst, and piteous cries were heard on all sides for water, or assistance to extricate the wounded men from beneath the heaps of slain or load of horses by which they were crushed. 6,000 of these noble animals encumbered the field, or, maddened with pain, were shrieking aloud amidst the stifled groans of the wounded. Broken gun carriages, dismounted cannon, fragments of blown-up caissons, scattered balls, lay in wild confusion amidst casks, cuirassiers, and burning hamlets, casting a livid light over a field of snow. Subdued by loss of blood, tamed by cold, exhausted by hunger, the foemen lay side by side, amidst the general wreck. The Cossack was to be seen beside the Italian. The gay vine-dresser from the banks of the Garonne lay athwart the stern peasant from the plains of the Ukraine. When Napoleon took his ride over the field, the men exhibited none of their wonted enthusiasm. No cries of "Vive l'Empereur" were heard. The bloody surface echoed only with the cries of suffering or the groans of woe. 16 Russian standards were sent to Paris after Eylau. Napoleon set off to the 12 eagles taken to St. Petersburg. They were to be hung, he directed, temporarily at the Invalides, until such time as the conversion of the former Church of the Madeleine into Napoleon's grandiose Temple of Victory should be effected, a project that was fated never to be accomplished. There, designed Napoleon, all the trophies of the Grand Army would find their final resting place, in a splendid edifice, designed externally after the Parthenon at Athens. Within, the trophies would be displayed, amidst colonnades of Corinthian pillars of marble and granite and a mass of decorative sculptures, statues of marshals and generals who had met their death in battle, and bas-reliefs of famous colonels before a lofty marble curule chair, which Napoleon would occupy as a throne on great occasions. "It is a temple I desire," he laid down, writing from his camp in Poland, "not a church, and everything must be made in a chaste, severe, and durable style, and be suitable for solemnities at all times and all hours." 2 more eagles had yet to go to St. Petersburg before the war was over, the eagle of the 15th of the line and another. They were the spoils that the beaten Russian army carried off from the Battle of Friedland, fought some 6 months after Eylau, on July 14. Napoleon won one of his most famous victories at Friedland, and one that he afterwards recorded on the colors of all the regiments that fought in the battle, but the defeated army carried back with them 2 more of his eagles. The eagle of the 15th of the line, a regiment of Marshal Ney's corps, was lost in a bayonet charge while fighting the Russian Imperial Guard. The second eagle was left among the dead in the repulse of a column of Marshal Lannes' corps in the earlier part of the battle. A column of 3,000 men advanced straight against Friedland. They were permitted to approach close to the Russian cannon without a single shot being fired, when suddenly the whole opened with grape, and with such effect that in a few minutes 1,000 men were struck down, the column routed, and the eagle taken. One of the regiments of the column saved itself as it fell back by rallying round its eagle. As at Eylau, so at Friedland, the Russian dragoons dashed down among the broken battalions while trying to reform under the murderous cannonade. The 50th of the line had been near the head of the column, and more than half of its men had been shot down. The dragoons were cutting their way through to the eagle when Adjutant Laborie snatched it from its wounded bearer and, holding it up, shouted to the men, "Rally round the eagle. We must defend it to the death." A small square hastily formed round him, and, stubbornly resisting, they kept the Russian dragoons off and fought their way back to safety with the eagle. The Peace of Tilsit closed the war within a month of Friedland. The welcome home of Paris to the Old Guard, and public decoration of the eagles with crowns of gold, was the curtain scene and grand finale of the Gina Friedland drama. To all the regiments of the Grand Army under fire at Jena, Friedland, and Eylau, wreaths of gold, to be affixed round the necks of their eagles, were voted by the municipality of Paris. The wreaths were to be publicly presented to each regiment on its return to France. The Guard were the first to receive theirs, and their arrival in the capital was made the occasion of a series of civic fêtes, announced officially as being offered in tribute to the glory of the Grand Army. Wednesday, November 25, 1807, was the day on which the Guard were due to reach Paris. All had been made ready to accord them a magnificent reception. The prefect of the Seine, at the head of the city magistrates, and the municipal councillors of Paris, all in their robes and chains and glittering insignia of office, escorted by a mounted cohort of National Guards, met the returning veterans at the barrier on the Strasbourg road. Marshal Bessières led the guard, who marched up with bands playing and resplendent in their full-dress uniforms, horse and foot, and artillery 12,000 men in all. A gigantic triumphal arch was set up beyond the barrier, wide enough for 20 men to march through abreast. It was the approach to a wide arena on which the troops drew up, massed in front of a lofty platform, decked out with flags and wreaths of evergreens and bright-colored hangings. There the prefect took his place with his entourage as the soldiers drew near. Grandstands to accommodate a crowd of sightseers surrounded the arena. the Old Guard marched in and drew up in close order, on which the proceedings opened with the civic address. "Heroes of Jena, of Eylau of Friedland," began the prefect, "conquerors of a splendid peace, immortal thanks are your due from France. We salute you, eagles of war, the symbols of the might of our noble-hearted emperor. You have made known throughout the world, with his great name, the glory of victorious France." So, in grandiloquent style, the address commenced. At its close, the regiments of the Guards defiled past the platform in turn carabineers and cuirassiers, chasseurs, dragoons, and hussars, and the battalions of veteran grenadiers. Round the neck of each eagle, as its corps came up, the prefect hung a wreath of laurel leaves in gold. Then came the triumphal march through the streets of Paris to the Tuileries, amid cheering crowds, nearly beside themselves with excitement and enthusiasm, and with difficulty kept back from breaking through the rows of National Guards who lined the pavement, to hug the grim bearskin-hatted warriors. The eagles deposited with ceremony in the imperial guardroom of the Palace of the Tuileries, the horsemen dismounted in the square of the Carousel, muskets were piled, and all marched off to the Champs-Élysées. An immense banquet awaited them there, under vast marquise shelter that the men appreciated, for it turned out a miserably wet afternoon. The banquet in the Champs-Élysées was the first in the round of festivities with which Paris welcomed home the victors over Europe. The fêtes lasted over 3 days and terminated in a grand reception given by the Senate to all ranks of our invincible guard in the gardens of the Luxembourg. Chapter 6. Preparing for the Future. The Eagle Guard. The loss of 12 eagles in one battle made a deep and lasting impression upon Napoleon. That 12 of his cherished emblems, those mementos of victorious Caesar, for whose prestige he had advanced such exacting claims, should have fallen en bloc into the hands of the enemy, came as a galling blow to Napoleon's military pride. 12 eagles reft from amid the bayonets of the Grand Army on one battlefield. 12 eagles paraded together as trophies through the capital of an exulting foe. It was a poignantly felt humiliation for the mighty imperator of the Field of Mars. And yet no default could be charged against the soldiers to whom these eagles had been entrusted. All that men might do for their defense they had done. Most of the luckless battalions, indeed, had fought and fallen directly under the eyes of the emperor himself, looking on from his post of vantage by the wall of Eylau churchyard. Napoleon, however, had already realized that his distribution of an emblem to whose preservation he attached such extreme importance had been made on too lavish a scale. He had been imprudent in distributing such hostages to fortune broadcast. There were too many eagles on offer to the enemy. Napoleon, indeed, had already tacitly admitted that. Within 2 months of the opening of the first campaign of the Grand Army during the Austerlitz campaign, immediately after Murat's daring gallop on Vienna, Napoleon had summarily directed all the light cavalry eagles to be sent back from the front. Every hussar and chasseur regiment was ordered to return its 3 squadron eagles to headquarters forthwith, for sending back to France. In future, a new army regulation laid down, those corps would not take their eagles into the field at all. The regulation after that was extended to dragoons, and later to all light infantry battalions. No doubt it was a step dictated by prudence. In these corps particularly, from the nature of the duties they had normally to perform, the Eagles were peculiarly exposed to risk of isolation and capture. What had happened at Eylau, and several narrow escapes in hand-to-hand combats at Friedland, together with certain other incidents in that battle which had come under Napoleon's personal notice, where, through a nervous anxiety for the safety of their Eagles, some battalion commanders had kept back round them men whose bayonets were badly wanted elsewhere, led to a further step. Napoleon took advantage of the general scheme for the reorganization of the Grand Army, which he carried out in 1808, to recast entirely his original arrangement as to the Eagles. He reduced the numbers by 2/3. Battalion Eagles were to be withdrawn in favor of regimental Eagles. In the infantry, under the reorganization scheme, there were to be 5 battalions to each regiment instead of 3 as heretofore, but there would be only 1 Eagle in future for the entire regiment. The existing 2nd and 3rd battalions were ordered to give up the Eagles they had hitherto carried, which would find a resting place at the Invalids. The regimental Eagle would be borne by the 1st Battalion. The other battalions would carry only fanions, small pennon-shaped flags. Each would have 1 fanion, a plain serge flag, of a distinctive color for each battalion, without any mark or device on it, beyond the number of the battalion. The imperial edict, issued early in 1808, laid down that for the special protection of the regimental Eagle in battle, a commissioned officer and 2 picked veterans were to be appointed as the Eagle Guard, replacing the sergeant major and escort of the battalion Eagles. The 3 were to be known as the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Eagle Bearers or Portagles. The officer to whose special charge the regimental Eagle itself was committed was to be a senior lieutenant, a man of proved valor, with not less than 10 years' army service, including service on the battlefield in 4 campaigns, specified as those of Ulm, Austerlitz, Jena, and Friedland. He would receive captain's pay and wear a gold-laced cocked hat and gold epaulets. The 2 other Portagles were to be, in Napoleon's own words, Jew braves, of 10 years' service in the ranks and non-letters. On the last qualification, indeed, Napoleon laid peculiar stress. The 2 were to be, as the emperor himself put it, men who could neither read nor write, so that their only hope of promotion should be through acts of special courage and devotion. They would receive lieutenants' pay, have special privileges, and wear 4 gold lace chevrons on their arms. Only the emperor could nominate or degrade Portagles. The 2nd and 3rd Portagles were to carry no weapons except heavy pistols, to blow out the brains of an enemy attempting to lay hands on an Eagle. These were Napoleon's own words as to that, in his order of February 18, 1808. Pour éviter que l'ardeur dans la merle ni les détourne de leur unique objet, de la garde de l'aigle, le sabre et l'épée leurs sont interdits. Ils n'auront d'autres armes que plusieurs paires de pistolets, d'emploi que de valeur froidement, a brûler la cervelle de celui qui avancerait la main pour saisir l'aigle. After the Wagram campaign of 1809, Napoleon substituted a helmet and defensive brass scale epaulettes as the 1st Portagle's equipment. He gave the 2 soldiers of the Eagle Guard a halberd each, with a pennon or banderole attached red for the 2nd Portagle, white for the 3rd, as well as a sword and a pair of large-bore pistols. The pennons were for use should mounted men attack the Eagle, for fluttering in front of the horses in order to make them rear and plunge and upset their riders. 2 more soldiers were added to the Eagle Guard in 1813 as the 4th and 5th Portagles. They were armed with the same weapons as the others and had respectively yellow and green pennons on their halberds. Yet further to add to the prestige of the Eagles, Napoleon, after Wagram, decreed the institution of a special order of military merit, which he called the Order of the Trois Toisons d'Or, something on the lines of our own Victoria Cross cert, of the provisions of which had direct reference to the Eagles. The decoration was to be conferred on men, whatever their rank, distinguished in the defense of the Eagle of their regiment. Also, according to the 6th article of the Constitution of the Order, les aigles des regiments qui ont assist avec distinction aux grands batailles seront des corps de l'ordre des Trois Toisons d'Or. The special distinction of having the badge of the Legion of Honor affixed to its eagle as a decoration to the regimental standard was in 1812 granted to 1 corps, the celebrated 57th. It was as a reward for magnificent intrepidity displayed under the eyes of Napoleon at the Battle of Borodino. The 57th had at the same time a further and unique mark of imperial regard awarded to it. Napoleon ordered that a representation of the badge of the Legion of Honor should be stamped on the uniform buttons of the regiment. No corps of the Grand Army, perhaps, had a finer fighting tradition than this splendid regiment, the same, terrible 57 Miquirin Enarert, of the Army of Italy, which too, as has been said, Napoleon singled out for a special word of encouragement on the morning of Austerlitz, calling to them as he rode past, "You will remember today, 57th, how I once named you Le Terrible." But with regard to the regimental eagles of 1808, even for Napoleon, it was one thing to decree the abolition of battalion eagles, and another to obtain compliance with the order that the surplus eagles should be returned to the War Minister for laying up at the Invalids. A number of 2nd and 3rd battalions of regiments, stationed at places out of the way of direct imperial inspection in garrisons beyond the frontiers, in subjugated countries, or in the remaining overseas possessions of France, continued, for some time, to evade the order recalling their eagles. No doubt, too, they were unwilling to part with standards, some of which had led the corps under fire at Austerlitz and Jena. Napoleon had to repeat his order of recall twice, once during 1809, the second time in 1811. That second order was the outcome of a discovery made by the emperor himself. At an imperial review of the troops of the Amsterdam and North Holland garrisons on October 12, 1810, 3 of the regiments had the temerity to parade before the emperor's eyes with 4 eagles apiece, one to each battalion. Such flagrant disobedience could not be overlooked, and then subsequent inquiries brought out the fact that elsewhere there were many battalion eagles which had similarly been retained against orders. An additional discovery was made at the same time, that the 4th Battalion Eagles had been supplied surreptitiously, through some official at the Ministry of War, entirely without Napoleon's knowledge. It made Napoleon excessively angry. He complained bitterly to Marshal Berthier at the way in which the department which had to do with the standards of the army had been mismanaged. "La partie des drapeaux des regiments," he declared, "est aujourd'hui dans un grand chaos." To the Minister of War, General Clark, Duc de Felter, Napoleon sent a stinging letter of rebuke. With the letter went the draft of yet another decree, to be communicated to every corps in the service. "I only give," wrote Napoleon now, "1 eagle per regiment of infantry, 1 per regiment of cavalry, 1 per regiment of artillery, 1 per regiment of special gendarmerie. None to the departmental companies or guards of honor. No corps may possess an eagle which has not been bestowed by my own hand. All regiments, further, of whatever denomination, if they did not receive the eagle they are authorized to possess from the hand of the emperor in person, either directly on parade, or through a regimental deputation, must return it to the Ministry of War for the will of His Majesty to be declared as to that eagle. All other corps are to carry fanions, ordinary flags. Infantry regiments reduced below 1,000 men in strength, and cavalry regiments of less than 500 men cannot retain their eagle and must return it to the depot. They will be accorded a standard without the eagle. All the infantry regiments now in possession of an eagle per battalion, and cavalry with 1 per squadron, are to send the extra regulation eagles at once to Paris, to be kept at the Invalids until they can be placed in the Temple of Glory. Jusque sequels puissant erder misses dans le Temple de la Gloire, was what Napoleon wrote. 3 of the British trophy eagles now at Chelsea, it may be remarked in passing, bear the number 82. They came into our hands in February 1809 at the surrender of Martinique to a conjoint British military and naval expedition. The 82nd was one of the regiments referred to as out of the way of direct inspection, in garrison across the Atlantic. It had not obeyed the order of 1808 to return its 2nd and 3rd Battalion Eagles to Paris, with the result that 3 eagles at Chelsea represent the misfortune of this one regiment. The 1st Battalion, ordered Napoleon in his decree of 1811, is to carry the eagle. The other battalions will have each a fanion, quite plain, as follows: 2nd Battalion, white; 3rd, red; 4th, blue. Where certain regiments may possess additional battalions, these are to have the 5th a green fanion, the 6th a yellow fanion. In 1813, in Napoleon's conscript army levied to replace the host destroyed in Russia, the newly raised line regiments and provisional regiments, made up of the amalgamated depot battalions of various corps, had to earn their eagles on the battlefield. No newly raised regiment, ordered Napoleon, is to receive an eagle until after His Majesty has been satisfied with its service before the enemy. The flags issued in 1808, and after that to go with the regimental eagles, were much more elaborate than those of the Champ de Mars. They had white diamond-shaped center panels, similar to those in the flags presented on the Field of Mars, but with imperial crowns embroidered in gold on the red and blue upper corners of the flag, and golden eagles on the lower corners. Gold-embroidered wreaths of laurel, encircling the imperial monogram, N, divided off the crowns above from the eagles below. A border of gold fringe round the entire flag, embroidered with bees, was another new enrichment. In these flags, the regimental battle honor inscriptions on the reverse side of the white center space in the former flags appeared in a revised form. Only victories of importance since the institution of the empire, and at which Napoleon had commanded in person, were admitted. Ulm, Austerlitz, Jena, Eylau Friedland, Eckmühl, Essling, Wagram constituted the full list from which selection was made. One regiment alone was allowed to record an earlier victory, the Imperial Guard. They preserved their Marengo honor. Inscriptions such as Le 75e arrive at bat l'ennemi, J etais tranquille, Le 32e etait là, and the others which had been allowed on the flags of the Field of Mars, recalling deeds of the Army of Italy, disappeared from the revised pattern of 1808. A new inscription was specially authorized for the flag of one regiment in honor of a feat of great distinction during the Wagram campaign. The 84th of the line was permitted to inscribe Unconter Dixgrats 1809, but that only lasted for 3 years. The inscription was ordered to be taken off in 1811. The design of the flag, introduced in 1808, held until 1814. A less elaborate design was adopted for the Eagle standards of the 100 Days, 2 specimens of which are in this country the Waterloo trophies at Chelsea. Attractive and handsome as the new flag was, the army, as before, looked on it as but an appendage, as merely l'ornement de l'aigle. The eagle at the head of the staff, by itself, was all that 9 soldiers out of 10 troubled about. Not a few regiments, indeed, when on service, removed the flags altogether from their eagle poles and displayed as their standard the eagle only. Particularly was this the case in Spain, where many regiments were in the field continuously, in some instances, for over 6 years from 1808 to 1814. Asked one day after the Peninsular War about the inscription and battle honors on the flag of his regiment, an infantry chef de bataillon frankly confessed that he had never set eyes on it. The silken flag, he explained, had been removed from the eagle pole before he first joined as a lieutenant, and had always, as he understood, been kept at the depot of the corps in France, rolled up and locked away in the regimental chest. The eagle on its bare pole was all he had ever seen. Said another officer, "We never spoke of the regiment's colors and never saw them. We spoke only of the eagle." This may be added. Napoleon was scrupulously exact in showing respect to the eagle of a regiment whenever he passed one, whether on the line of march or in bivouac under a sentry, with the eagle guard near at hand, resting horizontally on a support of piled muskets with bayonets fixed. If on horseback, Napoleon always uncovered and bowed low. If on the line of march, he sometimes stopped his carriage in passing and got out, saluted the eagle, and said a few words about the regiment's battle record to the Eagle Guard. Between the review on the Field of Mars in 1804 and the overthrow on the plains of Leipzig in 1814, the number of regiments in the Grand Army increased continuously, requiring the presentation of many new eagles. 44 were presented in the period to the infantry alone, to the regiments of the line bearing numbers from the 113th to 156th, besides others to the regiments of the Middle Guard and Young Guard, and to 2 additional regiments of cuirassiers. In every case, Napoleon, in accordance with the stipulation that he so insisted on, made the presentation in person with his own hand. In not a few instances, indeed, the ceremony took place on campaign, and for one of these exceptionally interesting occasions, we have available the notes of an eyewitness. It was at the presentation of the Eagle of the 126th Regiment of the Line, in Germany, in 1813. Napoleon made his appearance in his campaigning uniform, the dark green undress of the chasseur of the guard, and mounted as usual on a gray charger. His staff, all brilliant in full dress, attended him. Approaching the scene at a canter, they all slowed down to a walk as they neared where the regiment stood, with its battalions parading every available man and drawn up to form three sides of a hollow square. The new Eagle, enveloped in the leather casing in which it had been brought from France, lay on a pile of drums on one flank of the 1st Battalion and a little in advance. The fourth, or open, side of the square was for the imperial staff, who drew up there, while the emperor by himself rode into the middle of the square. As Napoleon reined up, the regimental drums beat the appel, and the officers of the regiment stepped to the front, with swords at the carry, and formed in line before the emperor. Marshal Berthier, chief of the headquarter staff, then rode across to where the Eagle lay. He dismounted to receive it at the hands of the first portegal, the Eagle being uncased at the same time. Berthier saluted the Eagle. Then, holding it erect with both hands, the marshal bore it ceremoniously along in front of the row of officers, who saluted with lowered swords as the Eagle passed, the drums of the regiment now beating a long roll. Halting close in front of Napoleon, Berthier inclined the Eagle forward in salute, and the emperor, on his side, uncovered and bowed in return. Then, drawing his glove from his left hand, Napoleon raised his hand and extended it towards the Eagle. He held the reins, according to his custom, in his right hand. Napoleon began his address to the corps in a deep, impressive tone. "Soldiers of the 126th Regiment of the Line, I entrust to you the Eagle of France. It is to serve to you ever as your rallying point. You swear to me never to abandon it but with life. You swear never to suffer an affront to it for the honor of France. You swear ever to prefer death for it to dishonor. You swear." The last words were pronounced with a peculiar stress, in a very solemn tone, with intense energy. Instantly, the officers of the regiment replied. Holding their swords on high, with one voice they shouted, "We swear." The next moment, the words were taken up and repeated enthusiastically by the men. "We swear." Berthier, on that, formally handed the Eagle over to the colonel of the regiment, and the emperor, raising his hand to his hat in salute to the Eagle, turned to rejoin the staff and ride off elsewhere. On the afternoon before the 3 days' Battle of Leipzig opened, on October 15, 1813, Napoleon, on the Marchfeld, in the very presence of the enemy, presented with these formalities new Eagles to 3 newly raised regiments. Chapter 7. Before the enemy at Aspern and Wagram. Napoleon's regimental Eagles made their debut on the battlefield in the Wagram campaign of 1809, when Austria challenged Napoleon to a second trial of strength in her premature attempt to achieve the liberation of Germany. The gallant deeds of the regiments that fought round the Eagles in that war are commemorated on the standards of the French army today by the legend, Wagram, 1809. A name and date that stand as the comprehensive memento of a conflict that lasted 4 months, and included no fewer than 10 fiercely fought battles. They are superabundant as a fact. It would almost need a book by itself to tell the full story. It must suffice, therefore, to take here only these, picked out at random, as typical of the rest. This is the achievement that Wagram, 1809, inscribed in golden letters on the silken tricolor standard of the present-day 65th of the line, serves to recall. Napoleon's 65th was one of the regiments of Marshal Devout's corps at Ratisbon, where Devout had been stationed on the eve of the outbreak of the war. He was hastily recalled on the Austrians' opening hostilities and advancing in greatly superior force. Devout fell back at once, leaving behind him the 65th to hold the very important bridge over the Danube at Ratisbon for 48 hours, until the bulk of his corps had gained a sufficient start on their way. The 65th had not long to wait for the enemy. Within 12 hours of the marshal's retirement, the Austrians swooped down on Ratisbon to seize the bridge. 2 of their army corps led the advance. One took possession of the city, sending troops forward to secure the bridge. Part of the other crossed the Danube in the neighborhood of the city in boats in order to cut off and capture the French troops left behind. It was expected that in the presence of so overpowering an enemy, the single French regiment holding the bridge would not venture to make a serious defense. The Austrians did not know the 65th. To oppose the first-comers, 3 battalions of the 65th barricaded and loopholed the houses nearest the bridge on that side. The remaining battalion held a fortified outwork, or bridgehead, across the river. For a whole day, the battalions in the city held the Austrians at bay, resisting desperately in the streets and from house to house. 400 Austrian prisoners, together with an Austrian regimental standard and 3 other flags, testified to the way they did their duty. The battalion holding the bridgehead on the farther side of the river made meanwhile a no less stubborn resistance and kept the enemy off until nightfall. Then, however, it was found that their ammunition was exhausted. The 3 battalions fighting the city were by that time in a no less desperate plight. They on their side had been forced back to their last defenses among the houses immediately surrounding the approach to the bridge. Still, though, they kept up a fierce resistance, at the last using cartridges taken from the cartouche boxes of the Austrian prisoners and their own dead and wounded comrades. They held out until further defense of the bridge was impossible, until indeed further resistance at all was hopeless. But the regimental eagle? What was to become of that? The eagle of the 65th must at all cost be kept from being surrendered into an enemy's hands. What was to be done? At first it was suggested that an officer, known to be a good swimmer, should try to swim down the river with it in the dark until he could land safely on the farther bank, after which he should do his best to make his way to wherever Napoleon might be, there to render personally into his hands the sacred eagle. But the other surviving officers were loth to part with their treasured standard in that way. The risk of a man getting through the Austrians who were swarming on the other side of the Danube was considered too great. It was then suggested to sink it in the Danube, noting the spot, so as to be able to fish it up again on some future day. Colonel Coutard, in command of the 65th, however, was against that. They might never be able, or have time, to find it at the bottom of a deep and swiftly flowing river like the Danube. He proposed to conceal the eagle in the ground, burying it in some secret place. There it might without difficulty be recovered later on and brought back to France. The colonel's proposal was assented to, and then a further suggestion was made. Their eagle should be given a fitting shroud by wrapping round it the captured Austrian flags they had taken that afternoon. That would preserve the trophies also for future days when the fortune of war again favored the regiment. The idea was eagerly taken up, and the eagle was buried in a cellar, wrapped up in the Austrian flags. After that, at the very last, just as the Austrians were about to launch another attack it was impossible to withstand, Colonel Coutard had the chamade beaten, and the 65th surrendered. They were granted, as they well deserved, the honors of war, and were for the time being confined under guard in the city. Their captivity, however, was not for long. Their release came about in a very few days on the Austrian troops hurriedly evacuating Ratisbon before Napoleon's triumphant advance. The eagle was now dug up, and Colonel Coutard, with a deputation from the regiment, waited on Napoleon on his arrival to present the eagle before him, still wrapped up in the 3 captured Austrian flags. In recognition of the endurance that the 65th had shown, the colonel was created a baron of the empire. Crosses of the Legion of Honor were distributed broadcast among all ranks. 40 soldiers who had shown exceptional gallantry in the fighting were, as a reward, specially transferred to the Old Guard. Such is the fine story that the battle honor, Wagram, 1809, lettered in gold on the regimental tricolor of the present-day 65th of the line in the French army commemorates, and care is taken that every young soldier on joining is made acquainted with it. Equally fine as an exploit, and yet more renowned for the exceptional honor that Napoleon paid to the eagle of the regiment, was the splendid heroism that the 84th of the line displayed at Graz in Styria. That episode of the campaign, indeed, is commemorated by a double battle honor on the flag of the 84th of the modern French army. Both Wagram, 1809, and Unconter Dix Graz, 1809, are inscribed in golden letters on its tricolor. Napoleon himself, as has been said, bestowed the honor of the unique inscription on the regimental flag. He had also the words Unconter Dix incised on the square tablet supporting the eagle itself. Here is the story of the exploit as related by one of Napoleon's staff officers in the campaign, Colonel Lejeune. Amongst all these battles and victories, there was one action so remarkable and so brilliant that I feel impelled to describe it here from the accounts of eyewitnesses. During the taking of Graz by General Brausier, and when the struggle was at its fiercest, Colonel Gambin of the 84th Regiment was ordered, with 2 of his battalions, to attack the suburb of St. Leonard, where he made from 400 to 500 prisoners. This vigorous assault led General Gillet on the enemy's side to imagine he had to deal with a whole army, and he hurried to the aid of the suburb with considerable forces. Gambin did not hesitate to attack them, and he took from them the cemetery of the Graben suburb, but was in his turn invested by the Austrian battalions, and found it impossible to rejoin the main body of the French. He accepted the situation, spent the whole of the night in fortifying the cemetery and the adjoining houses, and, his ammunition being exhausted, he actually kept at bay some 10,000 assailants with the bayonet alone, even making several sorties to carry off the cartouches on the dead bodies with which his attacks had strewn the ground near the cemetery. General Gillet now directed the fire of all his guns and 5 fresh battalions on this handful of brave men, who had already for 19 hours withstood a whole army. General Brausier was at last able to send Colonel Nagel of the 92nd, with 2 battalions, to the aid of the 84th. The enemy vainly endeavored to prevent the 2 regiments from meeting. Colonel Nagel overthrew every obstacle, got into the cemetery, and after embracing each other, the 2 officers, with their united forces, flung themselves upon the Austrians, took 500 of them prisoners, with 2 flags, and carried the suburb of Graben by assault, finding no less than 1,200 Austrian corpses in the streets. When the emperor heard of this feat of arms, he was anxious to confer the greatest distinction he could on the 84th Regiment, and ordered that its banner should henceforth bear in letters of gold the proud inscription, 1 against 10. Seldom indeed did the soldiers of Napoleon encounter a more determined enemy than the Austrians proved themselves in the War of 1809. At Aspern, the battle on the Danube near Vienna, where Napoleon experienced his first defeat on the continent, more than one eagle came within an ace of being taken. The eagle of the 9th of the line, for instance, to save it from what appeared to be imminent capture, was actually buried on the battlefield in the middle of the fighting. Our colonel, wrote one of the men of the 9th, took the eagle of the regiment, pulled it from its staff, and, after digging a hole in the ground with a pioneer's tool, buried and concealed there our rallying signal to prevent it from falling into the enemy's hands. It was, though, after all, an unnecessary precaution. The hard-pressed 9th were rescued at the last moment, whereupon the eagle made its reappearance. 3 other eagles, less fortunate, are now in the Austrian Army Museum at Vienna, those of the 35th of the line and of the 95th and 106th. The eagle of the 35th was taken on the Italian frontier near Lake Garda in a surprise attack at daybreak on the camp of the Viceroy, Eugen Beauharnais, by the troops of the Archduke John. The other 2 fell into Austrian hands on the night of the opening attack at Wagram, victims of a panic that suddenly seized one of the French columns. It had led the attack on the center of the Austrian position with brilliant success. 2,000 prisoners and 5 standards had been taken, and the French were advancing exultantly, when the Austrians counterattacked with fresh troops, headed by the Archduke Charles in person. The French resisted stubbornly, and at first successfully. They held their own until, in the midst of furious hand-to-hand fighting, they were suddenly charged by cavalry. It was late evening, and in the gathering dusk a sudden panic seized a regiment on the flank. The panic spread instantly to the whole of the attacking column. All order was lost forthwith. The soldiers gave way in confusion, broke up, and went racing back headlong, a mob of fugitives, down the steep ascent that a few minutes before they had so gallantly won. As they went back in a tumultuous rush, fresh French troops, coming up to their support, in the darkness mistook the retreating host for enemies and fired upon it. They, in their turn, were overthrown by the torrent of fugitives. The Austrian prisoners taken in the advance escaped, the captured Austrian standards were recaptured, and 2 eagles disappeared in the dark amid the turmoil. Those are the 2 now at Vienna. Fortunately for Napoleon, the Austrian leaders did not realize the smashing nature of the blow they had dealt. The fate of Napoleon's empire otherwise might have been decided on that night. Unaware that the panic had spread an indescribable alarm through the French center as far as the tent of the emperor, they stopped the advance, sounded the recall, and fell back to their original positions. Of the eagle bearers of 4 regiments at Aspern, the 2nd, 16th, 37th, and 67th of the line, not one came through the day alive, but the eagles were saved. They were the 4 regiments that took the village of Aspern and held it all day, until after dark 12,000 men against 80,000 enemies. The village was the all-important key of the battlefield. Its defense was of supreme moment, for only part of Napoleon's army had been able to get across the Danube as yet, the main bridge of boats having been broken down and swept away. They had seized Aspern at the outset, but had been forced to fall back before an Austrian counterattack, returning after that to recapture it and hold it until the end. Marshal Massena led the onset that retook the village. The Austrians, describes a French officer, had entered Aspern, and it was absolutely necessary to dislodge them. Massena, therefore, who had had all his horses killed, marched on foot with drawn sword at the head of the grenadiers of the Molitor division, forced his way into the village, crowded as it was with Austrians, drove them out, and pursued them for some 12 or 14 yards beyond the houses. But here the French troops found themselves face to face with the strong force under Hiller, Bellegarde, and Hohenzollern, advancing rapidly in their direction. It was hopeless for the division to attempt to engage such superior numbers in the open plain, so Massena recalled the pursuers and ordered them to hold Aspern. The enemy, ashamed apparently of this first defeat, returned to the charge with 80,000 men and more than 100 pieces of cannon, which were soon pointed on the village. It was impossible to stop the onrush of the Austrians. In spite of every effort of Massena, who with his artillery opened fire upon the densely packed masses of men, every shot working terrible havoc amongst them, they swarmed forward to the outskirts of the village. A life-and-death struggle in defense began. In a very few minutes the village was completely surrounded by troops, and hidden from view in the dense clouds of smoke from the cannon, the musketry, and the fires which at once broke out. The combatants, almost suffocated by the smoke, crossed bayonets without being able to see each other. But neither side gave way a step, and for more than an hour the terrible attack and desperate defense went on amongst the ruins of the burning houses. It was during the Austrian opening attack on the outskirts of Aspern that at one point a French regiment, the number of the regiment is not given in any account, was forced apart from the rest and driven back in disorder beyond the village. Its colonel was killed, and though the eagle was kept from falling into the enemy's hands, the regiment fell back in confusion. Napoleon witnessed the check and galloped to intercept the troops as they were retreating. Riding into the midst of the fugitives, he personally rallied them and then called angrily for the colonel. There was no answer from anyone, and in high anger Napoleon again called for the colonel. Then somebody made the reply that the colonel was dead. "I know that," answered Napoleon sharply. "I asked where he was. We left him in the village." "What? You left your colonel's body in the hands of the enemy? Go back instantly, find it, and remember that a good regiment should always be able to produce both its colonel and its eagle." Napoleon's stinging rebuke did its work. The men at once reformed and turned back. Charging forward with a rush, They forced their way through to where the colonel had fallen and recovered the body. Then they joined in with the other defenders at the village and did their duty to the end. The colonel's body was brought back and laid before Napoleon next morning. The fearful contest in a spurn went on until 4 in the afternoon, by which time the Austrians had succeeded in taking half the village. They could not, however, get beyond that. Massena still held the church and cemetery and was struggling to regain what he had lost. 5 times in less than 3 hours, he took and retook the cemetery, the church, and the village without being able to call to his aid the Legrand division, which he was obliged to hold in reserve to cover a spurn on the right and keep the enemy from getting in on that side. Throughout this awful struggle, Massena stood beneath the great elms on the green opposite the church, calmly indifferent to the fall of the branches brought down upon his head by the showers of grapeshot and bullets, keenly alive to all that was going on, his look and voice, stern as the quos ego of Virgil's angry Neptune, inspiring all who surrounded him with irresistible strength. Even when the sun went down, the struggle was far from being over, and the awful battle was still raging in the streets and behind the walls of the village of Aspern. The enemy, irritated at the stubborn resistance of so small a body of troops, redoubled their efforts to dislodge them before nightfall, and went on fighting by the light of the conflagrations alone. The history of our wars relates no more thrilling incident than this long and obstinate struggle, in which our troops, disheartened by the ever-fresh difficulties with which they had to contend, worn out by fatigue, and horrified by the carnage round them, were kept at their posts by the example and exhortations of Massena and his officers alone. General Molitor had lost some half of his men, and the enemy were hurrying up from every side. The struggle was maintained under these terrible conditions until 11 o'clock, when we remained masters of Aspern and of the whole line between it and Essling. 5 regiments of the French army of today commemorate a splendid eagle incident in the name, Wagram, 1809, on their colors. The final charge of MacDonald's column, which saved and decided the battle for Napoleon, besides gaining a marshal's baton for the Scottish officer who achieved the feat. That was on the final battlefield of Wagram itself, the outcome of which tremendous encounter settled the fate of the war. It was the culminating event of the battle. The crisis was at hand for both armies when the order was given to MacDonald to go forward. On the Austrian side, the powerful and fresh corps of the Archduke John was rapidly nearing the scene, and the fortune of the day yet wavered in the balance. Napoleon, as his last hope and final effort to break the stubborn Austrian array of the Archduke Charles, host which still confronted him, defiant still after 10 hours of charges and countercharges, holding out tenaciously in a strong position, massed his reserves, and sent them at the center of the Austrians, to press forward in a vast column of closely formed battalions. They went at the enemy with all the daring of a forlorn hope. Moving steadily forward through the wreck of guns, the dead, and the dying, this undaunted column, preceded by its terrific battery incessantly firing, pushed on half a league beyond the front at other points of the enemy's line. In proportion as it advanced, however, it became enveloped in fire. The guns were gradually dismounted or silenced, and the infantry emerged through their wreck to the front. The Austrians drew off their front line upon their second, and both, falling back, formed a sort of wall on each side of the French column, from whence issued a dreadful fire of grape and musketry on either flank of the assailants. Still, MacDonald pushed on with unconquerable resolution. In the midst of a frightful storm of bullets, his ranks were unshaken. The destiny of Europe was in his hands, and he was worthy of the mission. The loss he experienced, however, was enormous. At every step huge chasms were made in his ranks, whole files were struck down by cannon shot, and at length his 8 dense battalions were reduced to 1,500 men. Isolated in the midst of enemies, this band of heroes was compelled to halt. The empire rocked to its foundations. It was the rout of a similar body of the Guard at Waterloo that hurled Napoleon to the rock of St. Helena. The 5 regiments which formed the spear point of the attack had paraded that morning 6,000 strong. They numbered now, the survivors, less than 300. They were at the extreme point of the advance, but were held fast and unable to go farther. The enemy were on every side of them, for in the last moments they had pressed on beyond touch of the troops that were following next. The Austrians saw their chance to charge them and annihilate them before the approach of French supports to the main column could get near. But General Brausier, the brigadier in command of the leading troops, knew his work and his men. As they halted, he rapidly rallied the fragments of the nearest regiments and formed them in a single square. They drew up under the few fir of cannon and musketry, 3 deep in front, within the center held up on high the 5 eagles of the regiments. So as not to weaken the front, the firing line, the eagles were held up only by men who had been wounded. Brausier marked the massing of the eagles in the midst, and as the firing round them for one moment seemed to lull, raising his voice, he called out for all to hear. "Soldiers, swear to die here to the last man round your eagles. Jures moi, soldats, demeuriertus jusqu'au dernier, auteur de vos eagles," were the brigadier's words, but there was fortunately no need for all to die. At that moment, reinforcing troops came up, with the young guard at their head. The column, on that, moved forward again with a steady front, and the Archduke, despairing now of maintaining his position, when assailed at the crisis of the day by such a formidable accession of force in the now broken part of his line, gave directions for a general retreat. The eagles had done their part, and the Battle of Wagram was won. Chapter 8. The Eagle with the Golden Wreath, in London. There are 13 of Napoleon's eagles in England, among the trophies of the British Army at Chelsea Royal Hospital. Or, to speak strictly, 12 eagles and a dummy eagle, the later reproduction of a very famous trophy, gone now, unfortunately, to the melting pot of a thieves' kitchen. It is with the dummy eagle, as it may be called for short, without disrespect to its gallant custodians, and 5 of the 12 eagles at Chelsea, that we are for the immediate moment concerned. That represents the first of Napoleon's trophies won by British soldiers in hand-to-hand fight the once celebrated eagle with the golden wreath. The story opens on Saturday morning, May 18, 1811, a day that was a great occasion for Londoners. For the first time, on that Saturday, trophies taken from Napoleon were publicly displayed in the British capital, and no pains were spared to make the most of the event. An elaborate and dramatic ceremonial was ordained for the occasion by the authorities at the instance of the Prince Regent. It was like nothing else of the kind ever witnessed or heard of in England before. On many another day in bygone times, London had been the scene of stately martial pageants, in which the victor's spoils from many battlefields were borne in triumph, amid blare of trumpets and clash of drums, to be deposited with due ceremony in their allotted resting places. So had it been when the Marlborough trophies from Blenheim and Ramillies, the captured flags from Dettingen, Louisbourg, and Minden, were borne along the crowded streets, preceded by bands playing triumphant music and accompanied by armed escorts of foot and horse. Another Saturday, 17 years before, May 17, 1794, had been the last occasion of trophy flags being displayed in London, when the captured French Republican standards of the garrison of Martinique were publicly carried through the streets by life guards and grenadiers, with the band of the First Guards leading the way and the Tower guns booming out an artillery feu de joie from St. James's Palace to St. Paul's, to be received at the great west doors of the cathedral by the dean and chapter, and laid up, as a lasting memorial of the success of His Majesty's arms. Some of the flags, then displayed, hang in the hall of Chelsea Hospital today. So too had it been in London in yet earlier times, in the far-off unhappy days of civil war in England, when the citizens of those periods, in turn, saw the spoils of Bosworth, and of Marston Moor and Naseby, of Worcester, Preston, and Dunbar, paraded through their midst, escorted by mail-clad men-at-arms, on the way to be hung up exultingly in St. Paul's Cathedral or in Westminster Hall. With his own royal banners from Marston Moor and Naseby drooping down overhead from the roof of Westminster Hall, Charles I faced his judges and heard his fate. But never before in London had so elaborately designed a ceremony attended the display of trophies taken from any enemy, as that planned for the royal depositum, as it was officially styled, of the first of the captured eagles of Napoleon to be received in England. There was to be a special display of trophies, the London newspapers announced some days beforehand. The newspapers had not spared themselves in working up public interest. At the outset they had told how, on the night of March 24, Captain Hope, 1st ADC, to General Graham, had arrived in London with the Barossa dispatches and a French eagle with a wreath of gold, which, it was stated, the general trusted his aide-de-camp might be permitted to lay at His Majesty's feet. Then Londoners were informed that the Barossa eagle was a trophy of unusual importance and was being kept at the War Office to be presented to the Prince Regent at the next levee. It was announced a week later that His Royal Highness had been so desirous of seeing it at once that the War Minister, the Earl of Liverpool, instead of waiting 5 weeks for the levee, had already presented it to the Prince at Carlton House. On that came the official notification that the eagle with the golden wreath, as the trophy was everywhere styled, together with a number of other French trophies, which had been previously received and had been sometimes stored away at the War Office pending instructions as to their disposal, would be deposited in the Chapel Royal, Whitehall, now the Museum of the Royal United Service Institution. The royal depositum ceremony will be very grand, and the martial music appropriate to the occasion, and as the orders have been issued by direction of His Royal Highness the Prince Regent, the chapel will be thronged with nobility. So one journal notified, another remarking that, in addition to the great religious and military ceremony, an anthem is to be performed after the manner of the Te Deum. Thus popular interest was aroused and kept alive in advance, and the selected Saturday morning proving fine and pleasant, with the prospect of a genial and sunny forenoon, Londoners turned out in large numbers to see the show. To the Brigade of Guards, it fell to carry out the ceremony of the military reception of the Eagles. The parade in St. James's Park, which we know now as the Horse Guards Parade, was the appointed place for the display, and as the clock struck 9, the preliminaries opened with the arrival of a large body of guards, recruits who were to keep the ground. From quite an early hour, a crowd had been gathering there and along the side of the park. Soon afterwards, the first of the troops designated to attend the ceremony began to arrive. These were several companies of the 1st Guards and Coldstreamers, in undress, with side arms. They formed line along either side of the parade ground, on one side, extending from the corner of the Chancellor of the Exchequer's garden to the Egyptian gun, on the opposite side, from the Admiralty towards the park. To right and left of the archway under the Horse Guards leading to Whitehall were drawn up the recruiting parties stationed in the home district. At 9:45 came on the scene the first of the actors in the day's proceedings, the King's Guard of the day, in their best uniforms and with sprigs of oak and laurel in their hats. Marching up, headed by the combined bands of the 1st Guards and the Coldstreamers, with the regimental color of the 1st Guards, they formed on the right, along the open side of the square, facing towards the Horse Guards. Following them, a few moments later, came the picked detachment appointed as the trophy escort, furnished jointly by the grenadier companies of the 1st Guards and the Coldstreamers. All were in review order full dress, wearing long white gaiters with oak and laurel leaves in their hats. A captain of the 1st Guards was in command, and the detachment was made up of 2 subalterns, 4 sergeants, and 96 rank and file. They took post on the left of the King's Guard. As the trophy escort halted, up came another detachment of guards, 100 strong, with the Life Guards, marching across the square and through the Horse Guards archway to line the way thence to the doors of the Chapel Royal. Towards 10 o'clock privileged spectators were admitted within the square, to stand at an appointed spot. Several veteran generals, in their best uniforms and powdered. As a newspaper reporter remarks Lord Liverpool, the War Minister, the Earl Marshal, the Speaker, the Spanish and Portuguese ambassadors, both gorgeously attired, and a number of beautiful and elegant ladies of distinction. The Horse Guards' clock struck 10, and as the last clanging stroke died away, the authorities came clattering onto the ground on horseback. Sir David Dundas, Commander-in-Chief of the Army and Governor of Chelsea Hospital, at the head of a number of other plumed and cocked-hatted generals in full uniform, together with the headquarters staff at the Horse Guards. Prominent in the glittering array of gold-laced red coats, mounted on a cream-colored Arab, was General Sir John Doyle, Colonel of the 87th Royal Irish Fusiliers, the regiment whose prowess at Barossa had won the great trophy of the day, the Eagle with the Golden Wreath. With royal punctuality, as the clock chimed the half-hour, amid cheers from the crowd and the spectators filling the windows of the Horse Guards and Admiralty and other government offices overlooking the ground, came riding up the three princes who were to preside at the ceremony, the Dukes of York, Cambridge, and Gloucester. The display began forthwith. Preceded by the two guards' bands playing the Grenadiers' March, the trophy escort of grenadiers crossed the parade at a slow step and marched in 4 divisions, or platoons, to the old tilt-yard orderly room under the Horse Guards. There the trophies had been taken beforehand to be in readiness for the ceremony. The grenadiers halted before the doors, and the trophies, 12 in number, were brought out by lifeguardsmen from the tilt-yard guard and committed to the charge of 12 picked sergeants, 6 of the 1st Guards, 6 of the Coldstreamers selected to bear them to the Chapel Royal. The trophy-bearers carrying the eagles then took post according to the date of the capture of each trophy, the earliest taken of the eagles leading. In advance of all, immediately after the band, marched the 3 officers with swords drawn, the captain and the 2 subalterns. Then, with their flanking grenadiers as escort, a file to each trophy, came, one after the other, 3 battalion Eagles of Napoleon's 82nd of the line, surrendered at the capitulation of Martinique in 1809. Immediately in rear marched No. 1 platoon of grenadiers, in the interval between the first trophy group and the second. That consisted of the regimental Eagle of the French 26th of the line, surrendered at Martinique at the same time as the Eagles of the 82nd, and then that of the 66th of the line, surrendered at the capitulation of Guadeloupe in 1810, with just behind them the all-important trophy of the day, the first Napoleonic Eagle captured or, at any rate, taken possession of by British soldiers on the battlefield. The Eagle with the Golden Wreath, that Eagle of Napoleon's 8th Regiment of the line, won in hand-to-hand fight by the 87th Royal Irish Fusiliers at Barossa. 5 of the Eagles had their silken tricolour flags still attached to the poles. The Barossa Eagle had none. It showed simply a bare pole topped by the wreathed eagle. The wreath, according to a newspaper reporter present, was an honor conferred on the regiment for fine conduct at the Battle of Talavera, where they were opposed to the 87th. And, by a singular coincidence of circumstances, these regiments met in conflict at Barossa and recognized each other. As we shall see, the statement was a freak of journalistic imagination, without a scrap of fact behind the story, although, strangely, the legend holds to this day and reappears periodically in print. Adds the reporter, as to the appearance of the eagle, recording this time what he actually saw. The eagle is fixed on a square pedestal and standing erect on one foot, the other raised as if grasping something, its wings expanded. It is about the size of a small pigeon and appears to be made of bronze or of some composition like pinchbeck gold gilt. The something, which the talons of the eagle appeared to be grasping, was the thunderbolt, which was missing, having been either knocked out of its place in the scuffle on the battlefield or stolen later by somebody for a relic. The wreath was really of gold. A couple of its leaves picked up on the field after the battle and given to Major Hugo, the gallant commander of the 87th at Barossa, are now in possession of one of that officer's descendants. The 2nd Grenadier Platoon divided the eagles from the first 3 of the flag trophies, borne in file, one by one in the same way as the eagles. The first in date of capture led, a French Republican standard taken in fight at Sir Ralph Abercrombie's victory at Alexandria 10 years before and kept ever since at the War Office, the Invincible's standard. As it is falsely called, adds the reporter, right for once. So tattered is it, he continues, that the mottos are not legible. A bugle in the center was the only figure we could distinguish. 2 flags taken by Wellington's men in the peninsula accompanied the Alexandria flag. A fort standard, as it is described, and the battalion color, or fanion, of the 2nd Battalion of Napoleon's 5th of the line. In rear of the color of the 5th marched the 3rd Grenadier Platoon, and the last 3 trophies sent to England by Wellington. 2 were a pair of tattered German standards, the flags of the 2 battalions of a Prussian regiment in Napoleon's service, composed of unfortunate soldiers levied compulsorily during the French occupation of their country, and tramped off to Spain to meet their fate under British bullets. Each flag bore the legend L'Empereur des Francais au Regiment Prussien on one side and Valor et Discipline on the other, and was mounted on a staff with a steel pikehead instead of an eagle. They were silken flags of the ordinary Napoleonic pattern. The 3rd flag of the group was that of a provisional regiment, also with a steel pikehead to its staff. From the tilt yard orderly room the trophies and their escort guard set off, as before, in slow time, the bands playing God Save the King. The sergeants, carrying the eagles and flags between the files of grenadiers, marched in the intervals between the 4 divisions, in double open order with arms advanced. Right round the square they now passed, close along the lines of the troops drawn up, the immense multitude rending the air with huzzas. In front of the first guards, in front of the recruiting parties, in front of the long line of Coldstreamers, along each of the 3 sides of the square, paced the procession with martial pomp to the stately music of the 2 bands as they led the way. Then it proceeded along the 4th side of the square until it came face to face with the King's Guard, all standing with ordered arms, not at the present. There was a brief pause in front of the color of the King's Guard. That was the supreme moment of the display. Now took place the formal act of obeisance to the victors, the formal act of abasement and humiliation for the vanquished. Amid redoubled cheering from all sides, the eagles and the other flags were, one and all, formally dipped and prostrated. The captured standards saluted and were lowered to the ground in token of submission. The procession turned away in front of the King's Guard and led round in front of the 3 royal dukes, seated on their chargers, a little in advance of the commander-in-chief and horse guards staff, at the center of the parade ground. Again, as they now passed before the royal trio, the hapless eagles of Napoleon and the other French flags in turn were one by one made to pay homage, bowed groveling to the dust, the crowd of onlookers shouting themselves hoarse with, as we are told, truly British huzzas. After that the trophy procession marched across to the Horse Guards archway, and through to Whitehall and the Chapel Royal, between life guards on one side and more foot guards on the other, drawn up to keep a lane open through the immense crowd of people who had gathered there, and thronged the wide roadway. The procession, says our reporter, moved off the parade amid the acclamations of many thousand spectators, and entered the chapel as the clock was striking 11, which was crowded by all the beauty and fashion in town. Another reporter speaks of the Chapel Royal as being exceedingly crowded in all parts with nobility and gentlemen and ladies of distinction. The religious part of the ceremony, we are told, was solemn and impressive. It comprised morning prayer and a sermon by the subdean. Previous to the commencement of the Te Deum, a pause was made, when 3 grenadier sergeants entered at each door by the sides of the altar with the eagles on black poles about 8 feet high. They took their stations in front of the altar. Each party was guarded by a file of grenadiers, commanded by 2 officers, the whole of them with laurel leaves in their caps as emblems of victory. At the same instant, the 5 French flags and Bonaparte's honorable standard entered the upper gallery at the back of the altar, all carried by grenadier sergeants. The whole remained presented for some time for the gratification of the beholders, after which the eagles were placed in brass sockets on each side of the altar, suspended by brass chains. The 5 flags were suspended from the front of the second gallery, and Bonaparte's honorable standard placed over the door of the second gallery, behind the others. The trophies, with others won at Salamanca and Waterloo, and subsequently laid up in the Chapel Royal, were removed later to Chelsea Royal Hospital, where all, except the eagle with the golden wreath, are now kept treasured amid befitting surroundings. The eagle with the golden wreath disappeared from Chelsea Hospital in broad daylight. It was displayed in the chapel, affixed in front of the organ loft over the doorway, until it suddenly vanished from there a little after midday on Friday, April 16, 1852, in the absence of the pensioner custodian of the chapel during the hospital dinner hour. How it was stolen was apparent, but the thief was never traced. The thief, attracted undoubtedly by the widely told story that the wreath was of gold, made his way into the chapel by the roof, which was undergoing repairs at the time, to which he got access by a workman's ladder. He got inside by the trapdoor on the leads above the organ loft. There, with a saw, he cut through the eagle pole near where it was fastened to the organ loft, and secreting it under his coat, made his escape by the way he had come, unseen by anybody. The eagle pole was found outside, in front of the building, with the eagle and wreath wrenched off. For some reason, the royal hospital authorities of the day offered a reward of only a sovereign, and though the London police did their best, the malefactor was never discovered. At Barossa Napoleon's, 8th of the line was in the French column that made its attack on the right. It was one of the regiments that charged forward across the plain at the foot of Barossa Ridge, to break through General Graham's 2nd Brigade and drive it back to the edge of the cliffs by the seashore, while the French left attack seized the ridge itself, and beat back the British 1st Brigade in the act of hastening to regain that unwisely abandoned position. The Eagle went down in the fierce counterattack with which Graham's men on the plain, the 87th Royal Irish Fusiliers in the front line, met the French onset. What befell the 8th of the line is told by one of their own officers in his Journal de Guerre, Lieutenant Colonel Roussillon, in command of the 1st Battalion, with which was the Eagle. Just before the critical moment, says Colonel Roussillon, the 8th, who were on the flank of the French second line, lost touch with the regiment next them and had in consequence to meet the 87th by themselves. They fired their hardest as the British troops came on, but could not stop them, ever advancing to a bayonet attack. They came on silently, steadily, irresistibly. Their officers, adds one of Victor's staff, kept up all the time the old custom of striking with their canes those of the men who fell out of the ranks. Our own non-commissioned officers, he adds, placed as a supernumerary rank, crossed their muskets behind the squads, thus forming buttresses which kept the ranks from giving way. Several of the French officers, also, picked up the muskets of the wounded, and flung themselves into the gaps made in the ranks of the men. I saw the English line, describes Colonel Roussillon again, at 60 paces continuing to advance at a slow step without firing. It seemed impossible to stop them, we had not sufficient men. Apparently he then caught sight of General Graham, leading the British line. Under the influence of a sort of despair, I urged forward my charger, a strong Polish horse, against an English mounted officer who seemed to be the colonel of the nearest regiment coming on at us. I got up to him and was about to run him through with my sword, when I was held back by a sense of compassion and abandoned the murderous thought. He was an officer with white hair and a fine figure, and had his hat in his hand, and was cheering on his men. His calmness and noble air of dignity irresistibly arrested my arm. Such is the lieutenant colonel's own account, but did he really get quite close to the general? Graham was the last man in the world to let him get back unfought. I then, as Roussillon continues, quickly galloped back to my own men and was riding along the line, telling them to meet the enemy with our bayonets and drive them back, when a bullet from an English marksman broke my right leg. I managed to dismount and tried to pass through in rear of the line, but it was impossible to walk. The ground was covered with thick bushes, and I was crippled and in great pain. All I could do was to sit down where I was, calling on the men to fire again. A moment later I was enveloped in smoke, and at the same instant the English charged in among us. I called out my loudest, cheering on my men, and now 2 soldiers tried to lift me up and carry me, but both were shot down. For the time we held our own and kept the enemy back, but some of the English got round us. Seeing themselves outflanked, the battalion began to give ground. Then came a second furious charge from the English, and that broke us. The fight, man to man, went on desperately for several minutes. Some of the British soldiers, as yet another French officer relates, fighting with their fists. Many of the Englishmen broke their weapons in striking with the butts or bayonets, but they never seemed to think of using the swords they wore at their sides. They went on fighting with their fists. It was in the final merely that the eagle with the golden wreath was taken, after a sharp and fierce hand-to-hand fight round it. Colonel Roussillon himself was at almost the same moment struck down, and lay insensible for a space among the dead nearby. He was recovering his senses and trying to stand up, when, as he tells, a British sergeant saw him and ran at him with his halberd. He parried the thrust, and kept the sergeant off, and then a British officer came up. To him, the commandant of the 1st Battalion of the 8th surrendered his sword. The fight for the eagle on one hand to take it, on the other to keep it was furious, desperately and heroically contested by both sides. First, a gallant Irish boy from Kilkenny, Ensign Edward Keogh of the 87th, caught sight of it, borne on high above the fray. There had been no unscrewing of the eagle of the 8th, no trying to break it from its pole. "See that eagle, Sergeant," called Keogh to Sergeant Masterton among the foremost, close by his officer, and then he dashed straight into the thick of the party round the eagle, sword in hand. The brave lad cut his way through, with Masterton and 4 or 5 privates close behind him. He got close up to the portagle, crossed swords with him, and got a grip of the eagle pole. But he could not wrench it from the no less brave Frenchman's hands before he went down with half a dozen musket bullets and bayonet stabs in his body. Portagle Guilliman, as the gallant French eagle-bearer of the 8th was named, fell dead at the same moment, shot through the head by one of the British privates. Instantly other Frenchmen rushed up to save the eagle and formed round it hastily. One of the British privates who seized hold of the staff was slashed to death, and the French recovered it. The fight round the eagle went on for some minutes. In that time, no fewer than 7 French officers and sub-officers fell dead in defense of the eagle. An 8th officer, Lieutenant Gazin, clung to the pole to the last, regardless of wounds that nearly hacked him to pieces. Finally, the eagle was torn from his grasp by Sergeant Masterton, at the end the sole unwounded survivor of the attacking British party. Gazin survived miraculously, and lived to be decorated by Napoleon for his devoted courage. Masterton seized the eagle and kept it. So, the eagle with the golden wreath became a British trophy. From the crossing of the bayonets in the final charge to the taking of the eagle, the merely lasted about 15 minutes. The remnant of the 8th were saved by a rally to the spot by the French 54th, after another regiment, the 47th, had attempted its rescue in vain. The 47th lost their eagle in the melee, but recovered it. The man who had charge of it was obliged to throw it away, from excessive fatigue and a wound, explains a British officer. The 8th lost at Barossa their Colonel Audie and the Lieutenant Colonel of the 2nd Battalion, killed. Vigo Roussillon of the 1st Battalion, wounded, and 17 other officers and 934 of the rank and file killed or wounded. The Moniteur, the official Paris newspaper under the Napoleonic regime, in reporting the Battle of April 5, referred to the loss of the eagle in these terms. A battalion of the 8th, having been charged in wood-covered ground, and the eagle-bearer being killed, his eagle has not been found since. The battalion that fared so hardly had to pay the regulation penalty. Napoleon gave the 8th no other eagle. He held rigidly to his rule and set his face relentlessly against a second presentation. They must present him first with a standard taken on the battlefield from the enemy. But with Wellington's men opposed to them to the end, the 8th got few chances in that direction. They had to fight without an eagle to the close of the Peninsular War. 2 days after Barossa, when General Graham re-entered Cadiz with the Spanish army, the eagle with the golden wreath was publicly paraded through the crowded streets, between the regimental colors, as the 87th marched to barracks, the church bells ringing triumphantly, and amid exultant shouts and cheers of the populace and cries of "Long live Spain! Death to our oppressors!" At the barracks, we presented the eagle to our gallant commander, says one of the officers. The eagle was then sent to England in the custody of the officer carrying General Graham's dispatch. Its capture is commemorated to this day by the Royal Irish Fusiliers, who wear an eagle with a wreath of laurel as a regimental badge, while a similar eagle is embroidered in gold on the regimental color. Also, a representation of the wreathed Barossa eagle was granted later on as a special augmentation to the family arms of the officer who commanded the 87th in the battle, Major Hugo, on his being raised to the peerage while Commander-in-Chief in India after the First Sikh War. The Aiglers was always the regiment's sobriquet after Barossa among their comrades in Wellington's army, a sobriquet that has endured since then in the form of the Aigle Takers, although our modern recruits are said to prefer calling themselves the Bird Catchers. It was in this way that the Barossa Trophy eagle came by its golden wreath. The decoration, as has been said, had nothing to do with Talavera. The wreath was one of those voted by the city of Paris to the regiments that had gone through the Jena and Polish frontier campaigns, the first of which was presented to the Imperial Guard. First of all, in the outburst of patriotic enthusiasm in France at the news of Jena, wreaths had been voted as decorations for the eagles, by way of popular tribute to the regiments which had helped in dealing that staggering blow to the famous Prussian army. After the crowning victory of Friedland, which ended the war, in a fresh outburst of enthusiasm, golden wreaths were voted wholesale for the eagles of all the corps that had taken part in the fighting that followed Jena during the 9 months of war, down to the final day of Friedland. It was a costly guerdon, and their proposed generosity staggered the Paris municipality when the estimate was presented. No fewer than 378 wreaths according to the official return had to be provided. But the vote had been carried by acclamation on its first proposal and trumpeted all over France. Also, the emperor had taken up with the idea warmly. The Paris authorities dared not back out and had to go on with it in spite of the cost. They carried it out with so good a grace that, as the sequel, a suggestion came from the Tuileries that the Austerlitz battalions of the Grand Army, which had not had the fortune to be in the Jena-Friedland campaign, should receive wreaths as well. An imperial hint that the authorities, shrinking from the extra expense, were so slow to fall in with, that in the end it had to be forced on them, by means of a bluntly worded letter through the Ministry of War. "Tell the prefect of the Seine," wrote Napoleon to the war minister, "that I expect wreaths of gold, similar to those given for Jena and Friedland, to be provided on behalf of the city of Paris for all the regiments at Austerlitz." The 8th was presented with its wreath in Paris, while on the way to take part in the Peninsular War. It was one of the regiments of the First Corps of the Grand Army, which Napoleon hastily recalled from Germany in the spring of 1808 and hurried across Europe to reinforce the troops in Spain on the first news of serious trouble being on foot in that quarter. The whole First Army Corps was recalled, starting from Berlin, where it had been quartered, and journeying by Magdeburg and Koblenz. Along the route, the unfortunate German burgomasters and village authorities had to provide not only provisions day by day, but transport vehicles for 30,000 soldiers, mostly farm carts and wagons, each taking from 4 to 16 men. The troops traveled by night and day, with only 2 stoppages of 50 minutes each in the 24 hours, for meals, and the authorities of the villages and towns named as halting places were compelled to have hot food kept ready so that the men might fall to instantly on arrival. It was a journey the soldiers never forgot. The weather was rough and wet, the roads in places were almost impassable, and the carts continually broke down, in addition to which the peasant drivers requisitioned for the conveyances deserted at every opportunity, usually going off at night with the horses after cutting the traces, leaving their wagon loads of sleeping soldiers stranded by the roadside. The 8th received its wreath at the barrier of Pantin, on the outskirts of Paris. It arrived with the 2nd Division of the Corps, and the troops were met by the prefect of the Seine and the municipal council in state, while Marshal Victor, the commander of the Army Corps, attended the ceremony in full-dress uniform. He replied to the prefect's complimentary address by declaring that these golden crowns henceforward decorating the eagles of the First Corps will to them ever be additional incentives to victory. One by one, the regiments passed before the prefect, who hung round each eagle's neck a wreath of gold shaped as 2 branches of laurel. A triumphal march into Paris and an open-air banquet to all ranks in the Tivoli Gardens, with free tickets to the theaters after it, wound up the day. All along the line of march through France to the Spanish frontier, banquets and elaborate festivities welcomed the regiments and, at the same time, it would appear, gave some of their entertainers more than they bargained for. The triumphal progress, from all accounts, proved such hard work for the ladies in the country towns, where public balls were in the program every night, that at some places for the later comers the 8th and other regiments in the 2nd Division of Marshal Victor's Corps the balls had to be abandoned. because the ladies were too tired to dance anymore. It was explained, with apologies, that they had practically been danced off their feet by the regiments of the 1st Division, which had preceded the 2nd, incessantly passing through during the previous 3 weeks, and that most of the ladies, through sheer fatigue, had taken to their beds. At Talavera, the 8th, as part of a brigade of 3 regiments, had a passage of arms on the battlefield, first with the British 83rd, and then with the Guards, lastly with the 48th, before whose magnificent charge in the final phase of the fight they had to give ground. They did not meet the 87th Royal Irish Fusiliers at all in the battle. Chapter 9. Other Eagles in England, from Battlefields of Spain. Napoleon's Eagles made a second appearance before the London populace in the following year. That was on September 30, 1812, and the Horse Guards Parade was again the scene of the display, this time with more elaborate ceremonial, and with the added presence of yet greater personages. Queen Charlotte herself this time witnessed the reception ceremony with 4 of the princesses, and the Prince Regent in person, mounted on a white charger, attended, to be publicly done obeisance to by the humbled standards of the enemy. 4 of his royal brothers, the Dukes of Clarence, York, Cambridge, and Sussex, accompanied the Prince Regent. Only the poor old king, blind and insane, was absent of the royal family, remaining in his seclusion at Windsor Castle. The Queen and princesses watched the scene from the windows of the levee room at the Horse Guards, looking down over the parade. The Prince Regent was on the ground and took the salute. The Eagles this time were 5 in number, and 4 French flags, one of exceptional interest, the garrison standard of Badajoz, were with them in the procession. The military display was on the grandest scale possible, the ensemble making up, as we are told, a spectacle grand and impressive beyond anything ever beheld. The 1st and 2nd Life Guards were present, drawn up in a line reaching from the Foreign Office nearly to Carlton House, with their bands in state dress and their standards. All 3 regiments of Foot Guards took part, with the state color of the 1st Guards and 3 bands. Horse and foot artillery from Woolwich were also there, forming by themselves one side of the great hollow square which occupied the wide space of the ground, the scene of the reception of the Eagle with the golden wreath. 90 grenadiers, drawn from the 3 regiments of Foot Guards, 30 from each, formed the trophy escort, which, as before, accompanied the Eagles and captured standards round the square at a slow march, the 5 Eagles in advance by themselves, borne by as many guards, sergeants between files of grenadiers with fixed bayonets. Again, the trophies of Napoleon were spared nothing in the humiliation that they had to undergo. Twice were they lowered to the dust before the Queen, twice to the Prince Regent, 8 times before the standards of the Life Guards, 3 times before the standards of the Guards and the King's color of the 1st Guards, the immense concourse of spectators rending the air with their huzzas, every time the trophies went down. Then, as before, the trophies were paraded across Whitehall to the Chapel Royal, and solemnly churched and hung up there, before the royal family and all the cabinet ministers and the leading members of the nobility in London. They were this time all Wellington's trophies. 2 of the Eagles were spoils from the Battle of Salamanca, dreadfully mutilated and disfigured in the conflict. according to a newspaper reporter's account, one of them having lost its head, part of the neck, one leg, half the thunderbolt, and the distinctive number, the other without one leg and the thunderbolt. 2 had been taken in Madrid in more perfect state and without their flags. The last of the 5 had been found on the way to Ciudad Rodrigo in the bed of a river, dried up in summer, having been thrown away some months before during Massena's retreat. The 4 eagles which still bore distinctive numbers were, we are told, those of the 22nd, 13th, and 51st, and the 39th. Of the standards, the garrison flag of Badajoz looked like a sieve, a great part of it quite red with human blood. The 4 other colors were so mutilated that not a letter or device was legible. How we came by the trophies so displayed in London on that Wednesday forenoon is our story. The 2 Salamanca eagles were and are, for they have a place today among our Chelsea Hospital trophies mementos of one of the most dramatic episodes of a battle in which there were many. Salamanca, it may be said incidentally, the battle, like Waterloo, was fought on a Sunday. On July 22, 1812 was, in Wellington's own eyes, his chef d'oeuvre, his masterpiece, although it may be rather overlooked now perhaps by most of us and the world at large, eclipsed in the dazzling splendor of the last crowning victory of Waterloo. It was at Salamanca that Wellington, in the words of a French officer speaking, of course, in general terms, defeated 40,000 men in 40 minutes. The victory was held in such estimation by Wellington himself that he selected it in preference to all his other victories to be displayed over again in a sham fight on the plain of St. Denis in the presence of the 3 Allied sovereigns during the occupation of Paris in 1815 after Waterloo. Of it he wrote at the time, "I never saw an army receive such a beating." Upwards of 6,000 prisoners were taken, including 1 general and 136 other officers. 6,000 of the enemy, at the lowest computation, were left dead or wounded on the field of battle. 3 French generals were killed and 3 wounded. Marshal Marmont himself, the enemy's commander-in-chief, was among the wounded, grievously maimed by a bursting shell as he galloped to rally one of his broken columns. Spurring furiously to the point of danger, he was struck by the fragment of a shell, which shattered his left arm and tore open his side. Marmont bore the arm in a sling for the rest of his life. He was carried off the field under fire, on a stretcher made of a soldier's greatcoat with a couple of muskets thrust through the armholes to give it shape, under the escort of a squad of grenadiers. 11 cannon melted down at Woolwich Arsenal in 1820, as a cheap way of making new field guns for the British Army with the 2 eagles and 6 stand of colors, were the trophies of the day. The 2 Salamanca Trophy eagles at Chelsea Hospital are the spoils of the fiercest cavalry charge that British horsemen ever delivered on a battlefield, the death ride for 1,200 of Napoleon's infantry of the Heavy Brigade, which annihilated an entire French division in less than a quarter of an hour. It came about as one of the results of that opening false move on the part of the French commander, which cost France in the end the loss of the battle. Marmont, after a series of ably conducted maneuvers in the neighborhood of Salamanca, had forced Wellington, on July 22, into a position so unfavorable that the British commander decided to retire towards the Portuguese frontier under cover of darkness during the following night. But at the last moment, the French marshal overreached himself. Taking in the difficulties that confronted his opponent, he attempted to anticipate him and cut him off from his base by barring the one line of retreat that was open to Wellington. In doing that, Marmont gave his game away. He rashly divided his force in the presence of the enemy, separating his left wing to a distance from the main body and marching off a whole division of infantry, cavalry, and artillery to occupy the road to Ciudad Rodrigo. The fault was flagrant, and Wellington seized eagerly at the chance all unexpectedly offered him. He was at breakfast when Marmont's troops began their false move, and the aide-de-camp whom he had posted on the lookout hurriedly came to him with the news. "I think they are extending to the left," the young officer began. He did not finish the sentence. "The devil they are," interposed Wellington hastily with his mouth full. "Give me the glass." He took it, and for nearly a minute scanned the movements of the enemy with fixed attention. "By God," he ejaculated abruptly as he lowered the glass. "That'll do." He turns to another aide-de-camp. "Ride off and tell Clinton and Leith to return to their former ground." These were the generals commanding the 5th and 6th Divisions on the right and right center of the British position. Then Wellington ordered up his horse. Closing his spyglass with a snap, he turned with these words to his Spanish attaché, Colonel Alava, Mon cher Alava, Marmont est perdu. A moment later Wellington was on horseback and his staff also, all galloping off. Wellington grasped the meaning of Marmont's move. He saw his chance of falling on in force and overpowering the detached French wing before help could reach it. He made his way as fast as his charger could carry him to the British 3rd Division Picton's men, temporarily commanded by Wellington's brother-in-law, General Sir Edward Pakenham. As he rode up to Pakenham, says an officer whose regiment was close by, every eye was turned on him. He looked paler than usual, but was quite unruffled in his manner, and as calm as if the battle to be fought was nothing more than an ordinary assemblage of troops for a field day. "Ned," said Wellington, as he drew rein beside Pakenham, tapping him on the shoulder and pointing in the direction of the separated French column as its leading troops were beginning to move towards their distant position. "Ned, d'ye see those fellows on the hill? Throw your division in column, and at 'em and drive 'em to the devil." "I will, my lord, by God," was Pakenham's laconic reply, and he turned away to give the necessary orders. The 2 eagles were taken in the course of Pakenham's attack, when the 3rd Division, with the 5th advancing on one flank, was moving forward to meet the fierce counterattack with which the enemy, after the first collision, attempted to make amends for their commander's blunder. "We were assailed," describes a British officer in the 3rd Division, "by a multitude who, reinforced, again rallied and turned upon us with fury. The peals of musketry along the center continued without intermission. The smoke was so thick that nothing to our left was distinguishable. Some men of the 5th Division got intermingled with ours. The dry grass was set on fire by the numerous cartridge papers that strewed the battlefield. The air was scorching, and the smoke rolling onwards in huge volumes nearly suffocated us. In the midst of the din and turmoil, the heavy cavalry came suddenly on the scene. A loud cheering was heard in our rear. The brigade half turned round, supposing themselves about to be attacked by the French cavalry. A few seconds passed, the trampling of horses was heard, the smoke cleared away, and the heavy brigade of Lamarchant was seen coming forward in line at a canter. "Open right and left," was an order quickly obeyed. The line opened, and the cavalry passed through the intervals and, forming rapidly in our front, prepared for their work. Catastrophe for the French assailants followed at once, swift, overwhelming, irremediable. The enemy in front had practically ceased to exist within the next 12 minutes. The entire French division and its supporting troops were struck down and shattered, broken to fragments and annihilated. There was a whirling cloud of dust, moving swiftly forward and carrying within its womb the trampling sound of a charging multitude. As it passed the left of the 3rd Division, Lamarchant's heavy horsemen, flanked by Anson's light cavalry, broke out at full speed. And the next instant 1,200 French infantry, formed in several lines, were trampled down with terrible clangor and tumult. Bewildered and blinded, they cast away their arms and ran through the openings of the British squadron, stooping and demanding quarter, while the dragoons, big men on big horses, rode on hard, smiting with their long glittering swords in uncontrollable power, and the 3rd Division, following at speed, shouted as the French masses fell in succession before this dreadful charge. So Napier describes the onset. Startled and aghast at what they saw coming at them, the French attempted hastily to form squares. But Lamarchant's impetuous squadrons were too quick for them. They came swooping down, the troopers galloping their hardest, with loosened reins, all racing forward, charging down with the irresistible sweep of an avalanche, and crashed into the midst of the ill-fated infantrymen before the squares could be formed. Down on the enemy the cavalry thundered, 1,200 flashing British sabres. 3 of the finest regiments of the British Army formed the Brigade the 3rd Dragoons, the King's Own, the 4th, Queen's Own, the 5th Dragoon Guard, strong and burly men on big-boned horses and with sharp-edged swords. Nec aspera terrent was and is the fearless motto of the gallant King's Own, who showed the way, and they flinched at nothing that day. Vestigia nulla retroer sum was and is the motto of the 5th, who closed the column, and dead and wounded and prisoners were the vestiges they left in rear on that stricken field. General Edward Lamarchant, a daring and capable soldier, a most noble officer, was what Wellington called him led them. A French regiment a little in advance, the ill-fated 62nd of the line, was the first to face the British and to go down. They did not attempt to form square. They had, indeed, no time to do so, yet they were in a formation sufficiently formidable. The 62nd was a regiment of 3 battalions and stood formed up in a column of half-battalions, presenting 6 successive lines closely massed one behind the other. Their front ranks opened fire just before the leading horsemen reached them, but it did not check the British onset even for a moment. The cavalry bore vigorously forward at a gallop and burst into and through their column, riding it down on the spot. Nearly the whole regiment was killed, wounded, or taken, leaving the broken remnants to be carried off as prisoners by the infantry of the 3rd Division as these raced up in rear, clearing the ground before them. The 62nd were disposed of by the cavalry in less than 2 minutes. According to French official returns, the unlucky regiment, out of a total strength that morning of 2,800 of all ranks in its 3 battalions, lost 20 officers and 1,100 men in killed alone. The survivors who escaped capture not being sufficient to form half a battalion. Cheering triumphantly, the charging squadrons dashed on. They came full tilt on a 2nd French regiment, the 22nd, catching it in the act of forming square. The front face of the square was already drawn up and met the troopers with a hasty volley which brought down some of the men and horses, but that made little difference. The next moment the cavalry were on them. The mass of the square in rear made but a weak effort at resistance. They swayed back, broke their ranks, and fell apart in utter confusion. Slashed down right and left, as had been the case with the 62nd, in little more than a minute only groups of fugitives were left, to be made prisoners by the British infantry, following in rear of the horsemen. The cavalry raced on then to attack a 3rd French regiment. In turn, it attempted to make a stand, but only to be dealt with in like manner. It, too, was caught before its square could be formed and was ridden down. Yet another French battalion confronted the British troopers after that. It had had time to take advantage of a small copse, an open wood of evergreen oaks, where it formed its ranks in colonnerie, to await attack and make a stand. The men reserved their fire with much coolness until the cavalry came within 20 yards. Then they poured it in on the concentrated mass of men and horses with deadly effect. Nearly a 1/3 of the dragoons came to the ground, but the remainder had sufficient command of their horses to dash forward. They succeeded in breaking the French ranks and dispersing them in utter confusion over the field. All the time the infantry in rear were racing on with exultant cheers, finishing off the horsemen's work as fast as they came up. It was an easy task. Further fight had been scared out of the French under the stress of the fearful experience they had gone through. Such as got away from the sabers of the horsemen, says one of the British officers, sought safety amongst the ranks of our infantry, and, scrambling under their horses, ran to us for protection, like men who, having escaped the first shock of a wreck, will cling to any broken spar, no matter how little to be depended on. Hundreds of beings, frightfully disfigured, in whom the human face and form were almost obliterated black with dust, worn down with fatigue, and covered with saber cuts and blood threw themselves among us for safety. Not a man was bayoneted, not one even molested or plundered. The invincible Old Third on this day surpassed themselves, for they not only defeated their terrible enemies in a fair stand-up fight, but saved them when total annihilation seemed the only thing. The 2 Salamanca Eagles were taken now. They fell to 2 infantry officers as their actual captors, one to an officer of a regiment of the 3rd Division and the other to an officer of the 5th Division, which had come into the fight and were following the cavalry, partly mingled with Pakenham's men. The first eagle that of the hapless French 62nd, whose fate has been told fell to Lieutenant Pierce of the 44th, a regiment in the 5th Division. He came on the eagle-bearer while in the act of unscrewing the eagle from its pole in order to hide it under his long overcoat and get away with it. Pierce sprang on the Frenchman and tussled with him for the eagle. The 2nd Portagal joined in the fight, whereupon 3 men of the 44th ran to their officer's assistance. A 3rd Frenchman, a private, added himself to the combatants, and was in the act of bayoneting the British lieutenant, when one of the men of the 44th, Private Finlay, shot him through the head and saved the officer's life. Both the Portagals were killed a moment later, one by Lieutenant Pierce, who snatched the eagle from its dead bearer's hands. In his excitement over the prize, Pierce rewarded the privates who had helped him by emptying his pockets on the spot and dividing what money he had on him amongst them $20. A sergeant's halberd was then procured, on which the eagle was stuck and carried triumphantly through the remainder of the battle. Lieutenant Pierce presented it next morning to General Leith, the commander of the 5th Division, who directed him to carry it to Wellington. In honor of the exploit, the 44th, now the Essex Regiment, bear the badge of a Napoleonic eagle on the regimental color, and the officers wear a similar badge on their mess jackets. The second eagle taken was that of the 22nd of the line. It was captured by a British officer of the 30th, Ensign Pratt, attached for duty to Major Cruikshank's 7th Portuguese, a light infantry, or Cacadors battalion, serving with the 3rd Division. He took it to General Pakenham, whose mounted orderly displayed the eagle of the 22nd publicly after the battle, carrying it about wherever the general went for the next 2 days. 2 more eagles, it was widely reported in the army, came into the possession of other regiments of the 3rd and 5th Divisions. One of them is said to have wanted its head and number, but what became of them is unknown. Possibly the existence of these particular trophies was merely camp gossip. According to one story, an officer picked up one of the eagles during the battle and carried it about in his cap for some days. No eagles, however, reached headquarters after Salamanca except those of the 62nd and 22nd, which in due course were sent to England. One eagle narrowly evaded capture at the hands of the Hanoverian dragoons of the King's German Legion in the pursuit after Salamanca. It escaped to find its way to Chelsea Hospital on a later day, as the famous trophy of our own 1st Dragoons, the Royals, at Waterloo. What took place when the eagle of the 105th of the line so nearly fell into the enemy's hands after Salamanca is a story that in its incidents stands by itself. General Anson's cavalry brigade, made up of British light dragoons and the Hanoverians, was sent in chase to follow and break up the wreck of the defeated army. It came upon the French rearguard in the act of taking post at a place called Garcia Hernandez. In front were several squadrons of cavalry, in rear the 105th of the line. The 3 battalions of the regiment were moving in column, with guns in the intervals. Not seeing the French infantry and guns at first, owing to an intervening ridge, Anson rode for the cavalry and drove them in. Their squadrons fled from Anson's troopers, abandoning 3 battalions of infantry, who in separate columns were making up a hollow slope, hoping to gain the crest of some heights before the pursuing cavalry could fall on, and the 2 foremost did reach higher ground, and there formed in squares. The squares at once opened fire on the horsemen, and for a moment checked them. The Hanoverian dragoons were the nearest of the pursuers to the rearmost of the French squares, and there was no way to ride past without exposing their flank at close range. Captain von Decken, who was leading the dragoons, on the spur of the moment took the daring decision to attack the square with the single squadron he had with him, then and there. Without an instant's hesitation, the gallant captain charged, regardless of the fierce fusillade that met him at once, from which his men went down all round. They dropped fast under fire. By 2s, by 3s, by 10s, all round they fell, yet the rest of them, surmounting the difficulties of the ground, hurled themselves in a mass on the column and went clean through it. The gallant von Decken was among the first to go down, shot dead 100 yards from the square, but a leader no less heroic was at hand. Instantly, Captain von Uslar-Gleichen, in charge of the left troop, dashed to the front. He rode out to the head of the squadron, inciting his men by voice and gesture and example. Another French volley smote hard on the squadron, but the intrepid troopers galloped through it, and, bringing up their right flank, swept on towards the enemy's bayonets, making to attack the square on 2 sides. The 2 foremost ranks of the French were on the knee with bayonets to the front, presenting a deadly double row of steel. In rear, the steady muskets of 4 standing ranks were leveled at the horsemen. The dragoons pressed on close up, and some were trying in vain to beat aside the bayonets before them and make a gap through, when an accident at the critical moment gave the opportunity. A shot from the kneeling ranks, apparently fired unintentionally, as it is said, killed a horse and caused it with its rider to fall forward, right across and on top of the bayonets. Thus a lane was unexpectedly laid open to the cavalry. They seized the chance instantly and crowded in through. The square was broken. It was cleft apart. Its ranks were scattered and dispersed. All was over in a few moments. Within 3 minutes, the entire battalion had been either cut down under the slaughtering swords of the dragoons or had been made prisoners. Immediately on that, another Hanoverian captain, von Rietzenstein, came sweeping by with the 2nd Squadron, riding for the 2nd French Square. These met the charge with a bold front and rapid volley, but their morale had been shaken by the startling and horrible scene they had just beheld. The front face of the 2nd Square gave way as the horsemen got close, and 4/5 of that battalion were either sabred on the spot or made prisoners. There was yet, nearby, the 3rd Battalion in its square. Its numbers had been added to by such fugitive survivors from the 1st and 2nd Squares as had been able to reach the place and get inside. The 3rd Squadron of the Dragoons dealt with the 3rd Square in the same way, riding boldly at it and breaking in with deadly results as before. How the eagle of the 105th was saved it was with the 1st Battalion in the square first broken is not on record. It did, however, somehow, evade capture hidden hastily perhaps beneath the coat of somebody in the handful of men who got away in the melee. Only the broken eagle pole was left, to be picked up among the dead after the fight. Described a British officer who went over the ground after the fight. The contest ended in a dreadful massacre of the French infantry. The 105th bravely stood their ground, but the ponderous weight of the heavy cavalry broke down all resistance, and arms lopped off, heads cloven to the spine, or gashes across the breast and shoulders showed the fearful encounter that had taken place. The third of the trophy eagles paraded in London before the Prince Regent was that of Napoleon's 39th of the line. It had been picked up in the dried-up bed of the river Sera, one of the tributaries of the Douro. Apparently, the eagle had been dropped, owing to the fall of its bearer during the night action of Foz d'Arance on June 15, 1811, when Ney's corps of Masséna's army, then retreating from Tours Vedras, was roughly handled and driven across the river by Wellington's 3rd and Light Divisions. The 4th and 5th of the Eagles were found at Madrid on Wellington's occupation of the city after Salamanca stored away in the French arsenal and army depot there, to which uses the ancient royal palace of the Buen Retiro, just outside the walls of Madrid, had been converted. 1,700 men held the Retiro, and the approaches to the arsenal had been fortified by order of Napoleon, but the garrison surrendered without firing a shot. They gave up to the victors 180 brass cannon, 900 barrels of powder, 20,000 stand of arms, muskets, and bayonets, together with the eagles of the 13th and 51st of the line, which had been laid up at the Retiro for safe custody, while the 2 regiments were operating in a wild part of the country against the Spanish guerrillas. The last eagles taken by Wellington in the Peninsular War came into our hands in the battles of the Pyrenees. Neither of them is now in existence. One was taken by our 28th in the combat of the Pass of Maya. The 28th, supporting the 92nd Highlanders in the fighting, overwhelmed with a series of fierce volleys an unfortunate French regiment, which was afterwards discovered to be the French 28th, a curious coincidence. The eagle of the 28th, the senior corps of its brigade, was found on the battlefield and was brought to England and hung in the Chapel Royal, Whitehall. It disappeared from there in circumstances already related. The 2nd French eagle was that of the 52nd of the line, presented by Wellington, as has been told, to the Spanish Cortes. That also has since been entirely lost sight of. This also may be added. Early in 1813, a special order was issued by Napoleon to the army in Spain requiring the eagles of most of the regiments to be sent back to France. Napoleon at that time was in Paris, engaged in getting together a new Grand Army to replace that destroyed in Russia. The regiments in Spain, he said, would be so weakened by the intended withdrawal of their 3rd, 4th, and 5th battalions, which he was recalling in order to send them to Germany for the coming campaign there, that the eagles in charge of the 1st battalions which were remaining in Spain would be exposed to undue risk. In future, he wrote, there will in Spain be only one eagle to each brigade, that of the senior regiment of the brigade. The eagles withdrawn from Spain, added the order, would in the end rejoin the battalions with the Grand Army in Germany, as soon as these had been reconstituted afresh as regiments, with a sufficient force of men to ensure the safety of the eagles. All the cavalry eagles were recalled. No regiment of cavalry in Spain is to retain its eagle. Those who have not done so are immediately to send theirs to the depot. It was due to this order mainly that at Vittoria, after the overwhelming rout of the French army, only one eagle pole with its eagle gone fell into British hands, although there had been on the field upwards of 70,000 French soldiers, of whom 55,000 were infantry. And the French lost everything in the words of one of their own generals, Gazan. All their equipages, all their guns, all their treasure, all their stores, all their papers. Chapter 10. In the hour of darkest disaster. After Moscow, how the eagles faced their fate. There are 75 standards of Napoleon's Grand Army of 1812 now in Russia, trophies of the Moscow disaster. Rather more than half of the number are eagles. The remainder of the trophies are battalion and cavalry flags, some French, some the ensigns of Allied contingents and the troops of vassal states of the Napoleonic Empire, compelled to take a part in the campaign. All the European armies of the period are represented among the trophies: green and white Saxon flags, blue and white Bavarian flags, violet and white Polish ensigns, Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese colors, Swiss flags, Westphalian and Baden flags of the Confederation of the Rhine, the red and black of Württemberg, the yellow and black of Austria, the white and black of Prussia, the green, white, and red tricolor of Italy. They are preserved at St. Petersburg, in the Kazan Cathedral, and in the Cathedral of St. Peter and St. Paul. Those in the Kazan Cathedral are grouped over and round the tomb of the septuagenarian hero, Kutuzov, who lies buried on the spot where he knelt in prayer before setting out to take command as generalissimo of the national army. Nearby, suspended against the pillars, are the marshal's baton of Devout and the keys of Hamburg, Leipzig, Dresden, Reims, Breda, and Utrecht, similarly spoils of the Napoleonic War. The actual eagle trophies number all told between 40 and 50. Less than a third of the total array of eagles that crossed the Niemen at the head of their regiments on the outbreak of the war. The majority of the eagles of the Grand Army were saved from falling into the hands of the Russians through the devoted heroism of those responsible for their safekeeping amid the horrors of the retreat. Of those at St. Petersburg, not more than half at most were taken in actual combat, and they were only yielded up by their bearers with life, being picked up from among the dead bodies and carried off by the Russians on going over the field after the fight was over. 5 eagles only were surrendered by capitulation. The others were brought in by the Cossacks, who came upon them while prowling in rear of the retreating army. They were found, some in hollow trees, where their despairing bearers had tried to conceal them, some in holes dug with bayonets in the frozen ground underneath the snow. Others were dragged to light, broken from their staves, from beneath the coats or from the knapsacks of officers and men who had fallen by the way at night and been frozen to death during the final stage of the retreat between Wilna and the Niemen. It is in remembrance of how, to the last, during the Moscow retreat, in many a dark and hopeless hour, there yet remained detachments of devoted men, the last remnants of regiments, at all times ready to stand at bay and sacrifice themselves for the honor of their eagles, amidst hordes of disorganized fugitives all round in remembrance of that. The army of modern France commemorates on the colors of certain regiments, as representing corps that bore the same numbers in Napoleon's Grand Army in Russia. The names, among others, of Mary-Jaroslav, Polotsk, Wyazma, Krasny, La Berezine, defeats and disasters though these were. The Eagles were under fire for the first time in Russia on July 17, in the attack on Smolensk on the Dnieper, the ancient Lithuanian capital, where took place the first important battle of the war. There, the Eagles of Ney's and Devout's corps did their part in inciting the men to add fresh laurels to the fame of their regiments, ever prominent in the attack, leading charge after charge, as the columns made repeated efforts to storm the fortified suburbs and lofty ramparts of the citadel. The soldiers did all that intrepidity and desperate valor might attempt, but in vain. No valor could prevail against the stubborn endurance of the Russians, who also occupied a strongly walled position that was practically impregnable. The fierce contest went on all through a whole day, until nightfall, and then, under cover of darkness, the defenders silently drew off and retreated beyond the city, leaving Smolensk in flames. No fewer than 15,000 French and 10,000 Russians fell in the merciless encounter. Next morning there followed a spectacle hardly ever perhaps paralleled, the march of the Grand Army through the streets between the still blazing houses, the martial columns advancing in the finest order to the sound of military music. We traversed between furnaces, as an officer puts it, tramping over the hot and smoldering ashes, in all the pomp of military splendor, bands playing and each eagle leading its men. At Smolensk, one regiment won its eagle, which Napoleon presented at 5 o'clock in the morning on July 19, before the paraded battalions of Devout's corps. It was the 127th of the line, a regiment, it is curious to note, enrolled a few months before from former Hanoverian subjects of our own King George III, and commanded by French officers as a regular corps of the French line. By Napoleon's latest ordinance, issued just before the emperor quitted Paris in May, the regiments newly raised for the Russian war, of which there were several, were in each case to win their eagles on the battlefield. The eagle for each regiment was to be provided in advance, but would be held back, locked up in the regimental chest, until it should be won by distinguished conduct. The 127th won their eagle at Smolensk, their brilliant service being specially brought before Napoleon by Marshal Devout, who, of his own initiative, claimed the eagle for them from Napoleon. The regiment bore it with distinction through the hottest of the fighting at Borodino, carried it all through the disastrous retreat from Moscow, and preserved it to the end to go through the later campaign in Germany, and face the enemy after that in the last stand before Paris in 1814. The eagle was eventually destroyed by order of the restored Bourbon government. The second great battle day of the Eagles in the Russian war was at Borodino on September 7. There 250,000 and more combatants faced each other. On one side, 132,000 Russians with 640 guns, on the other, 133,000 French with 590 guns. The Battle of Borodino was perhaps the most sanguinary and the most obstinately contested in history. The opening shots were fired at sunrise. When at sunset both sides drew sullenly apart, exhausted after 12 hours of carnage, neither army was victorious. Each held the ground on which it had begun the battle. 25,000 men lay dead on the field, and 68,000 more lay wounded, an appalling massacre that staggered even Napoleon. Amidst the ferocious savagery of the hand-to-hand fighting that characterized Borodino all over the field, many of the Eagles were in desperate peril. Several were cut off in the terrible havoc that the ferocious Russian countercharges wrought in the French ranks, and were only saved by the stern fortitude of the soldiers, fighting at times back-to-back round the Eagles, keeping off the enemy with bayonet thrusts till help should come. In one part of the field, the 9th of the line was isolated and for a time broken up and scattered. The eagle-bearer was cut off by himself and surrounded. He saved the eagle as he fell wounded. Amidst the confusion, wounded by 2 bayonet thrusts, I fell, but I was able to make an effort to prevent the eagle falling into the hands of the enemy. Some of them rushed at me and closed round, but getting to my feet, I managed to fling the eagle, staff and all, over their heads towards some of our men, whom I had caught sight of, fortunately nearby, trying to charge through and rescue the eagle. This was all I could do before I fell again and was made prisoner. The brave fellow returned to France 2 years later, at the Peace of 1814, and made his way to the regimental depot, where he found barely 20 of his comrades at Borodino left. The rest had succumbed during the retreat from Moscow. The survivors had brought back the Eagle to France, only, however, to have to give it up to the new Minister of War for destruction. The 18th of the line, broken in a Russian counterattack, after storming one of the Russian redoubts erected to defend part of the position, rallied with their Eagle in their midst and held their ground in spite of repeated attacks until help could get through to them. At the roll call next morning, 40 officers out of 50 and 800 men out of 2,000 were reported as missing, left dead or wounded on the field. Another regiment lost its colonel and half one battalion dead on the field. The Eagle Guard were all shot down or bayoneted round the Eagle, which in the end was saved and brought out of the battle by a corporal, who was awarded a commission by Napoleon in the presence of the remains of the regiment next day. The Eagle of the 61st of the line again was only kept out of Russian hands by the devotion of the men round it. Napoleon rode past the regiment next day while being paraded for the roll to be called. Only 2 battalions were there, and he asked the colonel where the 3rd battalion was. "It is in the redoubt, sire," was the officer's reply, pointing in the direction of the great redoubt, round which some of the hardest fighting of the day had taken place. The battalion had literally been annihilated. Not an officer or a man of the 1,100 in the 3rd Battalion of the 61st had returned from the fight. A regiment of cuirassiers lost its Eagle at Borodino. The Eagle had disappeared in the midst of a fierce mêlée in which the Eagle-bearer had gone down. The loss was not discovered till later. All, however, refused to believe that it had been captured. That was incredible. The dead Eagle-bearer's body was found after the battle, but no Eagle was there. Overwhelmed with shame, the regiment had to admit that the impossible had happened, and during the weeks that they were at Moscow, they remained plunged in a profound dolor. The Eagle reappeared in an extraordinary way. In the retreat, when passing the scene of the battle, a ghastly and horrible spectacle with its unburied corpses and the carcasses of horses strewn thickly and heaped up all over the field, a sudden thought struck one of the officers. Late that night, he and a brother officer, taking the risk of capture by Cossacks on the prowl in rear of the retreating army, rode back and found their way by moonlight to where the cuirassiers had had their fight and the Eagle-bearer had fallen. They found the Eagle inside the carcass of the Eagle-bearer's horse. It had been thrust in there by the dying Eagle-bearer through the gaping wound that had killed the horse, as the only means to conceal it in the midst of the enemy. The Eagles made their last triumphant entry into a conquered capital at Moscow on September 14. The Eagle of the Old Guard leading the way at the head of the Grenadiers of the Guard, all wearing for the day their full-dress parade uniform. As has been said, every officer and soldier of the Guard, by Napoleon's standing order, carried a suit of full-dress uniform in his kit or knapsack on campaign in readiness for such occasions. En tenue de parade, comme si elle eût défilé au carrousel. They had marched like that with music and full military pomp twice through Vienna and through the streets of Berlin and Madrid. But there was at Moscow a disconcerting and ominous difference, both in their surroundings and in the reception that they met. Elsewhere, alike in Vienna, Berlin, and Madrid, the parade march of the victorious Eagles passed through densely crowded streets of onlookers, silently gazing with dejected mien at the scene. At Moscow, not a soul was in the streets, at the windows, anywhere. On every side were emptiness and desolation. The inhabitants had fled the city, and only deserted houses remained. The first incendiary fires at Moscow broke out at midnight, within 12 hours of Napoleon taking up his residence in the Kremlin. The spell after that was broken. Henceforward victory deserted the Eagles. The hour of fate was at hand for Napoleon and the Grand Army. The fortune of war, indeed, turned against the Eagles even before Napoleon had quitted Moscow. Early on October 18, Napoleon, while at breakfast in the Kremlin, suddenly heard distant cannonading away to the south. He learned what had happened that afternoon while holding a review of the Italian Royal Guard. "We hastily regained our quarters, packed up our parade uniforms, put on our service kit, and to the sound of our drums and bands threaded our way through the streets of Moscow at 5 in the afternoon." During the past 5 weeks, while all had been outwardly quiet, the Russian armies had been maneuvering to close in along the only road of retreat open to Napoleon. The nearest of the Russian armies, concentrated to the southwest of Moscow, struck the first blow on October 18 at daybreak by surprising Murat's cavalry camp near Vinkovo. The results to the French were disastrous. 2,000 of Murat's men were killed, and as many more were taken prisoners. Between 30 and 40 guns were lost, and Murat's personal camp baggage train, which included his silver canteens and cooking utensils, in which cats and horseflesh were found prepared for food, a discovery that opened the eyes of the Russians to the precarious position of affairs in Napoleon's army. Murat himself, according to one story, rode off on the first alarm in his shirt. He only got away, according to another, by cutting his way through the Russians sword in hand at the head of his personal escort of carabineers. 2 eagles were spoils of the surprise, the first to fall into Russian hands in the war. They were lost in the general scrimmage, their bearers being sabred at the outset of the Russian onslaught. The eagles were at once sent off to St. Petersburg to be presented to the Tsar Alexander. On the other hand, 9 eagles were saved, their escorts fighting their way successfully through the Russians. Many stories are recorded in memoirs of survivors of the Grand Army of heroic endeavors, made repeatedly by officers and men to save their eagles from the enemy amid the disasters and horrors of the retreat. Their devotion and self-sacrifice had their reward in the preservation of 7 eagles in every 10. 2 eagles were lost 14 days after leaving Moscow, in the disastrous battle at Wyazma on November 2, halfway on the road back to Smolensk, where the advanced columns of the pursuing Russians attacked and all but cut the retreating French army in two. The rear guard of the Grand Army, Marshal Devout's corps, with the Italian corps of the Viceroy Eugene Beauharnais, was overpowered and driven in and broken up, crushed under the overpowering artillery fire of the Russians. They left behind 6,000 dead, 2,000 prisoners, and 27 guns. 2 eagles were taken, their regiments being virtually annihilated, but 21 were saved. They were safeguarded through the rout by groups of brave-hearted officers and men who beat off the rushes made at them by the Russian cavalry and the Cossacks. They fought their way through until they met Ney's troops, who had heard the firing and turned back, arriving in time to stem and check the Russian pursuit and enable what was left of the 2 shattered army corps to rally under their protection. 1 infantry regiment at Wyazma perished on the battlefield to a man but saved its eagle. It was the rearmost of all and was isolated and surrounded beyond reach of help. In vain, its men formed square and tried to fight their way after the rest through the surging masses of the Russians. They made their way for a time until the enemy brought up artillery. A Russian battery galloped up, unlimbered close to them, and opened fire with murderous effect. The Frenchmen tried desperately to charge the guns, but were beaten back by a rush of cavalry. At last, in despair, they formed square and faced the cruel slaughter that the guns made in their ranks in the hope that help might reach them. Terms were offered them and refused. They would not surrender and fought on till dusk, when their ammunition gave out. The Russians were closing round for a final decisive charge on the small handful of survivors, when the wounded colonel, seeing all was over, made the attempt that saved the eagle. The scanty remnant of what had that morning been a regiment of 3,000 men formed round in a ring, facing towards the enemy with bayonets leveled. The eagle staff was broken up and the fragments thrust under the ground. With flint and steel, a match was lighted and the silken tricolor consumed. The eagle was then tied up in a haversack and entrusted to an old soldier who was known to be a good rider. The colonel, giving up his own charger to the man, bade him watch his chance and, as the enemy came on in the dark, dash through them and ride his hardest. "Carry the eagle to his majesty," were the colonel's words. "Deliver it to him and tell him that we have done our duty." The man rode off. He was able to get through the nearest Russians under cover of the darkness, having to fight his way before he got clear, and receiving several wounds. Then his horse fell dead from its injuries. On foot he stumbled on, and before midnight reached, not Napoleon, but Marshal Ney, to whom he gave up his precious charge. No officer or man of the others of the luckless regiment was ever heard of in France again. No prisoners from it ever returned, only the eagle survived. 3 days after Wyazma, the Russian winter suddenly set in on the doomed host. It brought about at once the disintegration and disorganization of the Grand Army. Already, demoralized by their privation, hundreds of men had fallen out of the ranks, flinging away their muskets and knapsacks and straggling along in disorderly groups. a third practically of the army ceased to exist as a fighting force within the first fortnight of the retreat, before the first snows fell. The others, though, still kept to their duty. Marching in the ranks day after day, they strove their hardest to beat back the incessant attacks of the swarms of Cossacks, hovering round on the watch to raid the baggage convoys at every block or stoppage on the road. With the coming of the snow, the doom of the Grand Army was sealed. It was impossible to maintain discipline with the thermometer at 20 degrees below zero. Men dropped dead from cold by the score every half-mile. On November 6, the sun disappeared. A gray fog enshrouded everything, the frost set in, and a bitter north wind in howling gusts swept over the face of the land. With it came down the snow, falling hour after hour by day and night without ceasing. From that day, the army lost its courage and its military instinct. The soldier no longer obeyed his officer. The officer separated himself from his general. The disbanded regiments marched in disorder. In their frantic search for food, they spread themselves over the plain, pillaging and destroying whatever fell in their way. So a survivor wrote. The snow came down in large broad flakes, which at once chilled and blinded the soldiers. The marchers, however, stumbled forward, men often struggling and at last sinking in holes and ravines that were concealed from them by the new and disguised appearance of the country. Those who yet retained discipline and kept their ranks stood some chance of receiving assistance. But amid the mass of stragglers, the men's hearts, intent only on self-preservation, became hardened and closed against every feeling of sympathy and compassion. The storm wind lifted the snow from the earth, as well as that steadily pelting down from above, into dizzy eddies round the soldiers. Many were hurled to the ground in this manner, while the same snow furnished them with an instant grave, under which they were concealed until the next summer came, to display their ghastly remains in the open air. The Cossacks redoubled their attacks on the retreating army after Wyazma. They had harassed the French incessantly from the day after Napoleon passed Mogilsk, but after Wyazma, their audacity increased 100-fold. They captured prisoners hourly, from among the stragglers mostly, in droves, by 50s and 100s at a time. Day after day, they hung on the flanks, swooping down with loud shouts on the unfortunate wretches, rounding them up like sheep, and driving them before them towards their own camps at the points of their long lances. Many they killed on the spot, or stripped naked to perish in the snow. Others they drove along to the nearest camp of Kutuzov's regulars for the sake of the money reward offered for prisoners brought in alive. Others again, to save themselves the trouble of driving them all the way to the army camp, they handed over to peasants in the villages, selling them at a ruble a head, for the peasants to make sport of and maltreat or kill. The brutalities and ruthless devastations that the French army had committed in its advance to Moscow had infuriated the Russian peasantry. Intent on vengeance, they now made use of their opportunity to the full. They burned alive some of their captives by tossing them into pits half filled with blazing pine logs. 70 were done to death in this horrible way in one village. Others they buried up to their necks in the ground and left to die, or else tied them to trees for the wolves to tear to pieces. Others they clubbed or flogged to death, tying down the wretched Frenchmen to logs on the ground, hounding on the women and children to hammer their heads to pieces with thick sticks. A common method of Cossacks and peasants alike for making prisoners was to light great watchfires at night, a little way off from the retreating column. And as the frozen and starving stragglers came crowding up to the blaze, they surrounded them and carried them off wholesale. After the snow set in, guns and baggage wagons were abandoned to the Cossacks at almost every 100 yards. It was impossible for the weakened and dying horses to drag them along, even to keep their footing on the frozen ground. Within the first week after Wyazma, the appalling number of 30,000 horses either died of starvation, there being no way of getting fodder for them because of the snow, or were frozen to death. In spite of everything, some of the regiments still kept together and marched in military formation, with their eagles at their head, those in particular of Marshal Ney's corps. They formed the rear guard and chief protection to the army from Wyazma onwards, held together by the heroic example and personality of their indefatigable leader, ever present where there was fighting, ever calm and confident, and ready with words of encouragement. Not an eagle was lost along the line of march between Moscow and Smolensk by Ney's men. rallying round them to beat off the Cossack attacks time and again with the cry, Aux Eagles, Voici les Cossacks. This incident, not unlike the cuirassier ride to recover the eagle left on the field at Borodino, is said to have taken place between Wyazma and Smolensk. One regiment of Ney's cavalry missed its eagle after a sharp fight on the road, the eagle-bearer having apparently fallen during the encounter, unseen by the survivors. That night round the bivouac fire lots were drawn, and 2 officers rode back amid blinding snow squalls to try to find the eagle. They successfully evaded the Cossacks and made their way 10 miles back to the scene of the combat, where, after scaring off some wolves, they searched in the snow and found the dead officer's body with the eagle by its side. They brought it back safely to the regiment and restored it to their comrades. Their limbs were frostbitten and rigid from cold, so that they had to be lifted off their horses, but the brave men were content they had saved their eagle. Illustration. Photo Ilinari. Marshal Ney with the rear guard in the retreat from Moscow. From a picture by A. Ivan at Versailles. At Krasnoy, on November 19, between Smolensk and the Berezina, Napoleon underwent another severe defeat from the pursuing Russians, 10,000 prisoners and 70 guns falling into the victors' hands. 2 eagles were carried off from the battlefield and dispatched to St. Petersburg by special courier, together with Kutuzov's report to the Tsar. 27 eagles, however, got past the Russians, fighting their way through, thanks to the endurance of brave men who rallied round them. Krasnoy it was that gave the death blow to Napoleon's last hope of rallying the Grand Army. After it, less than 30,000 men remained under arms with the main column, including the 8,000 survivors of the Imperial Guard. Up to then, according to the Russian official returns, 80,000 prisoners, 500 guns, and 40 standards and flags of all kinds had fallen into the hands of the pursuers. Not more than 10, however, of the 40 standards taken were eagles. The 2 taken at Murat's surprise at Vinkovo, the 2 taken at Wyazma, the 2 taken at Krasnoy, also 2 taken before Napoleon reached Smolensk, from a brigade sent from Smolensk to help him on the road, which blundered into the middle of the Russian army and had to surrender, and 2 captured elsewhere from the French flanking armies of Marshal MacDonald and Marshal St. Cyr. An 11th eagle was taken in the second battle at Krasnoy from Ney's rearguard, the only eagle that Ney actually lost in fight throughout the 600 miles march between Moscow and the frontier. At Krasnoy, Ney's rearguard, following at a day's march behind the rest of the army, found its way barred. The Russians, after defeating Napoleon's main column, a day's march in advance, had waited on the scene of the former fighting for Ney. They held a position that it was practically impossible for Ney's comparatively small force to get past. After vainly attempting to break through, Ney had to draw back and make a forlorn hope effort to avoid destruction by a long detour, in the course of which he had to abandon guns, baggage, and horses, and cross the Dnieper on ice hardly thick enough to bear the weight of a man. On the eve of Krasnoy, indeed, the rearguard found itself in so desperate a position that Ney ordered all its eagles to be destroyed. His regiments had suffered so severely in their continuous fighting that it was impossible adequately to safeguard the eagles. Every musket and bayonet was wanted in the fighting line. It was impossible to supply sufficient eagle escorts. So far, in spite of the dreadful straits to which some of the regiments had been reduced, all had marched openly with their eagles and fought round them, guarding them sedulously by night and day. When excessive fatigue constrained us to take a few moments of repose, describes Colonel de Fessensac of the 4th of the line, we, what was left of the regiment able to carry arms not 100 men, assembled together in any place where we could find shelter, a few of the men standing by to mount guard for the protection of the regimental eagle. Then, describes the colonel, came the order that all the eagles should be broken up and buried. As I could not make up my mind to this, I directed that the staff should be burned, and that the eagle of the 4th Regiment should be stowed in the knapsack of one of the eagle-bearers, by whose side I kept my post on the march. The eagle of the 4th, it may be added by the way, was the identical eagle that Napoleon had presented to the regiment in place of that lost at Austerlitz, in exchange for, as has been told, 2 captured Austrian flags. Other officers did the same as Colonel de Fessensac. One officer, however, the colonel of the 18th of the line, flatly refused to have his regimental eagle either broken up or hidden away. The eagle, he says in his journal, which still exists, had throughout until then been carried at the head of the regiment, and I declined to obey the order on behalf of the 18th. It seemed to us a monstrous ignominy. Our eagles were not given us to be made away with or hidden, they ought to perish with us. The eagle of the 18th did actually perish with the regiment. In the rearguard repulse at Krasnoy, the entire regiment was destroyed, except for some 20 survivors, including the colonel, severely wounded. Our eagle, says the gallant colonel, proudly recording its fate, remained among our dead on the field of battle. That eagle of the 18th was the only one of Marshal Ney's eagles to fall into the hands of the Russians in battle. Some 10 of the eagles now at St. Petersburg were found on the bodies of officers and men who had been either frozen to death or had fallen dead on the march during Ney's retreat after Krasnoy. They were not taken in fight. Ney rejoined Napoleon with only 1,500 men left out of 12,000, of which the rearguard had consisted when it left Smolensk. It was while making his last effort to get past the Russians after his attempt to break through at Krasnoy had failed, that Ney, overtaken on the banks of the half-frozen Dnieper on the evening before he risked his perilous crossing, and summoned by the Russians to surrender, made that proudly defiant reply which has ever since been a treasured memory to the French army. A Marshal of France never surrenders. 6 hours later he had evaded capture, and with the remnant of his corps, was across the river. All the world has heard how Napoleon, hopeless of seeing him again, welcomed Ney with the words, "I have 300 millions of francs in the vaults of the Tuileries. I would have given them all for Marshal Ney." The remaining eagles had by now been assembled for preservation under the protection of what troops of the main column, which Napoleon accompanied, still continued under arms. Further effort to rally the shattered host was beyond possibility. Only portions of the 2 army corps of Marshals Victor and Oudenot, called in from holding the line of communications, still retained military formation, together with the reduced battalions of the Old Guard, which had kept near Napoleon throughout. To save the remaining eagles, the officers of broken-up and disbanded regiments, with some devoted soldiers who stood by them, took personal charge of the eagles and carried them with their own hands. Banding together and marching in company side by side, they tramped on, plodding through the snow day and night for 200 miles, the collected eagles all massed in the center. They attached themselves to the column of the Old Guard and kept their way close by Napoleon. A survivor of the retreat from Moscow, in his memoirs, describes how he saw Napoleon and the eagles pass by him on the way to the Beresina on the morning of November 25. Those in advance seemed to be generals, a few on horseback, but the greater part on foot. There was also a great number of other officers, the remnant of the doomed squadron and battalion, formed on the 22nd and barely existing at the end of 3 days. Those on foot dragged themselves painfully along, almost all of them having their feet frozen and wrapped in rags or in bits of sheepskin, and all nearly dying of hunger. Afterwards came the small remains of the cavalry of the guard. The emperor came next, on foot and carrying a staff. He wore a large cloak lined with fur and had a red velvet cap with black fox fur on his head. Murat walked on foot at his right, and on his left the Prince Eugene, Viceroy of Italy. Next came the marshals Berthier Prince of Neufchâtel-Ney, Mortier, Lefebvre, with other marshals and generals whose corps had been annihilated. The emperor mounted a horse as soon as he had passed, so did a few of those with him. The greater part of them had no horses to ride. 700 or 800 officers and non-commissioned officers followed, walking in order and perfect silence, and carrying the eagles of their different regiments, which had so often led them to victory. This was all that remained of 60,000 men. After them came the Imperial Guard on foot, marching also in order. 4 eagles were lost in the fighting at the passage of the Beresina, where a whole division of Marshal Victor's corps, General Partenoes, was cut off and compelled to surrender. On the last night, when either massacre under the Russian guns or laying down their arms was all that was left to them, they broke up and buried their eagles in the ground underneath the snow. The officers of one regiment, it is told, broke up their eagle before burying it, burned the flag at their last bivouac fire, mixed the ashes with thawed snow, and swallowed the concoction. Illustration: Napoleon and the Sacred Squadron on the way to the Beresina. From the picture by H. Bellange. The little column of officers with their eagles passed the Beresina with the guard, and thus escaped that last catastrophe, the crowning horror of the bridge disaster, when 24,000 ill-fated human beings were sent to their account, either killed in the fighting with the Russians or drowned in the river, jammed together on the burning bridge, while the Russian guns from the rear thundered on them with shot and shell. The officer escort with the eagles tramped on until Wilna was reached, until after Napoleon had left the army and set off for Paris. Then, on the final falling apart of the remnants of the stricken host, the officers themselves dispersed, to escape as best they could individually and get to the Niemen, breaking up the eagle poles and concealing the eagles and flags in knapsacks or under their uniforms. The dispersal, says one officer, was at Napoleon's own instance. He ordered all the officers who had no troops to make the best of their way at once to the Niemen, considering that their services had best be saved for the future army he was going to Paris to raise and organize. That is one story. According to another officer, utter despair at their frightful position, abandoned by their chief, was the cause of the breakup at Wilna and the final debacle. Until then, a few armed soldiers, led by their officers, had still rallied round the eagles. Now, however, the officers began to break away, and the soldiers became fewer and fewer, and those left were finally reduced, of necessity, some to conceal the eagles in knapsacks, others to make away with them. Some of the officers fell dead on the way to the Niemen, struck down suddenly by the cold, and their eagles remained with them. Others who died, with their last strength, tried to put their charges beyond reach of the enemy by scraping or digging holes in the frozen ground and burying the eagles. The eagle of the Old Guard recrossed the Niemen at Kovno, while Ney was making his final stand, defending the gate of the town, the marshal fighting musket in hand at the last, with less than 20 soldiers. That eagle was still carried openly, the only one still so displayed carried defiantly aloft on its staff, borne to the last with its escort in military formation, in the midst of the ranks of the 400 men of the Old Guard, who were all that were able to reach the frontier. At Bay in northern Germany, 1813. There were yet dark days in store for the Eagles after the retreat from Moscow was over. The tale of their misfortunes was not yet ended. There was yet to be the sequel to the great catastrophe, further humiliations in the war in Germany of 1813 and the winter campaign of 1814 in eastern France, which followed as the consequence and result of the overthrow in Russia. No fewer than 15 of the Eagles that the devotion of their officers brought through the retreat from Moscow are now making allowance for difficulties of identification, owing to defective records among the trophies of victory to be seen at Berlin and Potsdam, in Vienna, and also at St. Petersburg. Those in Germany are mostly kept in the garrison church of Potsdam, suspended triumphantly above the vault in which lies the sarcophagus of Frederick the Great. They were placed there of set purpose as an act of retribution, as a votive offering to the manes of the great Frederick, as a Prussian rejoinder to Napoleon's act of wanton desecration after Jena. The 4 trophy eagles at Vienna are in the Imperial Arsenal Museum there. 2 of them are the spoils of Culm, displayed together with the keys of Lyon, Langres, Troyes, and the fortress of Mayence, which were surrendered during the march of the Allies on Paris. The Russian trophy eagles of 1813 are at St. Petersburg, displayed with the eagles which fell into Russian hands in the retreat from Moscow. What the annihilation of the Grand Army in Russia meant for Europe, with what dramatic rapidity its import for the vassal states of Napoleon was realized and turned to account, is a familiar story. Prussia led the revolt at once, and all northern Germany rose in arms en masse to commence the War of Liberation, joining hands with Russia as the pursuing armies of the Tsar crossed the frontier. Then Austria, after negotiations rendered abortive at the last by Napoleon's infatuated pride and overweening self-confidence, threw her sword into the balance and turned the scale decisively against France. Napoleon's hastily raised conscript levies, outnumbered and outmaneuvered, were defeated on battlefield after battlefield and driven in rout across the Rhine to their final surrender at the gates of Paris. And then came the abdication of Fontainebleau. Yet with all that, in those dark hours of their fate, the Eagles died hard. The trophy collections of Berlin, Vienna, and St. Petersburg testify to that. Only a percentage of the Eagles which faced their fate on the battlefield became spoils to the victors. Marshal MacDonald's army, routed by Blücher on the Katzbach, thanks to the devotion of the regimental officers and some of their men, saved all its eagles from the enemy except 3. Ney's army, no less roughly handled at Denowitz, managed to retain in like manner all its eagles except 3. Vandam's army, annihilated and dispersed at Culm, saved its eagles all but 2. Oudenot was routed at Grossbeeren, with the loss of guns and many prisoners. Gerard underwent the same fate near Magdeburg. Bertrand was surprised and defeated with heavier losses still, but not one eagle was left as spoil of these disasters in the hands of the victorious foe. In one battle, the eagle of Napoleon's Irish Legion was only just kept from being today among the trophies displayed in the garrison church of Potsdam over the tomb of Frederick the Great. It was immediately after MacDonald's defeat on the Katzbach. The Irish Legion was one of the regiments in one of MacDonald's divisions, that of General Puthod. They had had a hard fight of it, and their retreat was barred by the river Bober in flood. Under stress of the continuous attacks of the Prussians in ever-increasing force, the 12,000 men of Puthod's division had been reduced to barely 5,000. They had used up their last cartridges and had been driven back to the riverbank, where the Prussian army closed in on them in a half-moon. The Prussians halted for one moment until they realized that the troops before them had no more ammunition. Then, aware that they had their foe at their mercy, they rushed forward, cheering exultantly to deliver the coup de grace. All of a sudden, describes an Irish officer, 30,000 men ran forward on their prey, of whom none but those who knew how to swim could attempt to escape. The greater number of the French, all the same, jumped into the river and took the risk of drowning rather than surrender. Less than 500 got across the stream, and after that they had to wade waist-deep for half a mile over flooded marshes under a pitiless fire from the Prussian batteries. In the end, only 150 men reached dry ground alive. Among the survivors were just 40 men of the Irish Legion, with their Eagle Colonel Ware, 8 officers, the Eagle Bearer, and 30 privates. The Irish remnant made their way eventually to Dresden and reported themselves to Napoleon. That adventure, by the way, was the Irish Eagle's second escape from falling into an enemy's hands since Napoleon presented it to the Legion on the field of Mars. On the first occasion, it came within an ace of being now among our British trophy eagles at Chelsea, of, indeed, being the first Napoleonic eagle to be brought as spoil of war to England. The Irish Legion was in garrison at Flushing in 1809, when the fortress surrendered to the British Walcheren expedition. On the night before the final capitulation, Major Lawless of the Irish Legion took charge of the Eagle, and in a rowing boat made a risky passage among the British ships of war in front of the batteries. He escaped up the Scheldt to Antwerp, where he delivered the Eagle personally to Marshal Bernadotte. Napoleon sent for the Major to Paris, decorated him for saving the Eagle with the Cross of the Legion of Honor, and promoted him lieutenant colonel. In the disaster on the Bober also, a soldier of the 134th of the line saved the Eagle of another regiment, the 147th. The two regiments, as the Prussians charged down on them after their cartridges gave out, in desperation rushed to meet their assailants with the bayonet. They were overpowered and hurled back in confusion to the bank of the river, all intermingled in the Merle. The Eagle Bearer of the 147th fell dead, shot down, and a Prussian officer made for the Eagle. A soldier of the 134th bayoneted the officer as he got to it, picked up the Eagle, and seeing only more Prussians round him, flung himself, still holding on to the Eagle, into the river. The man could not swim and was fired at as he floundered in the water, but he was not hit. Unable to reach the other side, he somehow got onto a shallow patch and, still holding fast to the Eagle, kept his footing there until, to get away from the hail of bullets all round him, he again risked drowning by trying to drift downstream. He managed to keep his head above water and got over to a bed of rushes, fringing the farther bank. Creeping in there, still holding on closely to the Eagle, the brave fellow hid for 6 hours until dark, embedded in mud to his armpits most of the time. After nightfall, he worked his way through and crawled ashore. Finally, after wandering across country for 8 days, feeding on berries and what he could pick up, in constant peril of discovery among the hostile peasants and parties of Prussian dragoons scouring the district, the heroic soldier at length found his way to Dresden. There he was brought before Marshal Berthier, to whom he delivered the Eagle. At the Battle of the Katzbach, the colonel of the 132nd of the line threw away his life under the mistaken impression that he saw the Eagle of his regiment captured by the enemy. He was short-sighted, and suddenly missed it in the middle of a charge. Thinking he saw the eagle being carried off by a party of Prussians, he rode straight through the enemy at them, to fall mortally wounded halfway, with his horse shot beneath him. Some of the men saw the colonel fall and charged after him. They got to him and carried him off the field, and in the retreat until a place of safety was reached, where the survivors of the regiment had rallied. There the officers came round to bid farewell to their dying chief. The eagle-bearer of the regiment was among them, and he, to the amazement of all, produced the eagle from his haversack, broken from its staff, and held it up before the eyes of the dying colonel. No enemy's hand, he declared, had contaminated it. Finding himself and the eagle, he explained, in imminent danger of capture, he had wrenched the eagle off the staff and hidden it, his act causing the disappearance which the colonel had marked, and which had resulted in his fatal dash among the enemy. The 17th of the line saved their eagle and themselves after Vandam's defeat at Culm, and made their way to safety, as one of the officers relates, after an extraordinary series of adventures. They had joined Vandam's army at the beginning of the first days. Fighting the battle lasted 3 days, coming in after a week's march from Dresden, through pouring rain most of the time. They numbered 4 battalions, 4,000 men in all. Vandam was successful on the first 2 days, and the 17th by themselves routed an Austrian regiment and captured a gun. On the evening of the second day, the French advanced again, driving the enemy before them into the valley of Culm. They bivouacked on the ground they had won, anticipating a final triumph on the morrow. But during that night, 2 Russian and Prussian army corps reinforced the Austrian columns unknown to the French. One of the officers of the 17th, Major Fantin des Odords, during the night had his suspicions aroused about the enemy and made a discovery, but Vandam would not listen to him. He was unable to sleep, says Major Fantin, and learning from a patrol that mysterious sounds were being heard in the direction in which the Austrians had retreated, he left the bivouac and went out alone beyond the outposts, to creep in the dark towards the Austrian watchfires. At times, as he crawled forward, describes the major, he lay flat and listened with his ear to the ground. In the end, he felt certain that he heard the tramp and stir of a vast number of men, and also the rumble of artillery wheels moving across the front. Apparently, from the direction the unseen troops were taking, they were marching to cut off the retreat of the army from Dresden, Napoleon's base of operations, throughout the campaign. Major Fantin returned to the bivouac and went at once to report to the general, finding him asleep. He aroused Vandam and told what he had heard and suspected, only, however, to be rebuffed and rudely answered that he was quite mistaken. Vandam, a surly and ill-conditioned boor to deal with at all times, awoke in a vile temper. "You are a fool," was what he said in reply. "If the enemy are on the move at all, they are in retreat, trying to escape me. Tomorrow we'll see them flying, or my prisoners." With that, Vandam terminated the interview and turned over and went to sleep again. He found out his mistake all too soon. Daylight disclosed dense swarms of Austrians, Prussians, and Russians in front of Vandam, on his flanks, and closing on his rear, outnumbering him nearly 4 to 1. It was a desperate position, for the only road by which Vandam might retreat was held by the enemy. Little time was left to him to deliberate what to do. He was in the act of forming up his columns in a mass to try to fight his way through, when the enemy attacked in overpowering force. Before noon that day, out of 30,000 men, 10,000 had fallen. 7,000 more were wounded or prisoners. The rest were fugitives, flying for shelter and hiding places in the woods round the battlefield. All the French guns and baggage had been taken, and Vandam himself was a prisoner, together with many officers of rank. The annals of modern warfare record few instances of defeat more complete than that of Vandam at Culm. The only regiment that kept its order was the 17th, and it before the crisis had lost heavily. Its colonel and 2 of the chefs de bataillon had been killed, the 2 others were wounded. Only some 700 of the 4,000 men remained. It rested with Major Fantin, as senior officer, to save those that were left and the eagle. The 17th were on the extreme right of the battle, where they had been posted as support to Vandam's artillery. They held their ground as long as possible, but the enemy closed in on them, overlapping them on both flanks, and then stormed and captured the guns. The 17th were isolated, and in imminent peril surrender or destruction were the only alternatives before them. Looking round, the major, as he describes, marked a wooded hill some little way off and decided to make for that. There was just time to get away before the enemy closed in on them. He sent off all his tirailleurs, about 400 men, to skirmish and hold in check the advancing Austrians. As they went off, he shouted to the rest, "En hout el eagle, ralliement o drapeau." Display the eagle, all rally to the standard. The men of the regiment formed round him quickly, and the major pointed out the wooded hill to them with his sword. "All of you disperse at once," he told them, "and make your way there as quickly as you can. You will find the eagle of the regiment there, and me with it." The 17th broke up and scattered, and under the protection of the skirmishers, aided by the opportune mist which hung low over the ground after the heavy rains of the past week, they made off in groups in the direction pointed out. All just got past the enemy in time, Major Fanton and 2 officers accompanying the eagle. An hour later, nose debris, as the major puts it, were straggling up the hill where they again rallied round the eagle. The skirmishers, cleverly withdrawn at the right moment, evaded the enemy also, and most of them joined their comrades on the hill, where all silently drew together. They then moved off to halt for concealment in a wooded glade behind. They stayed there, keeping quiet and lying down beside their arms for several hours, off the track of the pursuit and undiscovered by the enemy. We were all very hungry, and without anything but what cartridges we had still left. At nightfall, they moved away in the direction in which Dresden was judged to be, without having a single map or anything to guide them. They marched all night, mostly by a forest road, and keeping their direction by means of occasional glimpses of the stars seen through rifts in the cloudy sky overhead. More than once they had to halt as the enemy were heard on the move not far off. They groped their way forward with extreme caution, not a light being struck, and the necessary words of command being spoken in an undertone, until after midnight. Then they suddenly came into the open round a bend of the road, and discovered, not half a mile off in front, the numerous watchfires of a large body of troops. The column halted at the sight like one man and stood in absolute silence. Who were those in front of us? Friends or the enemy? 2 scouts were sent forward to try to find out. They were away for half an hour, an interval of intense suspense and anxiety to the others. At the end of the time, the 2 scouts came rushing back. They brought unexpectedly good news. It was a French bivouac, that of the 14th Army Corps Marshal St. Cyrs. So the 17th and their eagle were saved. Other eagles that got away from the rout at Calm and rejoined the army owed their safety to the determination of small groups of officers and men who cut their way through the enemy. Officers fought with their swords, privates with their bayonets and the butts of their muskets, and as the struggle was to escape and not to destroy, a push and wrestle, or a blow, which might suffice to throw the individual struck out of the way of the striker, prevented in many instances the more deadly thrust. Finally, as the 17th had done, they found shelter among the woods and ravines of the neighborhood and lay low there until the enemy had moved off towards Austerlitz, whereupon they made their way to Dresden. The cavalry saved their eagles by cutting their way through the enemy. They suffered heavy losses, but succeeded in their effort. Their commander, General Corbineau, presented himself, wounded and covered with blood, before Napoleon. It was his arrival that announced the disaster. The eagles of the 33rd and the 106th of the line taken at Culm are at Vienna. The 3 days of battle at Leipzig, between October 16 and 19, 1813, cost Napoleon 60,000 men in killed, wounded, and prisoners, and 300 guns. But not more than 6 eagles were among the trophies of battalion flags and squadron colors taken or found on the field, now at Berlin, Vienna, and St. Petersburg. 1 eagle was lost during the first day's fighting at Leipzig, taken on the 16th by Blücher from Ney's corps, but no others were lost until the end. The 80,000 men who were able to make good their retreat with Napoleon across the bridge over the Elster before it was prematurely blown up, through a non-commissioned officer's blunder, carried their eagles with them. What color trophies came into the possession of the Allies were taken amid the final scenes of carnage, from cut-off battalions of the 3 divisions left behind on the right bank of the river, victims of the destruction of the bridge. They were mostly captured in the ferocious hand-to-hand fighting, which marked the closing phase of the battle in the suburbs of Leipzig. The French defended themselves there to the last with the courage of despair among the fortified villas and loopholed garden walls. Pressed upon by superior numbers, and fighting, now in the streets, now in the houses, now through gardens or other enclosures, the single end which they could accomplish, or which in point of fact they seemed to desire, was that they might sell their lives at the dearest rate possible. 2 at least of the eagles now at Berlin were hastily buried in gardens during the last stand, and were dug up there later when the ground was being turned over. Forced to give back before their ever-increasing enemies, not a few of the French preferred death to captivity and fought to the last. These, retiring through by lanes and covered passages, made their way to the river, some where the ruins of the bridge covered its banks, some above and others below that point, and, plunging into the deep water, endeavored to gain the opposite shore by swimming, an attempt in which comparatively few succeeded. The 3 doomed divisions of Lauriston, Rignier, and Poniatowski, who were cut off by the blowing up of the bridge, had, as it happened, not many eagles among them to lose. They were largely made up of newly raised conscript regiments to whom Napoleon had not yet awarded eagles, regiments not yet entitled to carry eagles, according to the later regulations that Napoleon had laid down. Only 4 of the newly raised regiments altogether, so far during the campaign in Germany, had qualified for the honor. They had received their eagles with the customary ceremony at the hands of Napoleon, 3 of them on October 15, the day before the Battle of Leipzig opened. The 4th had received its eagle at Dresden a month earlier. 2 of these 4 eagles only were lost to the enemy at Leipzig. The eagle-bearers of 4 or 5 other regiments among those cut off by the bridge disaster tried to swim across the Elster with their eagles. Their fate is unknown. Probably they were drowned in the attempt. Other eagle-bearers, before surrendering, were seen to fling their eagles into the river to sink there. How one eagle, during the battle on the 18th, was momentarily lost and then regained by a splendid act of valor is told by Caulaincourt, who was on Napoleon's staff and witnessed the gallant deed that won the eagle back. In the midst of the fighting, a number of Saxon regiments abandoned Napoleon's cause and went over en masse to the enemy. To signalize their defection, they turned on the nearest French regiment and mobbed it, attacking it at close quarters with the bayonet. Thrown into confusion by the unexpected onslaught, the French were for the moment broken and forced back, whereupon the Saxons, making for the eagle, got possession of it. A young officer of hussars, relates Caulaincourt, whose name I forget, rushed headlong into the enemy's ranks. In the charge, some of the miserable renegades had carried off one of our eagles. The gallant young officer rescued it, but at the cost of his life. He threw the eagle at the emperor's feet, and then he himself fell, mortally wounded and bathed in blood. The emperor was deeply moved. "With such men," he exclaimed, "what resources does not France possess?" The regiments left by Napoleon to garrison the fortresses in Germany, at Stettin, at Magdeburg, Torgau, Danzig, and elsewhere, previous to surrendering, took steps to prevent their eagles falling into the hands of their adversaries. In every case, they destroyed them, smashing the eagles into small fragments, which were either distributed among officers and men, or else thrown into the ditch of the fortress. In more than one case, they melted the eagles down and broke up and buried the metal, while the flags were burned. At Dresden, where Marshal St. Cyr had to surrender, a month after Leipzig, the terms granted by the Austrian general conducting the siege allowed the troops to return to France with their arms, their baggage, and their eagles, 7 in number. Superior authority, however, cancelled the privilege. The garrison had already started on their march when, to their utter consternation, the capitulation was abruptly annulled by the Austrian generalissimo, Schwarzenberg, with the result that the hapless troops were compelled to yield themselves prisoners at discretion. The soldiers were defenseless and could only submit to their hard fate. They did not, however, let their 7 eagles pass into the enemy's hands. 5 of the 7 were broken up, and the flags torn to pieces and divided among the regiments. 2 of the eagles, those of the 25th of the line and the 85th, were concealed intact by 2 officers, who kept them from discovery for months, while they were prisoners in Hungary. After the peace, in the following year, they brought them back to France to meet there the doom that awaited all the eagles of Napoleon of which the officials of the Bourbon regime got possession. One memento of the winter campaign in eastern France is now at the Invalides the Eagle of the 5th of the line. It was found in the river Aube at Arcis after the battle there, which, in its result, decided the fate of Napoleon, its outcome being the immediate march of the Allied armies on Paris. The 5th was one of the regiments of the rearguard column, under Oudenot, half of which was drowned in the river in trying to get across at night, after stubbornly holding out in the town all the afternoon in order to enable Napoleon to cross the river in safety. The 5th was one of the regiments that sacrificed themselves. Its eagle-bearer was among the drowned, and his eagle sank with him. It remained in the bed of the stream until long afterwards, when it was accidentally discovered and fished up. The 132nd of the line of the modern Army of France commemorates on its flag a feat of arms done under the eagle of the old 132nd of Napoleon's army, after having been saved from the Prussians at the Katzbach and again at Leipzig. It was in one of the fights in the closing campaign in eastern France. The proud legend inscribed in golden letters, Rosny, 1814, Unconter Hewitt, commemorates how the regiment, single-handed, held at bay and beat off an enemy 8 times its force, saving itself for the 3rd time and its eagle. The surviving eagles of the war, the last to face the enemy in the north of those presented on the field of Mars, paid their last salute to the war-lord at Napoleon's final review of the remnants of the Grand Army at Reims on March 15, 1814. A pitiful, a moving sight was that hapless military spectacle, the closing parade before Napoleon of his last remaining soldiers. This is how Alison describes it. How different from the splendid military spectacles of the Tuileries or Chambertin, which had so often dazzled his sight with the pomp of apparently irresistible power. Wasted away to half the numbers which they possessed when they crossed the Marne a fortnight before, the greater part of the regiments exhibited only the skeletons of military array. In some, more officers than privates were to be seen in the ranks. In all, the appearance of the troops, the haggard air of the men, their worn-out uniforms, and the strange motley of which they were composed, bespoke the total exhaustion of the empire. It was evident to all that Napoleon was expending his last resources. Besides the veterans of the Guard the Iron Men whom nothing could daunt, but whose tattered garments and soiled accoutrements bespoke the dreadful fatigue to which they had been subjected were to be seen young conscripts, but recently torn from the embraces of maternal love, and whose wan visages and faltering steps told, but too clearly, that they were unequal to the weight of the arms they bore. The gaunt figures and woeful aspect of the horses, the broken carriages and blackened mouths of the guns, the crazy and fractured artillery wagons which defiled past, the general confusion of arms, battalions, and uniforms, even in the best appointed course spoke of the mere remains of the vast military army which had so long stood triumphant against the world in arms. The soldiers exhibited none of their ancient enthusiasm as they defiled past the emperor. Silent and sad they took their way before him. The stern realities of war had chased away its enthusiastic ardor. All felt that in this dreadful contest they themselves would perish, happy if they had not previously witnessed the degradation of France. What is indeed the most interesting of all the eagles, the most famous battle standard in the world, which for a time was at the Invalides, is at present preserved in private hands in Paris, the eagle of Napoleon's old guard, the eagle of the Adieu of Fontainebleau. It is treasured with devoted care in the family of the officer who commanded the grenadiers of the guard in the retreat from Moscow, at Fontainebleau, and at Waterloo General Petit. It is kept in the house, in Paris, in which the old general died, in the room he used as his salon. General Petit refused to be parted from the eagle of his regiment during his lifetime. He kept it with him wherever he went, always in his personal care. It was at the Invalides while General Petit was in residence there as governor of the hospital. On that never-to-be-forgotten April forenoon of 1814, in the court of the White Horse of the Chateau of Fontainebleau, Napoleon embraced the standard, and taking the eagle in his hands, kissed it in front of the veteran grenadiers of the Old Guard. His traveling carriage, to convey the fallen emperor on the first stage of his journey to Elba, was in waiting, close by, ready to start. 1,200 grenadiers of the guard stood with presented arms all round the courtyard, drawn up in a great hollow square as a guard of honor to render to the master. They adored the parting salute. Napoleon passed slowly round the square and inspected the ranks, man by man, looking intently into the scarred and war-worn, weather-beaten old faces, each one of which was familiar to him. Their station on every battlefield had been close at hand to where he took up his post. Night after night, in every campaign from Austerlitz to those last dreadful weeks, he had slept in their midst. His tent always pitched in the center of the camp of the Imperial Guard. That had been Napoleon's invariable custom in war. They had shared with him that last forlorn hope march to save Paris, until, completely worn out and footsore, exhausted nature forbade their attempting to go farther. With tears streaming from their eyes, the old soldiers, before whose bayonets in the charge no continental foe had ever stood, mutely returned Napoleon's last wistful, pathetic look of farewell. He addressed a few touching words to them, standing in the center of the square. Next he turned to General Petty, near at hand, and before them he took the general in his arms, as representing all, and kissed him on the cheek. "I cannot embrace you all," exclaimed Napoleon in a voice broken with emotion, yet which all could hear distinctly, "so I embrace your general." Then he motioned to the portagal, standing all the while before him with the eagle held in the attitude of salute. "Bring me the eagle," he said, "that I may embrace it also." "Que m'apporte l'aigle, que j'y l'embrasse aussi," were Napoleon's words. The portagal advanced and again inclined the eagle forward to the emperor. Napoleon took hold of it, embraced and kissed it 3 times, tears in his eyes, and displaying the deepest emotion. Illustration: Napoleon's farewell to the Old Guard at Fontainebleau. From a print after H. Vernet, kindly lent by Messrs. T. H. Parker, 45 Whitcomb Street. "Ah, cheer aigle," he exclaimed. "Quelles basers que gt don retentissent dans la posterite." The eagle-bearer then stepped back a pace. "Adieu, mes enfants, adieu, mes braves, entourez moi encore une fois," were Napoleon's closing words as the historic scene terminated. The old soldiers all stood utterly broken down, weeping bitter tears, overcome with grief, as Napoleon made his way to the carriage. The members of the household, bowing low as he passed and kissing his hand, were all also in tears. Finally, amid a mournful cry of "Vive l'Empereur," Napoleon drove away. As soon as Napoleon's carriage was beyond the precincts, the grenadiers of the guard solemnly lowered the imperial standard, flying above the Chateau. There, in the courtyard, they burned it. Then, mixing the ashes in a barrel of wine that was brought out, they handed round the liquor in bowls and drank off the draught, pledging Napoleon with cries of "Vive l'Empereur." So it is related by one who was an eyewitness and a partaker, one of the officers of the Old Guard. Kept safely in concealment for 10 months by General Petty, during the Bourbon Restoration period in 1814, the eagle of the Old Guard appeared once more after the return from Elba. It faced the enemy for the last time at Waterloo. Something of that will be said further on. General Petty kept close beside it all through the retreat, during that night of horror after Waterloo. A faithful band of devoted veterans accompanying him and surrounding the eagle. So it made its final return to France, to be preserved for the rest of his life by the man who, above all others, had most right to be custodian of the eagle of the Old Guard. The Bourbon War Minister ordered it to be given up, to be burned at the artillery depot at Vincennes with the other eagles that the Restoration officials were able to get hold of. General Petty flatly and indignantly refused to part with the eagle of the Old Guard. He was able, as before, to conceal it successfully, in spite of every effort to discover its whereabouts, until after the Revolution of 1830. Then, at the last, it was safe. Faded and frayed away in parts, the gold embroidery on it dulled and tarnished from the lapse of years, and torn here and there round the jagged bullet holes in the silk, is now, in its old age, the flag of the Old Guard. As it was at first as it was when it made its debut at the opening of its career. On that December afternoon on the field of Mars, the flag is of rich crimson silk, fringed with gold, sprinkled over on both sides with golden bees, and with at the corners, encircled in golden laurel wreaths, the imperial cipher, the letter N in shape it was and of course is still almost a square. A meter deep vertically on the staff, and some half-dozen inches more than that lengthwise, horizontally, in the fly. On one side, in the center, the Napoleonic eagle is displayed, a gold-embroidered eagle poised on a thunderbolt. Inscribed round the eagle in letters of gold is the legend: Garde impériale. L'Empereur Napoléon au honneur, Régiment des Grenadiers à Pied. On the other side are inscribed these 15 names of Napoleon's great days in war, also in golden letters: Marengo, Ulm, Austerlitz, Jena, Berlin, Eylau, Friedland, Madrid, Eckmühl, Essling, Wagram, Vienna, Smolensk, Moscow. Chapter 11. That terrible midnight at the Invalids. The Battalion Eagles of 1804, those of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions withdrawn by the decree of 1808, together with the light cavalry, Hussar, Chasseur, and Dragoon, Eagles recalled in the autumn of 1805, and a number of light infantry Eagles returned to the Ministry of War at the end of 1807, perished in the flames of the great holocaust of trophy flags at the Invalids on the night of March 30, 1814, the night of the surrender of Paris to the Allies. It was on that tragic Wednesday night that the great sacrifice was made, amid the bowed and weeping old soldiers of France, the veterans of 100 battlefields, on the most terrible and mournful occasion in the wide-ranging annals of the great institution which the Grand Monarch, in the full pride of his power, at the topmost pinnacle of his renown, founded and opened in person with grandiose martial pomp and state display. All was over for France on that night. Around a slaughtered army lay, no more to conquer and to bleed. The power and glory of the war had passed to the victorious Tsar. The two marshals charged with the defense of Paris, Marmont and Mortier, had on that afternoon placed the submission of the capital in the hands of Alexander of Russia on the heights of Montmartre, whence, and from the buttes Chaumont and the other northern heights from right to left, 300 loaded cannon pointed threateningly down over the vanquished and panic-stricken city, supported by the bayonets and sabers of 120,000 men, Russians and Prussians, Bavarians, Württembergers, and Austrians, flushed and exultant in their hour of supreme triumph, the soldiers of all the nations of the continent at war with Napoleon. It was at 10 o'clock on that fateful night for France that the great destruction of trophies at the Invalids took place. Napoleon had set his last stake, had attempted his desperate last maneuver, and had failed. He had been foiled and baffled when within reach almost of his goal. At that very hour indeed, only 12 miles away, he had just been stopped in his wild midnight gallop, his final forlorn hope effort to reach the capital, by the news that all hope was past, that the worst had happened, that Paris had fallen. Only 48 hours before, on Monday night, at Saint-Dizier, a small town 170 miles away, had Napoleon suddenly realized the gravity of the catastrophe impending over Paris. He was at that moment in the act of dealing the Allies a counterstroke which he confidently believed would save the situation and bring the enemy's advance to a general stand. Just a week before, he had abruptly turned back in his retreat towards the capital and had boldly started to march across the rear of the Allies in the direction of the Rhine. He would sever their communications. He would cut the enemy off from their base. Calling out the levy en masse of the peasantry all over eastern France, and at the same time rallying to him the garrisons of the French fortresses in Alsace and Lorraine, with 100,000 men at his disposal, led by Ney, MacDonald, Victor, and Oudenot, while two other marshals, Marmont and Mortier, held the enemy at bay in front of Paris. He was looking forward to checkmate the Allies at the last moment and paralyze their advance on the capital. It was a daring and masterly project, but the fortune of war was against Napoleon. He had sent word of his plans to Marie-Louise at the Tuileries, together with instructions to his brother Joseph, governor of Paris, but on the way a Cossack patrol captured the bearer of the vitally important documents. Napoleon's dispatch for once was not in cipher, and its full import was apparent instantly. It was carried to the Tsar Alexander, and forthwith laid before a hastily convened Russian council of war. Another letter, taken at the same time, laid bare the critical condition of affairs inside Paris itself, describing how all was in confusion there, and that treachery to the cause of the empire was at work within the city. The Council of War decided to pay no heed to Napoleon's counterstroke, and instead to march at once on Paris in full force. Marmont and Mortier, it was known, could barely muster 6,000 regulars. With Blücher's Prussians, at that moment on the point of joining them, the Allies could bring into line not far short of 150,000 men. This final plan was agreed to on the afternoon of Friday, March 24, and the general advance began at once. Napoleon knew nothing of what was happening until late on the night of the 27th, the following Monday. Then he was suddenly made aware of the full position. "Nothing," exclaimed the doomed emperor in blank dismay, "but a thunderbolt can save us now." The Allies then had not turned back. The enemy nearest him, whom he had planned to attack next day, believing them to be the Russian main army, was only he discovered at the last moment a cavalry division, sent back to delude him and prevent his finding out what was really going on. And the troops advancing on Paris were already 3 clear days ahead of him. Napoleon countermarched his whole force at once to hasten to the rescue of the capital. They would take the route by Sens, Troyes, and Fontainebleau, making a sweep to keep clear of the enemy's columns, and approach Paris by the south bank of the Seine. It was a long march of fully 180 miles, but there was no other way open. Marmont and Mortier, to whom the news of Napoleon's intended approach was sent off immediately, must manage to hold out in front of the city on the north bank until the emperor arrived. Fresh news, however, and yet more serious, as to the imminence of the grave peril threatening Paris, reached Napoleon during Tuesday night. Leaving the army to follow, he pressed forward ahead of the troops by himself in his traveling carriage, escorted only by the old guard. They hurried forward with feverish eagerness all that night and the next day, the men of the guard panting along at the double in their effort to keep up. With hardly a halt, they struggled along, famishing. Most of the men had tasted no cooked food for the past 5 days, shoeless most of them, plodding and splashing barefoot through the mud, ankle deep, under a pitiless downpour of rain all the time. By Wednesday evening, the 30th, they had reached Troyes, after a 40 miles march without a stop. There, still worse news reached Napoleon. Marmont and Mortier had been disastrously defeated at Meaux, and in consequence, their defense of the northern heights outside the city was all but hopeless. Napoleon, on that, abandoned his traveling carriage for a light post-chaise, which set off at a gallop. He must now risk a ride practically unattended, in the desperate hope of being able to evade hostile patrols and get by stealth into the city. Once there, he would himself take charge of the defense. The men of the old guard were left behind at Troyes. They were worn out and unable, from sheer exhaustion, to go a step farther. Only a troop of cuirassiers rode with the post-chaise, and most of these had to give up and drop back as the chaise raced forward, Napoleon himself from time to time calling from the windows to the postilions to keep on flogging the horses and go faster and faster. At every stopping place to change horses, the emperor sent off a courier to tell Paris to hold out. And at each post house, he received still more alarming messages from the city. Now he heard that the empress and his little son had had to fly from Paris. Then he learned that the whole city was in a state of complete panic, with affrighted peasants from all round crowding in, the shops and banks all shut, the theaters closed, a thing that had not happened even at the height of the Reign of Terror, everywhere chaos and hopeless despair. After that came the news that the enemy were advancing so fast that they were expected at any moment before the city barriers. At 10 o'clock Napoleon arrived at the village of Fromenteau, near the Fountains of Juvisy, 12.5 miles from Paris. The post-chaise had to stop there again for a relay of fresh horses. As it drew up, a party of soldiers passed by, coming from the direction of the capital. Not knowing who was in the chaise, some of them shouted out to the occupants, Napoleon and Caulaincourt, who had been riding with the emperor, "Paris has surrendered." The dread news struck Napoleon like a bullet between the eyes. "It is impossible. The men are mad," he hissed out, gripping at the cushions of his seat. Then he turned to his companion. "Find an officer and bring him to me." One rode up as it happened. At that moment, a General Belliard. Napoleon questioned him eagerly, and he gave the emperor sufficient details to leave no doubt of what had befallen. Great drops of sweat stood on Napoleon's forehead. He turned, quivering with excitement, to Caulaincourt. "Do you hear that?" he ejaculated hoarsely, fixing a gaze on his companion under the light of the lamps, the bare memory of which made Caulaincourt shudder ever after to his dying day. They left the chaise, and looking across the Seine, Napoleon saw to the north and east, in the direction of Villeneuve-Saint-Georges, the glare of the enemy's watchfires. Marshal Berthier now came up in a second post-chaise which had been following the emperor. Speaking excitedly, Napoleon declared that he would go on to Paris. He set off walking rapidly along the road in the dark, leaving the horses to be put to and the post-chaise to pick him up. Berthier and Caulaincourt attended him, and General Belliard and some dragoons followed at a few paces behind. Napoleon rejected every remonstrance and refused to turn back. "I ask them," exclaimed Napoleon, talking half to himself, half to his companions, "to hold out for only 24 hours. Miserable wretches, Marmont swore that he would be cut to pieces rather than yield. And Joseph ran away, my own brother. to surrender the capital to the enemy. What poltroons! So he went on in a breathless torrent of words. He added finally, "They have capitulated, betrayed their country, betrayed their emperor, degraded France. It is too terrible, everyone has lost his head. When I am not there they do nothing but add blunder to blunder." But to go on, with Paris in the hands of an army of 150,000 men, was out of the question. Napoleon had to bow to the inevitable. He at length yielded to the protests of the others. He stopped beside the fountains of Juvisy. He sat down on the parapet of one of the fountains, described Labder, an eyewitness, and remained above a quarter of an hour with his head resting on his hands, lost in the most painful reflections. Then he rose, went back to the postchaise, and, telling General Belliard to rally all the men he could at Essonne, set off to drive to Fontainebleau. He reached there at 6 next morning. Between 10 o'clock on Wednesday night and 6 o'clock on Thursday morning, the tragedy at the Invalides was enacted. Its opening scene took place just as Napoleon's postchaise was drawing up in the village of Fromenteau. Its final scene took place just as the postchaise was entering the courtyard of Fontainebleau. The capitulation of Paris was signed before the barrier of La Valette at 5 in the afternoon. Its first article laid down that the French army must evacuate Paris within 12 hours, before 5 o'clock next morning. The last clause recommended the city to the mercy of the Allied sovereigns, and of the Tsar Alexander in particular. All day long the booming of cannon and rattle of musketry had dinned in the ears of the trembling and terrified Parisians, ever steadily drawing nearer. The marshals, Marmont and Mortier, had made their last stand, and, resisting desperately to the last, in a struggle in which the Allies lost 2 to every one of the defenders, so ferocious was the contest, had been beaten back into the city. They carried back with them, so gallantly had they counterattacked at one point, the standard of the 2nd Squadron of the Russian Guard du Cornau, a trophy in the present collection at the Invalides. The outnumbered and exhausted troops could make no further fight, although, to the end, many of the soldiers were for holding out to the last cartridge. The generale had beaten to arms at 2 in the morning. At 6, with sunrise, the enemy's guns opened fire. From then until late in the afternoon, the fighting had gone on incessantly. All was over by 4 o'clock. From east to west, from Charenton and Belleville, right round to Neuilly, the Allies, the Russians, Blücher's Prussians, and the Austrians had captured every position capable of defense, one after the other by sheer weight of numbers, and had carried at the point of the bayonet every place of vantage held by the French. Woronzow and the Prince of Württemberg had stormed Raminville, La Valette, and La Chapelle. Langeron and the Russian Imperial Guard were masters of the heights of Montmartre and the buttes Chaumont, looking down directly on Paris. 86 guns had been taken from the marshals since the morning. Nearly 6,000 soldiers and National Guards had fallen, killed, or wounded, facing the foe. A 6 miles long line of batteries and battalions on the side of the Allies had closed in to within short musket range of the Paris barriers. Already the Russian cannon were opening fire on the city, and their shells were bursting over the central streets of Paris, falling, some in the Chaussee d'Antin and on the Boulevard des Italiens. At 4 o'clock Marmont, who had been the soul of the defense, fighting, now on horseback, now on foot, using his sword at times. The marshal was seen everywhere in the thickest of the fight. A dozen or more soldiers were bayoneted at his side, and his hat was riddled with bullets. At 4 o'clock Marmont repassed within the barriers to announce that further defense was impossible. He was scarcely recognizable. We are told he had a beard of 8 days' growth. The greatcoat which covered his uniform was in tatters. From head to foot, he was blackened with powder smoke. Then had to be done the only thing that was left to do. Marmont and Mortier held a hasty conference, and after it a trumpeter and an aide-de-camp carrying a white flag rode out through the firing line to the nearest advanced post of the Allies. The officer was taken before the Tsar Alexander on the plateau of Chaumont, and Paris surrendered. The last sounds that were heard on the French side, as the firing ceased, came from a battalion of the Imperial Guard, which had been serving under Marmont, from a scanty remnant of veterans stubbornly resisting at bay to the last shouts of Vive l'Empereur. The old pensioners of the Invalides manfully did their duty and bore their part in the defense all day, as well as they were able. All who could carry a musket had gone out to the barriers. Others did their best by helping to bring up ammunition. Most of them fought at the Barrière du Trône on the Vincennes Road, assisting the brave lads of the Polytechnic School to hold the post and man a battery of Eitan-20 cannon in front of the barrier. Until a headlong charge of Russian cavalry, Pollen's dragoons with some Cossacks, swooped down from the flank, annihilating the devoted band of gunners. Those of the boys who were left, however, saved the school flag, presented to the Polytechnic just 10 years before by the Emperor with his own hand, on the day of the Eagles on the Field of Mars. With the Invalides, veterans, and some of the National Guards, the survivors held the barrier throughout the day to the end, beating back repeated attempts of the Russians to storm the gate. The lads, finally, after learning that Marmont had capitulated, made their way back to the school, and there burned their precious standard to save it from falling into the enemy's hands. Those who were left of the veterans hastened back to the Invalides at the same time, overcome with anxiety to learn what was to happen to their own priceless treasures within the hospital, the trophy flags. There were at the Invalides at that time, by one account, 1417 trophy flags, according to another account which included apparently in the total the returned battalion and light infantry and cavalry equals altogether 1,800 standards. Within the walls of the Invalides all was deep gloom and hopeless despondency among those in charge. Even at nightfall, as it would appear, the authorities had not made up their minds how the trophies were to be disposed of. It is a hapless and pitiful story from first to last. Some time previously, while the Allied armies were still being kept at bay on the plains of Champagne, the governor of the Invalides, old Marshal Serrurier, a distinguished veteran of the Revolutionary Army, had applied to the Minister of War for instructions as to the disposal of the trophies at the Invalides in the event of the enemy advancing on Paris. The only answer he received was a formal letter to the effect that the matter would have to go before the Emperor. At that time, Napoleon was in the midst of his last forlorn hope attempt to stem the tide of invasion, in the midst of a life-and-death struggle, fighting desperately day after day at one place or another. The Ministry of War apparently pigeonholed the application after that, and forgot all about the trophies at the Invalides until the actual day of the attack on Paris, until that Wednesday forenoon. Then, when already Marmont's outer line of defense had been forced, and the last fight for the inner heights overlooking the city was raging furiously, almost within sight from the Invalides, a letter from the War Minister was handed to Serrurier. It trusted that the Marshal had taken steps for the safety of the trophies, especially for the preservation of Frederick the Great's sword. The flags, continued the letter, had best be detached from their staves and rolled up carefully. The War Minister is sure that Your Excellency will do all that is possible. The road to the Loire is open. Such were the instructions sent to the Invalides after the 11th hour. Then, during the afternoon, when the enemy's bombshells, fired from the plateau of Chaumont, were falling in the heart of the city, a single artillery wagon, or fourgon, a vehicle barely large enough to remove a small percentage of what there was to carry away, drew up at the main gates of the Invalides. It brought also 10 more trophy flags, collected from somewhere in Paris. In the general confusion, nobody, it would seem, even inquired what they were or where they came from. The driver's instructions were merely that they were to go away with the Invalides' trophies. The 10 flags were taken out and stacked in a corridor for the time being, while the fourgon waited unheeded at the gate until after dark. What steps Marshal Serrurier took during the afternoon to secure adequate transport is unknown, or, indeed, what he did with himself all that time. The governor was seen just before the dinner hour in the corridor d'Avignon, in an out-of-the-way part of the building, in conference with the lieutenant governor and an adjutant major. Another officer, Adjutant Valerand, was with them, holding in his hands Frederick the Great's sword and sash. Apparently they did not want to be observed, and were discussing how to hide the relics or bury them within the precincts of the Invalides. After that, nothing more was seen of Serrurier at the Invalides until between 9 and 10 at night, some hours after the capitulation, and when it had become known that the Allies intended to occupy Paris in force, and that their troops would enter and take possession of the city early next morning. Then the governor reappeared. A few minutes after 9 o'clock, the veterans of the Invalides, who had been restlessly pacing about the halls and corridors during the evening, or standing about in dejected groups in the courtyards, not knowing what they were to do, were suddenly summoned to muster at once in the Grand Court, or Cour de Honneur. All turned out from the wards and paraded, forming up by the light of lanterns. All but those who were bedridden were brought out, the maimed and cripples being led out, or hobbling out on their crutches, together with the survivors of those who had fought so gallantly at the barriers during the day, their faces still begrimed with powder smoke, their clothes torn and stained, some without their hats, their arms in slings, or with bandages over recent wounds. Then the tall, spare figure of the governor, a grim, hard-featured old warrior, white-haired, over 70 years of age, was seen emerging from his quarters, with the senior staff officers of the hospital following in rear. Serrurier harangued the pensioners briefly. He told them that the enemy would enter the city next day and would present themselves at the Invalids to enforce the giving up of the trophies. What did the men of the Invalids desire should be done? There was a pause for a moment, a dead silence, as the old soldiers gazed dumbfoundedly at one another. Then one man stepped out to the front and spoke up for the rest. A battle-scarred old sergeant pensioner of the Grenadiers of the Old Guard answered the governor on behalf of his comrades. His reply, greeted as it was by vociferous shouts of approval on every side, voicing the unanimous wish of the veterans. "If they will not let us keep our banners, let us burn them here. We will swallow the ashes." The order to make a bonfire of the trophies then, and there was issued forthwith. Anything that came to hand for fuel was eagerly seized, and a great pile speedily made of broken-up stools and mess tables and forms hauled out from the barrack rooms within doors. They were stacked in a heap just in front of the pedestal on which it had been intended to erect an equestrian statue of the heroic Marshal Lannes, who died from his wounds at a spurn in the arms of Napoleon. Meanwhile, parties of men ran inside with ladders and set to work to strip the dining halls and the chapel of the rows of flags hanging up there. They bore them outside, roughly bundled together in their arms, some silently with frowning, stern-set faces and set teeth, others beside themselves with rage and cursing savagely aloud, others sullenly muttering oaths, not a few of the old fellows with tears streaming down their cheeks. They carried the trophies out and heaped them up into an immense funeral pyre. The battalion and other eagles shared the fate of the captured trophy standards. Some of these, that had been borne under fire in the thick of triumphant battle at Austerlitz, and Jena, at Auerstadt and Friedland, saved them on the morrow from falling into the hands of those in whose defeat and humiliation they had had their part. The fire was lighted, and the masses of tattered silk blazed up furiously. When the flames were at their fiercest, Marshal Serrurier stepped forward, and with his own hand flung into the midst of the fiery, massed the sword of Frederick the Great. For half the night the veterans stood round and watched the flames complete the work of destruction. They stood massed round in a densely packed throng of sullen, gloomy, broken-hearted men. They stayed there until long after midnight, gazing, in a state of dull despair, at the fire, while some now and again stirred up the glowing fuel and made the flames leap up afresh, roaring and crackling and casting a dull red throbbing glare over the old walls and rows of windows all round, and gleaming on the lofty gilded dome of the Invalids, in itself an intended memento of victory. On first seeing the golden domes of the Kremlin as he approached Moscow, Napoleon had sent orders to Paris to have the dome of the Invalids gilded as a memorial of his achievement of the goal of the campaign. Most of the veterans stood there throughout the greater part of that cold March night, watching until the fire had died down and only a great heap of smoldering cinders remained, all that was left of the trophies of victorious France. Among the vast array of foreign trophies at the Invalids that perished on that night were English flags nearly 2 centuries old, the remains of the spoil of some 44 English banners of Charles I's soldiers, triumphantly carried to Paris from the Isle de Ré in November 1627 and hung in Notre Dame. Others flags destroyed there, too, dated from the wars of the Grand Monarch, spoils won on the battlefield by the famous Conde and Turenne, also trophies taken from William III at Steenkirk and Landen and elsewhere. The British and Dutch and Danish and Bavarian ensigns won by Turenne's great successor, Marshal Luxembourg. Le Tapissier de Notre Dame, as they dubbed him at Versailles, for the almost innumerable trophies sent by Luxembourg to be hung up in the Cathedral of Paris, with state processions and Te Deums in the presence of the king. Other British battle spoils, the trophies of France, which passed out of existence at the Invalids on that night were these: a flag taken at Fontenoy by the Irish Brigade, the regimental colours surrendered by the garrison of Minorca, which Admiral Byng failed to rescue, those of another British garrison of Minorca of the time of the Great Siege of Gibraltar, when France, for the second time, wrested the island from England. 4 British and Hessian regimental flags surrendered to Washington at Yorktown and sent by Congress as a gift to the King of France. Flags taken by the French from British West India garrisons in the same war, besides British naval ensigns also taken during the American War, with other British ship flags, some of which indeed dated from the earlier battle times of Duguay-Trouin and Jean Bart. Destroyed at the Invalids also on that Wednesday night was a British naval ensign from Trafalgar. It had been hoisted on board one of Nelson's prizes, the Algeciras. In the storm after the battle, the ship was in imminent peril of wreck, and the French prisoners on board were liberated in order to help to save her. They used their freedom to overpower the small British prize crew and carried the vessel off into Cadiz, whence the British ensign, hoisted originally in triumph over the French tricolour during the battle of 2 days before, on the Algeciras being captured, was sent as a trophy to Paris. There were also destroyed at the Invalids at the same time the ensign of Lord Cochrane's famous brig of war, the Speedy, captured in the Mediterranean in 1801, and those of 3 British line-of-battle ships, the Berwick, the Swifter, and the Hannibal, taken within the previous 20 years. Most of the trophies won by Napoleon and the Grand Army all over Europe, and by the armies of the Republic and Consulate before that, perished in the Holocaust. The spoils of Valmy and Fleurus and Gemapes, of Hohenlinden, of Dago and Mondovi, of Rivoli and Montenot, of Castiglione, Lodi, and Arcola, of Zurich and Marengo, and other victories. On that night, too, passed out of existence the famous flag of the Army of Italy presented by Napoleon, and bearing inscribed on it the names of 80 triumphs on the battlefield and the detailed record of the taking of 150,000 prisoners, 170 standards, 550 siege guns, and 600 pieces of field artillery. The horsetail banners of the Mamelukes, taken by Napoleon at the Battle of the Pyramids. The historic standard of the Knights of St. John, won in hand-to-hand fight outside the main gate of Valletta. Most of the 340 Prussian standards Napoleon sent to Paris after the Jena campaign, together with the sword and black eagle sash of Frederick the Great, as well as the recovered French trophies of the 7 Years' War, originally won by Frederick at Rossbach, the standards of Frederick the Great's guards, and Austrian spoils taken by the Prussians at Leuthen, Kolin, and Hohenfordberg, all of which had been carried off to Paris by Napoleon. These were among the war treasures destroyed at the Invalids on that night. With them went into the flames the Grand Army's Russian trophies from Eylau and Friedland, the Austrian trophies from Eckmühl and Wagram, besides many Spanish and Portuguese trophies taken before Wellington landed in the peninsula to turn the tide of war. One French eagle which perished on that night was the survivor of a disaster. Dupont's surrender at Balen in Andalusia in 1808 at the outset of the Spanish insurrection. That cruel humiliation for the arms of France, the news of which came on Europe with all the startling effect of a thunderclap, and drove Napoleon nearly frantic in his furious indignation. It had been one of 3 eagles taken by the Spaniards, that of the 24 Ledger, and had been recovered by the daring of an officer of the regiment, one of the prisoners, Captain Lannes. Confined in a prison hulk at Cadiz, he escaped to shore one night, managed to find out where his regiment's flag was kept, displayed as a Spanish trophy, got hold of it, and then made his way outside the city into the lines of the besieging French army. There he presented the eagle to Marshal Soult, who forwarded it direct to Napoleon. Lannes, as his reward, was promoted a chef de bataillon of the 8th of the line, and fell to the bayonet of a British soldier of the 87th Royal Irish Fusiliers at Barossa. The recovered eagle Napoleon sent to the Invalids. By morning, all that remained of the proud trophies of France at the Invalides was a heap of grey ashes, fragments of charred flagpoles, and scraps of partly molten metal. The debris was raked up at daylight and shoveled into the artillery fourgon of the previous afternoon, which had been standing all night outside the main gate of the Invalids. The artillery wagon drove off with it to the Seine nearby and emptied the heap into the river. That was the end of the night's destruction. Some portion of the debris was recovered from the Seine a year afterwards and is preserved in the Chapel of the Invalids now. In June 1815, a workman, doing some repairs by the riverside, discovered a portion of a flag underwater, and on hearing of that, two patriotic young Frenchmen, an engineer and a journalist, privately set to work soon afterwards to see if they could fish up anything that might be worth preserving. At the time, the Allies were in possession of Paris, during the Second Occupation, after Waterloo, and the two young men had to proceed cautiously. They were successful in the end in recovering portions of 183 trophies, metal spearhead ornaments from ensign staves mostly. 78 were later identified as of Austrian origin, one as part of a British flag, two as having belonged to Russian standards, various fragments as the remains of 39 Prussian standards, 4 from Spanish flags with Bourbon fleur-de-lis, and 2 fragments of Turkish standards from Egypt. The remainder of the salvage it was impossible to identify. That the great sacrifice had not been made in vain was speedily apparent. In the course of the morning after the bonfire, a little before noon on Thursday, March 31, within 2 hours of the entry into Paris of the vanguard of the Allied armies, a Russian aide-de-camp presented himself at the Invalids and, in the name of the Allied sovereigns, demanded a statement of the trophies kept there. The officer came up on horseback, accompanied by a mounted man of the National Guard and an armed escort of Russian dragoons. The main gate was open as usual, and the Russian officer rode through without taking notice of the gate sentry's challenge. He was only stopped by a rush of the pensioners' day guard, called out by the sentry's shout of alarm, aux arms. The guard turned out and faced the aide-de-camp with lowered halberds. The Russian colonel protested, but the officer on duty refused to let him pass without orders from his own chief, and General Darnaud, the lieutenant governor, was sent for. That officer came, and the Russian dismounted and explained his mission. He had orders, he said, to take cognizance of the trophies of the Invalids. General Darnaud replied bluntly, "Very good, I will permit you to visit the hotel. Come with me." The general added, "As to the trophies, sir, we have dealt with them according to the laws of war." "On en avait agi suivant les lois de guerre," were his words. The Russian did not seem to grasp the general's meaning and stood still for a moment, staring blankly at him. On that, Madame Darnaud, the lieutenant governor's wife, who had followed into the courtyard immediately after her husband, interposed. She addressed the officer, speaking volubly and angrily, but only to draw down on herself from the Russian the uncivil rejoinder that he had not come there to talk to a woman. After that, the general, accompanied by some of the men of the main guard with shouldered halberds, formally conducted the officer inside the Invalids, the party taking their way along the colonnade round the Court of Honor, in the midst of which could be seen the wide burnt-out space where the fire had been, the pungent smell of the fumes from which still hung about the place, and so into the chapel of St. Louis. There the scene that met the Russian aide-de-camp's eyes seemed to stagger him. Bare blank walls, the gallery stripped and defaced, with empty and broken metal sockets here and there to show where the flags had been fastened up. The interior had been entirely cleared from end to end along the sides. It was absolutely unrecognizable to any who had seen it before. The Russian officer, who had visited the Invalides 6 or 7 years previously, after Tilsit, could only gaze round dumbly, utterly taken aback. He muttered something, but did not speak aloud. Then, glaring round savagely into the eyes of those about him, he turned away abruptly and was conducted to the outer court, where he remounted his horse and rode off hastily in the direction whence he had come. All Napoleon's trophies, however, did not perish at the Invalids. Some of the Grand Army's captured flags, as it so chanced, escaped destruction on that night and are at the Invalids now. They are in the chapel and in the Salle Turenne, besides 100 in the crypt grouped round Napoleon's tomb. The 45 Austrian flags taken at Ulm are beside Napoleon's tomb, with 9 other flags. Presented by the Emperor to the Senate, as has been told, the Ulm trophies, during the night of March 30, were hastily taken down from where they had been hung in the Grand Salon for the past 9 years and hidden in a vault below. They made a second public appearance on the occasion of Napoleon's funeral at the Invalids in 1840, when they were placed at the head of the coffin. They have ever since been kept beside the tomb. The Austerlitz trophies met another fate. Kept at Notre Dame, They disappeared mysteriously from there in the early morning of the day of the entry of the Allies into Paris. At 3 in the morning of March 30, an urgent message from the prefect of the Seine was delivered at Notre Dame, calling on the cathedral authorities to take down and conceal the Austerlitz trophies at once. The chapter met hastily in the archbishop's room, and the flags were all down within half an hour. They have never been seen since, nor was their fate ever accounted for. At the Luxembourg Palace were displayed 110 trophies, the spoils of the eagles, won from all the nations of Europe and presented to the corps legislatif by Napoleon. They were safely removed on the night of March 30 and were hidden securely. Brought out and set up again a year later, on Napoleon's return from Elba, the authorities forgot about hiding them again in the confusion after Waterloo. As the result, more than half of them are now in Berlin. Blücher sent a party of staff officers to seize the entire collection, but a sharp-witted functionary hoodwinked the Prussians on their arrival. They went back to get written orders, and before they returned, as many as possible of the trophies had been pulled down and got out of the way. One of the attendants managed the affair on his own initiative, a hall porter named Matthew. He was able to save and hide as many as 51 of the flags, and they have since been forwarded to the Invalids. The other 59 trophies the Prussians seized and carried off. 2 Austrian standards taken by Napoleon at Marengo escaped destruction by having been previously lent from the Invalids to an artist, Charles Vernet, for a battle picture he had been commissioned to paint for Napoleon. They were in Vernet's studio in March 1814. His son, Horace Vernet, returned them in later days to the Invalids, where they now are. In addition, it would seem, at least a moiety of the Invalids' trophies were kept back at the last moment by some of the veterans themselves. Several of the old soldiers, it would appear, after stripping down the flags from the walls, instead of carrying all out into the courtyard to the bonfire, retained and hid a few of them on their own account, to smuggle them outside afterwards and keep them in concealment.